Chapter 12, La Misericordia de Dios. In Hueco Mundo, quick actions were key to a hollow's self-preservation. The slightest amount of hesitation, the slightest amount of moral doubt could get you killed, because no hollow would ever hesitate goring through you in nothing more than a bloody attempt at finding food. That was Fuermo's greatest folly. Moralism had absolutely no place in Hueco Mundo. It's do or die, and Fuermo's generous regard for the hollow species is what had got him killed. He believed hollows were better than they actually were. He believed Naruto was better than he actually was. That was what his dream was centered around. Naruto didn't have that sort of moral obligation. He was bound by no one, and nothing other than his twisted hatred for Konoha and the Shinigami. But, that ridiculous dream that Fuermo's had, by some crazy coincidence, some of their past had coincided with each other, and it all come down to two things. Experiments and the Shinigami. Naruto wasn't stupid. He knew that with every hollow's attitude, it would be next to impossible to form any semblance of a working society. But, with him going to destroy the Shinigami, he might as well take their territory for Hueco Mundo as well, so it would be mutually beneficial if he did something like that. And, lying and saying he wouldn't fulfill it, well, Naruto just called that his punishment for attacking him in the first place. In some twisted way, Fuermo's dream may become true, he just never would see it come to fruition or know that it would. No one would ever remember Fuermo's the Ajuches, who had had a great wrongdoing done against him by the Shinigami, and who had a big dream, in such an unforgiving world. He had never left his mark on the world, like he wished he would. Naruto, on the other hand, well, his time was just beginning. The small Ajuches that was currently trudging through the sand away from his dead former friend, trying to avoid an entire kingdom that was after him. His bad mood from the confrontation with Fuermo's had subsided, yet he knew he couldn't smile yet. Las Noches was a gargantuan palace, and it would still be a long way before he could reach the front gate of the Great Palace. The infrastructure wasn't difficult to navigate though. The Las Noches army, and many other high-level hollows that had fallen into Baragon's favor resided in large, asymmetrical buildings dotted throughout the landscape. As long as he avoided those, there were only a few outposts and some other settlements within Las Noches. The Hueco Mundo moon loomed above his head, and he thought about how much he missed it during his 3 years in prison. It instilled a peculiar restless reaction in him, but more importantly, it could be used as a guide. The moon always faced north of the palace, and going by that it would mean that the front gate was in the directly opposite direction of the moon. The hollow actually started to get a little bored, as when he walked through the sand, he ran into no outposts or guards that would have tried to capture him. Rather, he just walked along for hours on end at the same speed, looking at the strange architecture within the palace. Naruto for one wasn't a fan of monotony, and one could blatantly knew how he felt about it when he slashed through a pile of rubble in frustration. He could see the front part of Las Noches in front of him, but previous experience with Las Noches and the tiny-looking objects in the distance told him that his sense of distance was being thrown off again, and it would take him hours to actually get there. He looked at the small objects, and if he had to take a guess, there were likely a few settlements of Las Noches hollows living there. The objects became larger as Naruto bounded throughout the palace, and before long Naruto could see that they were in fact settlements. Towns for the non-combat hollows in Las Noches. Well, as non-combat as you can get in this place, Naruto mused. He had a sneaking suspicion that every hollow that existed in this place was forced to fight for the palace. They lived in Hueco Mundo after all, and this was no place for pacifism. Baragon had to get to the top somehow. Naruto grinned viciously, and wondered how much chaos was in the kingdom on a daily basis. What a rotten king, he said out loud. He chuckled to himself, before his stance went rigid. The smile was wiped off his face as he thought he saw a shadow out of the corner of his eye. It was to his right, in a small tower that jutted out of the sand about 40 feet away. He subtly looked at the tower, before a slight smirk appeared on his face. The shadow appeared again, apparently believing it was being sneaky enough to remain hidden from his view. Not stealthy enough, he thought, as he opened his mouth slightly to form a zero. It was better to take him out now before it attacked him. Grag, came a voice from the tower as Naruto released the zero from his mouth. The orange light completely engulfed the small structure, and when it was visible again, most of the limestone was completely unharmed, but as Naruto looked into the tower, he saw a heavily charred figure leaned up against the wall of the second floor. It twitched for a moment, before it went completely still, a brutalized black figure against the untarnished stone. Naruto ignored the body, opting not to take a dietary break, and just continued trudging through the white sand, evil eyes scanning for an enemy onslaught. A guard, and an outpost. They don't look much different than any other building in the landscape, they have almost the same architecture, only the outpost was a lot more narrow. If I'm not careful here, I could receive a zero in the head before I could even react. The town was beginning to sneak up on him as he walked up a small hill. The limestone buildings were becoming slightly more pronounced than just little dots upon the epic landscape. But as he got closer to town, Naruto realized that there would likely be more guards in a congregated area. The settlement was just at the bottom of this hill, and Naruto could hear the various sounds that permeated the area. There was muffled shouting, a strange whirring noise, and a big bang. Naruto grinned. The grisly sounds of battle and death always brought a smile to his face. He felt a strong headwind come from the north, and it made his spikes stand on end. He shook himself warm, and was just about to walk by the settlement when a good-sized piece of parchment smacked him right in the face. The fierce Hollow grunted in annoyance, his claws darting up to his face to grasp the piece of paper from his mask. "Huh?" he asked out loud while studying the dirty piece of parchment. What was drawn in black ink on the top half of the paper looked something like a crude caricature of him, complete with an elongated mask, larger claws, and a goofy, out-of-place look on the drawing's face. The bottom half of the paper said, "Wanted. For crimes against the almighty god King Baragan Luzenbarn-sama. Either alert nearby guards or engage if found." There was something about a reward there as well, along with a required prayer to Baragan. Naruto hissed at the poster. How did Baragan manage to get this out so fast? He screamed in frustration as he ripped up the paper, before shoving it into his mouth, making muffled noises as he ate. There came another bang from the settlements, and as Naruto looked down towards it, he locked eyes with a small hollow that was standing near a crude hut on the outskirts of the village. The Ajuchas glared forcefully at the hollow as its eyes widened profusely. It shook in its step, and began sweating profusely as it slowly backed away from Naruto. "It's the mask remover. It's the mask remover," it shrieked as it hurried back into the main part of the village. Naruto groaned in frustration, and just as he was backing away from the now hostile village, he heard hundreds of fierce roars come from within its interior. But, as he backed away from the settlement, he saw several humanoid shadows come in front of his. Naruto stood on his hind legs, and pivoted 180 degrees. In a fluid motion, he slit the throat of the ambushing hollow, a soldier from the look of the insignia on its torso. He hopped in the air, and sharply kicked the dying hollow onto one of its fellows. He pounced on that one as well, planting his feet on the disoriented guard's shoulders. The guard attempted to slice him to bits, but he stumbled because of his off-center gravity. The guard made a choking noise as Naruto placed his paws on the soldier's neck, then turned into a scream when Naruto tore the poor hollow's head clean off. The muscle and sinew was no match for Naruto's strength, and it tore off easily, gushing a mountain of blood and tissue when it did. Naruto vaguely heard another soldier shout something at him, but Naruto jumped off the body just as the offended guard fired his zero at Naruto. The only thing it ended up hitting was the corpse of the hollow Naruto had just killed. Naruto's ears twitched when there came a small rumbling coming from the village behind him. It sounded kind of like footsteps, and maybe some galloping. And there were hundreds of them. "Oh sure," Naruto thought. "That hollow has already rounded up a posse." Naruto turned to run away, after he saw the group coming after him. Hundreds of hollows, normal ones, Ajuchas, and even a few Jillian were slowly making their way outside of the settlement. "Humph," he grunted. One of the guards, a restless young Ajuchas with an animal skull for a mask, had managed to get in front of him and land a fierce hit in his stomach with the spikes that he had for hands. He had purposely gone for a non-fatal spot, so that the encounter would not kill him, but only cripple him instead. With his wounded stomach, the fox hollow almost crumpled to the ground on one leg, but used his other to support himself and keep upright. He stood up for a second, preparing to fight again, when he was hit from behind by some blunt force. One of the hollows in the posse had used a projectile attack to hit him squarely in the mask. Naruto saw bright colors, as well as a very large outpost about 100 feet behind the score of guards. How could have he been so stupid to miss it? He didn't have time to dwell on it for long, as a few of the Ajucha's guards began to gang up on him, punching and kicking until there was a barely conscious Naruto lying in the middle of a small crater. The Ajucha's guards stopped suddenly, laughing and jeering down at their prize. They were going to get Baragan-sama's reward for capturing the fugitive. The bleary Naruto looked up at his captors. His world was spinning, and in mind he saw hundreds of them, all the same, looking down on him with those contemptuous glares of theirs. He opened his mouth to say something snarky, but all that came out was some choking and gargling noises. The last thing he saw before he blacked out were some iron shackles. When Naruto awoke, the first thing that bothered him was the lack of the Hueco Mundo crescent moon. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, nor did he know the place where he had been taken. The look of the architecture was a clear giveaway that he was in fact still in Las Noches, but other than that he didn't know his position. It was a very large room, colored both light blue and turquoise. In front of him, there was a large, ornate doorway that led out to a long hall. And 2 guards were flanking the doorway, looking at him smugly. He didn't want to stay here, but he knew that if he tried to leave he would have to engage those guards, causing a ruckus and probably more guards to come. There were no windows, though some artificial light was filtering in through the wide doorway. As Naruto put his feet on the tiled floor, he noticed he was sitting at a long, turquoise table, with tall, narrow chairs that had to have some level of importance. There were 4 big chairs on each side of the table, and 2 chairs at the foot of the table, one of which he was sitting in, his quadrupedal appearance making it quite uncomfortable to sit in the chair. He looked directly forward at the head of the table, only to see the 11th chair completely turned around. Naruto wrapped his front paws on the surface of the table. Despite its grand size, the room he was in was surprisingly sparse. There was nothing inside this room besides the long table, and there were no decorations or furnishings on it. The room was completely silent for a moment as Naruto stopped wrapping his claws against the table, but soon after there came a noise from the opposite side of the room, like someone or something clearing their throat. "I was wondering when they would capture you, boy, and look at that. My soldiers managed to locate you in such a short amount of time. I'll have to give them a little reward for all their hard work," came a voice from the head of the table. "I've got it. Now, I'll only make the guards who captured you pray to me 18 times a day. They have proven their worth, and as a reward, my divine image is now slightly closer to their comprehension." Naruto heard an arrogant laughter come from the head. "And then, there's you, boy. The one Ajuchas who had caused me much humiliation and rage after your little episode in the arena. You should count yourself lucky as well. Under normal circumstances, I would have sent you out to the slaves' camp for you to be tortured and work for the rest of your miserable life. But no, you have caused my greatest tradition such a humiliation that you need to be dealt with in a more special way." The massive head chair turned, and Naruto watched stonily as Baragon came into view, a skeletal grin upon his face. Naruto sneered. "Your arena wasn't exactly the most secure thing in the world. Any moron could have broken out of it," lied Naruto, remembering just how difficult it was and how lucky he had been to break out. Baragon never lost his grin. "Tell me something, boy, do you know what this palace is made out of?" asked Baragon. The random question took Naruto for surprise, and when he shook his head, Baragon grinned wider. "You seem to think that's it made of marble, but that's certainly not the case. You see, the parts of this palace other than the sand is made up of one thing. Hollow bones." Naruto's eyes widened. "You get it now. Every portion of this palace is made from the bony remains of all my slaves, enemies, and armies that I have captured. I like to keep my enemies close to me, see, and so I have grafted all of them into my living space so I remember all the crimes that have been done against my godliness." Naruto laughed. "You're a rotten king," he repeated. Baragon leaned forward slightly. "You have no right to say that after what you pulled in the arena. All you did was be exceedingly cruel to my vassals. And let's not forget that ridiculous dream of yours," he shot back, trying to get an edge on Naruto. "I remember you telling me it when you were here groveling with that group of hollows. That was the reason you wanted to join my army, because you thought that if you were a part of it, you'd have a better chance of destroying the Shinigami. But now, all of your comrades are dead, and you sit before me captured, ready to face your death. Tell me, how do you plan on achieving that goal now?" Baragon expected a negative reaction, anger most likely, but was very surprised to see Naruto fold his hands across the table pensively, smiling slightly as he did. His breathing slowed, and Baragon's smile fell from his skeletal face. Naruto tapped the table several times with his sharp claws, creating a quiet musical beat with his fingers. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the guards in front of him, as well as noticing several behind them outside in the hall. He sighed, and finally spoke. "It means nothing. So what if my comrades are all dead? They were weak, falling under the hypnotic spell of Fuermos. I could never truly call those hollows my comrades. And Fuermos himself, well, he betrayed me shortly after we left the arena, so he ceased being my comrade the second he attacked me from behind. As for my dream?" Naruto faltered for a second, before it said it with renewed confidence. "You won't stop it. I'll escape from this place, and do it alone if I have to. The Shinigami and Konoha will be destroyed, no matter what the cost." Baragon rose to his feet, sarcastic laughter bursting forth from his lungs. "Like you'd be able to do it alone. There are many hollows out there who resent the Shinigami, and dedicate their whole lives to seeing them destroyed. But your dream is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my long existence." The God King pointed at Naruto. "Listen, this Konoha place, do you really believe you'll be able to destroy it alone? Even if you became a Vasto Lord, that wouldn't happen. There's at least one Shinigami guarding every major human town in existence, and even if you're able to kill that one, Siriidii will be on your ass with backup before you're able to destroy it fully. The only way you'd be able to destroy it is if you're a king, and you use your military power to sweep the place in a matter of minutes. Naruto was about to say something, but Baragon cut him off. And what's more, there have been kings that wanted to do something similar to that. Ones that want to rule Hueco Mundo, and then launch their armies on Soul Society. But, their plans never get past the first step. Do you know why? Asked Baragon rhetorically. No, said Naruto warily. It's because they get too wrapped up in their own greed. They become obsessed with taking more and more territory here in Hueco Mundo, that the fools never even launch their planned invasion of Soul Society before they get taken down. So what? I won't be like them, roared Naruto. Baragon shook his head. You're a fool to not realize it beforehand. You ain't. I'll show you what happens to dreamers within Hueco Mundo. With that statement, Baragon reached inside his robe and pulled out a long, thin yet sharp battle-axe that the king had been hiding before. Gran Kata. This will be your executioner's blade, and it's one that had rid the world of many lofty dreamers such as yourself. I won't even need my Respira for an Ajuchas like you. Naruto rose to his feet quick as a flash, readying himself for a fight. I wonder if I can get my covers off on him. Or maybe I can use another Ryatsu-based attack to get him on defense. Either way, this isn't going to be an easy fight. Baragon pointed his axe to ground, preparing to initiate the fight. Baragon grunted as he used Sonido. He's fast? He thought as he looked over to his left and saw Baragon flash into existence. Baragon reared back severely, thrusting his axe out to the side in preparation for an attack. See, can't block? Naruto thought desperately. The king delivered with the axe, barreling it through Naruto's midsection and giving the young hollow a nasty slash. Naruto gurgled up blood, and attempted to retaliate, but Baragon wouldn't give him the chance. Using his pointed boot, Baragon sharply kicked Naruto back into the left side of the wall, leaving an enormous crater with Naruto hunched over in the middle of it. Little pieces of wall crumbled over Naruto's head, adding more injuries to his already injured body. He heard the rough pitter-patter of Baragon's boot, and through blurry vision, vaguely saw the king approaching him. He hoisted himself to his feet, though he was struggling and was barely able to move from that point on. Look at that. You have such big dreams, yet you are so weak. Someone such as you could never hope to destroy the Shinigami. You're just a normal Ajuchas, destined to be eventually eaten, and not one who will evolve into Vasto Lord status. I am going to become a K-King. I will achieve my D-dream, and also make a K-Kingdom, far greater than yours could ever hope to be. He wheezed, and although he was beaten and stuttering, he said the statement with pride, and with absolute certainty in his success. Baragon made a breathing noise, and the two were silent for a moment, until Baragon raised his foot and roughly kicked Naruto straight in the head with it. Naruto cried out in extreme pain, before hitting his head against the wall and falling unconscious. Baragon swung back his axe again. Bang! The Hollow King stepped away from his axe, which was embedded in the marble directly above Naruto's head. The cogs were turning inside the old Hollow's head, thinking of Naruto's previous words and the meaning behind them. He said he was going to be a king, with a kingdom far greater than his own. And, he will achieve his dream that way. But, the real kicker was the way that this young Hollow seemed to be challenging him. His guards were rushing up to him, questioning why he wasn't killing the little fox Hollow, and also proposing to do it themselves. Quiet, you ants. I'm thinking, he roared, and the two Hollows stood as still as a statue, their postures shaking and their faces sweating. One of them was slightly relaxed, so he was slapped into shape by his partner. Baragon forgot the humiliation this fox had wrought on him in the arena, and focused only on what he had said earlier. If this kid became a king, imagine the threat he might pose to his kingdom. That, in essence, was a good thing to Baragon. The other rulers around Hueco Mundo had been surprisingly reserved lately, and his kingdom hasn't participated in a battle in almost 40 years. God's mercy will let you go free this time, Fox. Just try to create a kingdom as good as mine, and we'll see how far you get in this little game. I'll accept that challenge, and if you somehow do manage to create your own kingdom, then I will personally crush it right then and there. In a glorious battle of death, destruction, and depravity. My status as a god will increase yet again, as will my territory due to dreaming fools like yourself. Baragon whispered to the unconscious Naruto, so only he was able to hear it. Hey, you ants over there, he spoke up to his guards. This little piece of trash isn't worth killing. Carry him outside the palace and throw him in the sand like the garbage that he is. But, don't kill him, understand? I want him to live every day of his life knowing that he was shown mercy by God. Baragon ordered. The guards saluted forcefully at exactly the same time, walking over to the crater, and none too gently hoisted the unconscious Naruto into the air. The two waddled out of the room with their cargo, trying to mentally prepare for the long journey to the gate that awaited them. Baragon grinned sinisterly as they left. I'll meet you again on the top of the world, kid. That is the exact time when you will die. It took the two guards nearly 2 days to reach the front gate of Las Noches. And that was with their quicker-than-human speed. Even the foyer near the main gate took almost an hour to traverse, but after that, the landscape gave way from the strange architecture to quartz trees. As soon as that happened, the two guards swung the unconscious, wounded body of Naruto, and tossed him into the sand outside of Las Noches. He landed sprawled out on the ground next to a tree, his arms and legs spreading far apart from each other. The two guards wiped their hands clean, as if they were trying to rid themselves of Naruto's presence. One of them, a more intelligent-looking Hollow, spoke to the unconscious Hollow. You have been saved by the mercy of God, little Hollow. Don't say it was luck that got you out of this alive. You will have to spend the rest of your life dwelling on the fact that you are now indebted to His Highness. The less intelligent Hollow jeered, offering to take his own barb at Naruto. And don't expect to be given mercy twice. If we ever see yo ugly mug round here again, now even His Highness's grace will save you that time. Keep Tad in mind. The two Hollows laughed uproariously one last time, before turning to head back into Las Noches. Naruto was left alone in the sand, friendless, wounded, and trapped in a cold, cruel world. Chapter 13, La Ley Suprema. In life, if you asked Hatake Kakashi what he thought the afterlife was, Soul Society would be the furthest answer from his mind. The silver-haired man never really thought about what the afterlife was before, but as soon as he was on the ground dying, he was forced to think about what would happen after he passed on. He was not expecting a young man in a black robe, barely 17 years old, to appear before his spirit and use a sword to send him to the afterlife. What was his name again? Masaru? Whatever the case, that Shinigami kid had sent him to Soul Society, which turned out to be nothing like the paradise written down in all the religious texts. The man had spent little time in Rukongai though, as he quickly figured out that he become hungry, a trait that should not exist within the Soul Society. A local Shinigami visiting his home district explained to him that hunger was a sign of a strong Ryatsu, and that those who possessed it had the potential to become a Shinigami. The Seriidii opened up a whole new world for the former ninja. The brief crash course given to him by Masaru was nowhere near enough to give him a broad understanding of the world, but as he applied to enroll in the Shinigami Academy, that all changed. He finished up the Shinigami Academy in 2 years, being a natural genius to this field of work just like when he was alive. He learned many different things, all about the Hollows, the swords of the Shinigami that were called Zanpakuto, and of Soul Society itself. He was entered into the always prestigious Godai 13 immediately after he graduated, into the 5th Division. It was fitting of course, Shinigami in the 5th Division were always known for their use in Kido, and Kakashi had taken to Kido like he had to ninjutsu. He got his first taste of a Hollow soon after, and quite frankly it had disgusted him. Those beasts used everything at their disposal to get their food, and Kakashi was left with a nasty scar as a reminder of his first battle in the afterlife. He unlocked his Shurikai in record time, and because of that, rose straight up to the 8th seat of his division within 6 months of being a part of the Godai 13. Being a seated officer was a whole new experience for him, as now he had the chance to interact with the higher ranks whom he had never interacted with before. And one of those individuals came as a great shock to him. Flashback. Kakashi, questioned a voice, its tone sounding slightly surprised. It was Kakashi's first day of being the 8th seat, and he already had to deal with more responsibilities and duties. He was on his way back from the 5th Division's office, where he had just finished up organizing documents that the captain had assigned him to. Kakashi was confused at the sudden voice, and as he turned around to address its owner, his breath hitched in his throat, and he struggled to form a coherent sentence to say to this particular individual. Even standing in the same Shinigami robes as everyone else, the shock of spiky blonde hair instantly gave this man away. Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure, had become a Shinigami. His gaze mirrored Kakashi's shocked glance, though there was a little bit of happiness in it. Sensei. Kakashi stuttered. The silver-haired man's emotions were a whirlwind of change. Ever since his death, he had earnestly hoped that his old comrades and dead loved ones would be somewhere in Soul Society, and he had hoped to reunite with at least one of them at all costs. But, due to the vast expanse of Soul Society, he didn't believe that he would ever run into one this soon, or that there would be any that would have become Shinigami. Kakashi's breathing quickened, and it increased even more when Minato his old student into a one-armed hug, signifying that he was indeed real. Sensei, you're a Shinigami as well? He asked. He returned the hug with his own, cementing the bond that the two men once had. Minato released Kakashi, smiled at him from arm's length away. Yeah, been here ever since I died 19 years. The Shinigami saw great potential in me, and I completed my time in the academy in just 1 year. I've been the third seat in this division for the past 5 years. I've never been so thrilled to be working as a seated officer for this division. But, enough about me, I'll have to tell the others that you're a Shinigami too. Kakashi held his hands up in front of him, in a representative gesture that this was too much for him to take at one time. Wait, there are others from Konoha here. Minato laughed. Oh yeah. Everyone's here. Tsunade, Jiraiya-sensei, the old man, Rin. We're all a tightly knit group here in the Siriidii. I figured that you would become a Shinigami as well, and Rin has been patiently waiting for your arrival in Soul Society. End flashback. Kakashi smiled as he remembered that day, as it had been one of the happiest moments in his life. His old comrades, all Shinigami, and fairly talented ones at that. Immediately after they had finished their work that day, Minato had immediately taken him to see the rest of his comrades in life, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that there were quite a few of them. His old sensei explained to him that because they were former shinobi, and had at least some experience when using a type of spiritual energy, that they were much more likely to become Shinigami than a normal human. To his fear, however, none of his younger comrades were present in the group. That meant one of two things, either that they were still alive, which is what he hoped, or that they were killed along with Konoha's fall, and they had just never reunited with them. He had made his concerns known to his old sensei, but the man just laughed it off. Kakashi sighed. He was confident that his son was still alive, maybe even leading Konoha as the next Hokage. He didn't know, none of them haven't been back to Konoha in about a year, even though they knew it was back on its feet again. He had reintroduced him to all the comrades he hadn't seen in years, and how they were all faring since their deaths. His old teammate Rin was there, and she was first person he visited. She died at the tender age of 18, but despite having a relatively short period of time under her belt landed at the 4th seat of the 3rd division. 2 of the 3 Sannin were here as well, and thankfully it was the 2 that were actually decent, sometimes, people. Jiraiya finished the academy in 2 years, and was just recently promoted to the 7th seat of the 9th division. Tsunade was well noted for her prowess in the medical field, and was drafted as the 6th seat in the 4th division. The Sandaime was placed in the most prestigious division of all, and quickly fell under Yamamoto's favor to become the 4th seat in the 1st division. Lastly, there was Uzumaki Kushina, who formed probably the best husband and wife team in all of Siriidii. She rose to the 3rd seat in the 3rd division, being of the same rank as her husband. Kakashi smiled. Times were good. He was supposed to meet up with all his comrades again soon, as they had formed their own Shinigami association, but first he was supposed to meet his sensei professionally right now. He opened the sliding door to the 5th Division's barracks, knowing that this was where sensei was supposed to meet him. Kakashi suppressed a laugh as he entered. Minato was sitting at a desk with a giant stack of papers in front of him and an annoyed look on his face. Even in death, it seemed that a Hokage could never defeat his sworn enemy, paperwork. Minato's face brightened when he heard Kakashi enter the room, eager to get away from all the paperwork. Kakashi greeted him warmly, like he did on a regular basis, and Minato stood up from his chair to address him. Good afternoon, sensei? Good afternoon to you as well, Kakashi. I have good news for you. Hirako Fukatechu has presented that to the Central 46, and we both have an appointment with them that he's personally going to accompany us to, Minato said, a wide, giddy grin showing itself on his face. Kakashi's eyes widened substantially, before he smiled his patented eye smile. They've really considered it. I knew the captain would never let us down. If we can get the Central 46 to agree to this, imagine what good will be done in the future. This could mean a turning point for both the human world and the Siriidii. Kakashi exclaimed. Minato fluidly agreed with him, but his face took on a more serious glance. The appointment is tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. We need to be dressed in our finest robes, and give a speech so great that they'll be unable to refuse. We only have one shot at this, Kakashi. The Central 46 won't accept the same thing twice. Kakashi nodded, his old professional instincts rapidly kicking in. Hirako Fukatechu will be alerted of the time they want us there via Hell Butterfly. We must be in the vicinity so that he may find us, said Minato, as he glanced at 2 unranked Shinigami pass him by, likely being done with work for the day. Kakashi left the barracks that day nervous, pleading for the Central 46 to open their hearts and accept their new proposal. Hirako Shinji was a young Shinigami, who was never known to be one who listened to authority. That being said, even he couldn't deny that the Central 46 was the supreme law of the land. If there was anything to be done in Soul Society, it was most likely the work of that infallible court system. So, when those 2 subordinates of his brought to him that crazy proposal of theirs, Shinji knew that the only way that was ever going to pass was if the Central 46 took action on it. Even the Sotaishu couldn't pass a ruling like that. He had to admit though, it wasn't a bad idea. It would be a shame for it not to pass, in order to ensure future members of the Godii 13. But Shinji knew it wouldn't be that easy. The Central 46 was made up of stubborn old fools, proud of the stagnant old ways of the Siriidii, and unwilling to listen to anything that might change those things. People often said the Central 46 was judicial, but Shinji didn't see that honestly. Once a person is accused of a crime, the Central 46 judges them with such bias and harshness that there has never been a not guilty ruling in the history of the entire establishment. Thank God they weren't that harsh when it came to passing a law. Which, by the way, the Central 46 shouldn't even be doing in the first place, considering that they're not supposed to be a legislative body. But, if that's the way it had to be, then so be it. 2 o'clock, the hell butterfly signaling their summons should have been here by now. Shinji walked over to his desk and sat down quietly. He wished he could be listening to some of that fancy new music that was popular in the real world right now. What's the name of that new music again? I think it's called Baroque or something, muttered Shinji absent-mindedly. He rubbed the back of his head, and didn't even notice the hell butterfly fly right into his window. He whooped and fell out of his chair violently, when he opened his eyes and saw the pitch-black butterfly inches away from his face. The vice-captain groaned forcefully, as he struggled to his feet to catch the flying insect. Blah, 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 thought Shinji, as the hell butterfly broadcasting their appointment, and how they should be honored to be in the Central 46's presence. He didn't have to go far to find Minato and Kakashi, as they already anticipated this, and were already waiting for the news in the next room over, waiting to meet the supreme law of the land. The underground compound of the Central 46 highly emphasized the near-paranoid approach the system had for restriction. The top portion of the building was above ground, surrounded by a large moat with only one key entrance into the compound. But, the surface portion held next to nothing than the foyer. The judges and wise men even live underground, going to work every day at their assembly hall. It's unknown when the last time they saw the light of day was. Shinji had picked up the 2 former shinobi, guiding them through the gates of the restricted area into the main living quarters of the judges. Even he was nervous, as it was usually the captains who interacted with the Central 46, and here he was, a vice-captain, taking over all the work. Shinji led the charge into the assembly, vice-captain's badge gleaming proudly across his right arm to be displayed to anyone who crossed his path. He wasn't the only one who dressed for the occasion. Both Minato and Kakashi had dressed in their finest uniforms, and had managed to do something about their unruly hair. Kakashi also lost the face mask, and it was the first time Shinji had ever seen his face. The light dimmed as the 3 made their way underground, and when they finally entered the main assembly hall, they saw the 46 silhouettes vastly veiled by darkness. It was as if they were unknown deities sent to Earth to judge, and could never reveal their faces to anyone as it would be too much for mortals to handle. Sit! Boomed a voice from the highest portion of the hall, a vast echo making it seem much more intimidating than it actually was. The 3 Shinigami obeyed respectfully, bowing to their superiors as they took a seat at the benches on the lowest level of the floor. The 46 men and women surrounded them from all sides, making it feel like they were being judged instead of proposing a law. This was it, thought Kakashi. These people hold supreme power over all of Soul Society. This one branch, oligarchical system was the only way to get something passed as a law. This political entity could make or break laws, without anything to balance out its power. There came a shuffling of papers directly ahead of the trio, where the 6 wise men had taken proceeding over the entire appointment. We've all read the proposal for this law, but I think you should explain in full detail why you believe that we should pass this. What you're suggesting could cost quite a lot of manpower to keep going, in addition to all the advanced technology cost. Minato was fully prepared for something like that to happen, giving a speech despite the paper explaining the entire proposal. He stood up from his seat, taking more initiative to talk than Kakashi. The reasoning behind it is simple. You may not know this, but Kakashi and myself are from that village that is mentioned in the paper. And, we're not the only ones who came from there. Ever since our continent has been advancing, more and more former shinobi have been admitted into the Shinigami ranks. Minato paused in his speech for a moment, and he heard some slight murmuring coming from the group of judges. What's your point? Asked the same wise man who spoke to them before. I'm inclined to believe that former shinobi are much more inclined to have suitable Ryuryoku to become Shinigami than normal humans. If you don't believe me, every one of us in our association have become seated officers in the span of about 20 years. However, ever since the Hollows have discovered our little continent, due to our superior genetics, our village will become much more likely to become subject to Hollow attack. We've managed to avoid this before because of our relative anonymity, but I've recently heard of a Hollow attack 3 years ago that killed 12 humans and 2 Shinigami. More murmuring. What we're proposing is more protection for the village of Konohagakure no Sato. Despite our deaths, the will of fire still burns within us strong, and we will not allow our beloved village to be destroyed at the hands of hollows. We request that more Shinigami be sent on standby to the village, and protected at all costs to ensure its survival and future members of the Godai 13. You do realize that you want us to give unequal treatment to the humans, and place Shinigami in your village when they could be off somewhere else protecting another city or village. This sentence threw the 3 Shinigami for a slight loop. They didn't expect the Central 46 to say something like that, but it could be easily remedied. We're not that selfish. We want our village to be safe, but we don't want to deprive other people of protection if it means that our village will be safe. If we didn't know that more Shinigami would be coming out of Konoha, we wouldn't have proposed this idea in the first place. Minato raised his voice. There came a slight humming noise from the desks of the judges. If what you say is true, then that single soul killed by a hollow could have been a captain. But, we're not going to pass this law just yet. We'll need firm proof on your theory before we take action on this. You must show us that there really is a higher chance of becoming a Shinigami if one was a shinobi in life. Unfortunately, ever since a certain incident, we cannot use our scientific institute for this. We will send word to the 4th Division via Hell Butterfly to run some tests on your association. A firm bubble of happiness rose in Minato and Kakashi's stomachs, and both smiled brightly at the judges. Shinji, on the other hand, just sat there quietly at the desk, casually watching the proceeding without making any judgment on it. But, as soon as the court made that ruling, the vice-captain stood up from the desk, and with a quick bow to his superiors, walked out the door without a second thought. If there was one person Minato thought would be waiting for him outside the Central 46 compound, it would have to be his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. So, even though he half expected her to be sitting on the side of the wall patiently, he still embraced her warmly as if he would have never thought of that at all. Since the two had died together, the couple was fortunate enough to receive their konso at the same time, as well as live their afterlife together. But the days that went by missing their son grow up were painful indeed. Kushina herself never seemed to get over that they would likely be separated forever, and when Minato told her of his theory, her face brightened like he had never seen before, knowing that when Naruto became a Shinigami they would finally be reunited. Minato smiled softly at that. That's right, when he got here. His son would come to Soul Society eventually, and when he did, both he and Kushina had faith that he would be the finest Shinigami they had ever seen. Kushina, the blonde-haired man cried as he hugged her warmly. Even in death, Uzumaki Kushina looked as if she had barely changed. She was clad in the standard black Shinigami attire that everyone wore, though unlike many others, looked as if she hadn't aged a day since her death. Her ridiculous long red hair still went all the way past her knees, and she left it long and visible, even though she tied it into a super long ponytail before combat. The woman laughed, knowing that such a warm embrace meant good news. Before Minato released her, she grabbed his collar and pulled the surprised Minato in for a long, chaste kiss. Minato didn't fight back, suddenly preferring the behavior. So, tell me the good news, she said eagerly when the married couple finally pulled away from each other. Minato grinned at her casually. The Central 46 has opened up to our proposal far easier than we expected. The only thing we have to do is prove that former shinobi have a greater Ryuryoku than normal people. They've sent a Hell Butterfly out to the 4th Division to run some tests on the members of our association. Kushina's smile dampened slightly at those words, but she couldn't deny that things were invariably working in their favor. The others are waiting to hear about this big proposal that you and Kakashi have covered up. You promised them that you'd tell them as soon as you were done with your meeting. Are you going to tell them that they have to go through a bunch of medical tests as well? She said, some sternness entering her voice. Minato waved his hands in front of his face. Don't worry, I'll tell them. I wanted this to be a surprise, but somehow I think that we'll all going to be doing medical testing will put a damper on that. Kushina glared at him playfully. What was your first clue? She asked sarcastically. Minato thought the group took the news surprisingly well. Before they all went and beat the shit out of him for putting medical tests on them. But, nevertheless they complied to it, as the proposal was too sweet of a deal for them to pass up. Ever since they had died, every single one of them had to put up with thinking whether or not the village was safe. It was an aggravating experience, to say the least, but now they wouldn't have to put up with that anymore. Of course, now here they were outside in the 4th Division's waiting room, all of them sending a death glare over in his direction. Kushina was the only one to not finish being tested, and all the others had marks to prove that they were already done. Minato laughed nervously, which in turn caused the atmosphere to become even more tense. The man got up out of his chair, before walking away from the tense atmosphere to go watch the 4th Division Shinigami finish up their work. He touched a portion of his arm, feeling a slight stinging course through it. That was where the doctors had taken a Ryatsu sample for testing, but it wasn't so simple to figure out whether they were genetically superior. He heard a slight whirring of an operation taking place, and Minato hoped it wasn't coming from his beloved wife's room. But, to his relief, the doctor was finishing up in her room. The medical specialist had just inserted an otoscope into his wife's right ear just as he had entered the room. "Looks all clear," muttered the doctor as he looked down Kushina's ear canal. Minato didn't know whether he was talking about the proposal or his wife's ear canal. But, whatever the case, the doctor always finished off with a small checkup, meaning that Kushina was almost good to go. The medical Shinigami took off his gloves once he finished with a few more things, and then turned to address Minato. "You're the one who proposed that plan, aren't you third seat Namikaze?" he asked rhetorically. "Well, right now it looks like you people do have a disposition to become Shinigami, but we'll have to run a few tests on your Ryuryoku and blood to prove it. We'll send the results to the Central 46 in about a week's time, so you should hear from them soon," the doctor explained. Both Minato and Kushina smiled brightly. "Thank you. Thank you so much," thanked Minato heartily. The doctor laughed slightly at their attitudes. No, thank you. For ensuring future members of the Godai 13. Your association deserves the high praise it gets from the higher-ups, third seat Namikaze. You have some fine Shinigami in there, that's for sure." Both Minato and Kushina left the doctor's office that day feeling brisker and happier than they had in years. 6 days later, the wise men of the Central 46 observed the results of the testing as soon as they were sent by the 4th Division. In front of them were 2 sets of papers. One was the original rough draft proposal of the law that was sent in by those at the 5th Division. The second was the final drafted law that the Central 46 spent crafting. The only necessary now was its seal of approval. Minato and Kakashi were called back to their headquarters to watch them give their final decision on the matter. The leading wise man looked over the results down to every last detail, studying the normal Shinigami's Ryuryoku sample versus the Konoha Shinigami's Ryuryoku sample. The 4th Division's report lasted around 5 pages, and they were all being passed around the table of the 6 wise men. The other 5 wise men looked at their head, who was cautiously scanning the last page with a thoughtful expression on his face. The tension in the air was stifling to the former Konoha ninja down below, and their stomachs contracted as the 6 wise men began whispering to each other in a group. The proposal of course had a hefty price. Minato realized that as he wrote it. They didn't want to sound too important, but both he and Kakashi requested that a captain be sent to Soul Society in case of an incredibly strong hollow. After a moment of silence, where even the 40 judges had turned to stare at them, the group finally broke away from each other, the head wise man clearing his throat and grabbing one of the 2 stamps that sealed the fate of a law. "By the power vested in me by all of the Siriidii, and by the power vested in me by all of the 40 judges and 6 wise men that sit here today, the supreme authority of Soul Society, the Central 46, hereby declares this law approved." To cement his point, the head wise man brought down the stamp on the document, stamping an enormous, red kanji 4 approved all over the face of the paper. Minato felt a blossom of happiness emerge inside his stomach, before he laughed disbelievingly. He sat up from his chair and went over to clap Kakashi across the back, who seemed to be in as big a daze as he was. The 46 members of the court watched them celebrate with stoic faces, deciding not to impede on their moment of happiness. The village of Konohagakure was now fully underneath the protection of the Godai 13. It took a little while for Naruto to finally rise from unconsciousness back into the real world. Somehow, he hadn't gotten attacked by a passing hollow on the lookout for a meal, and he supposed that itself was a godsend. The wounded hollow rose to his feet, feeling slightly delirious and bloated. If said hollow did in fact come by here, then he'd be in no shape to fight them off unless they were of a weak kind of hollow. Still, Naruto wondered just how he survived his encounter with Baragan. He didn't know much about the old king, but he knew enough about him to realize that Baragan wasn't one to take mercy on anyone. Naruto dizzily looked back at the great palace one last time. There was no way he was going back in there now, at least before he gained the power necessary to challenge Baragan. Thinking back, his original goal for coming to Las Noches was that he wanted to gain the capability necessary to take on the Shinigami. But now he realized he was being nothing but a naive fool. His little excursion had cost him 3 years of his life, which he could have easily spent destroying Konoha. And, thinking about it now, he had really lost sight of his dream over the past few years. Maybe it was on account of being a hollow, and needing to fulfill his natural needs? Naruto didn't know, but he realized now he didn't need an army to take down Konoha. There were likely Shinigami stationed there, but he'd likely take them now that he was in Ajuchas. Before that, they had seemed so strong that he had thought he would need help defeating, but he realized that wasn't true. He had just been a fledgling hollow then, and he had gained so much strength since then. He would go back to Konoha soon. He would defeat whatever Shinigami was stationed there, and destroy Konoha now when he couldn't before. He would no longer have to escape to here through a Garganta. But first, he needed to recuperate from his wounds, and find a suitable shelter to hide from Hueco Mundo's many predators. He cursed himself right now for not having an advanced hollow's regeneration, but he figured he would develop that later on. The Shinigami could wait. Baragon could wait. His own kingdom could wait. Now was the time to focus on Konoha, his original goal. Naruto limped off into the darkness of Hueco Mundo, thoroughly set on succeeding. Chapter 14, Valakav. The infinite expanse of Hueco Mundo was quiet, and not even a gentle breeze flowed through the merciless sands of the desert. The perpetual moon hung over the world, its light and glory acting as a guiding light. Naruto thought it looked as beautiful as ever, but maybe the delirium was making it seem that way. Naruto's bones ached every time he so much as took a single step, and several times he had to lean on one of the quartz trees for support. Too much walking, and bile and blood would rise up in his throat, and he would wheeze so strongly that he looked like a medical patient taking his last breaths at a hospital. But there were no hospitals in Hueco Mundo, nothing more than vast, untamed wild. An injured hollow could be wiped out in seconds, as the hollows who lived here never gave a damn what their condition was like. The white sand crunched beneath his feet, and Naruto was looking down at his legs. He noticed that the deep crimson armor that covered his entire person had changed to little more than a dull red. The bony material looked blotchy as well, as if he had bled underneath the armor. He heard the roar of a distant hollow, and noted that Hueco Mundo had an exceptionally sparse population today. Maybe it was because he was around Las Noches, a place that most hollows tended to avoid. He wasn't out of the woods yet, as around a vast circumference of Las Noches there stood several outposts and underground bunkers, their marble pieces looking like little more than ruins left on the landscape, instead of districts separate from the main body of Las Noches. The east side of Las Noches, where the Ajuches had left, was fortunately filled with little more than run-down and abandoned outposts that had few sentries that were stationed there. The old stone bricks had fallen off their structures, and the marble of the bunker looked old and cracked. As Naruto limped through the distant reaches of Las Noches, he continuously looked over his right shoulder, cautiously checking whether anyone was following him. To both his relief and disappointment, the following never occurred whenever he was around the vicinity of Las Noches. A few weak hollows had attacked him during his trek, but even in his injured state he was able to fend them off easily. Feeding on such weak hollows at this point in his evolutionary lifestyle would grant him nothing. He found a small cave in a series of rock beds, and being a small hollow, the Ajuches was able to squeeze into the shelter to avoid the strong wind and allow his injuries to heal. The cave was mostly out of view, so he was mostly safe from attacks by other hollows. He found the softest section of dirt in the cave, and curled up into to go to sleep, despite knowing that there was no need to other than to make his wounds heal faster. Listening to the wind move the sand always did calm him, and numb the aching pain that he was currently feeling. He just lied there for over an hour, listening to it rise and fall in intensity, and never even budging from that spot, before finally drifting off into a light sleep. Hey, look at this, guys. There was a small Ajuches who thought it would just be fine to sleep out here in the middle of Hueco Mundo. I don't think it knows the dangers of resting in this place. Came an obnoxious hollow, its voice tinted with disbelieving glee. Especially since we're here. It added arrogantly. This is our lucky break, then. The chances that we would ever get to eat someone like him is slim to none. Let's eat now, before he gets up. We could all take a huge step in our evolutionary line, came another voice, as eager and gleeful as the first. For hollows, going by the stupid laughter of all of them, thought Naruto, who was easily roused from his sleep the instant they came within 50 feet of his cave. Let's eat, then. I'll deliver a fatal blow right to the mask, and then we can all dig in, said the first voice. The large, tan hollow brought down its beefy, fat fist down directly where Naruto's head was. A cloud of dust and sand rose inside the cave, and the hollow's happiness turned to confusion as all that was left after the dust cleared was a small crater where the tan hollow's fist had impacted. The first hollow roared as he felt a heavy weight latch itself onto his back, pulling him downwards with a force that he couldn't compete with. He saw the fox hollow, awake and moving like he had never been asleep, staring down at him manically as soon as he was moved into a position where he could see. Nice to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and you would really be quite the rude ones if had come here intending to disturb my sleep. But, that would be beyond such fine hollows such as yourselves, wouldn't it? Naruto asked, his face twisted into a look of pure loathing. The three hollows that surrounded him did nothing, but the one that Naruto was holding hostage was nodding his head frantically. Well, that's just dandy, knowing that you aren't the type of hollows who would do such a thing. He pushed harder on the hollow, forcing it to grunt in pain. But, it turns out I would have so much more respect for you if I hadn't known you to be liars. Naruto hissed harshly, digging his sharp claws into the flesh of the captured hollow. I find lying hollows to be among the tastiest beings I can sample. He lied, knowing that there were next to no difference in the taste. And you would have lived much longer if you hadn't thought of attacking an Ajuchas. Asleep or not, that was one of the most idiotic moves you could pull? The hollow stammered for a reply, but Naruto narrowed his eyes accusingly. He raised one of his front paws, making sure to keep the other one grabbed onto the hollow. The hollow's pitiful life flashed before its eyes as it viewed the potent black claws propel towards him at a rate he wasn't very comfortable with. It gurgled as the claws penetrated its sturdy skin, and red life fluid poured from its jugular in torrents. Naruto had gone for a clean kill this time, but that didn't make the action any less agonizing to him. The hollow's companions stared dumbly as the spectacle unfolded, but one of them found his throat slit mere seconds after his friend has died, the fox Ajuchas appearing next to him as quick as a blur. A pause, and then another thud as the corpse of the hollow fell to the ground directly after the first one. The two remaining live hollows were finally able to gather their composure, but as soon as they were prepared to launch an attack, Naruto had used his superior strength to send their heads flying clean off their body. Amazingly, the two hollows were still alive for a few seconds, their bodies falling limp to the ground, yet their heads attempting to roar in a gesture of pure horror. But, even in their last seconds of life, Naruto wouldn't let them have any reprieve, as immediately after he ripped off their heads with his claws, he began tearing into the hollows' severed heads with his teeth. Naruto enjoyed a quick meal after that, even going so far to mock his enemies after death and giggle obnoxiously as well. The brief fight had left him in a happier mood, and as he looked into the endless night ahead of him he felt the powerful urge to explore. There was something odd dotted on the landscape far, far ahead of him, but he couldn't figure out what it was. As he drew ever closer, his vision could make out more of what lay ahead of him. It looked like a giant hole from his perspective, but it wasn't until he actually reached the place that he figured out it was an enormous canyon. And what a canyon it was. Absolutely gargantuan, putting even the Grand Canyon in the human world to shame. It took Naruto's breath away, and traces of his old self found their way into his eyes. He knew that he had to explore this canyon. He looked down, seeing sharp rocks at the bottom of a steep, sharp, and dangerous cliff face. There were no apparent trails, footholds, or outlying rocks that could be used for leverage. Any fool who tried to tackle this beast would surely be in for a painful death at the bottom. At least, any fool that was human. Naruto stood on his hind legs and puffed out his chest, looking incredibly ridiculous with the drab background. He did a kooky, immature little dance, and recklessly leapt off the gorge without any hesitation. He fell for a while, calmly humming to himself as if he wasn't falling several thousand feet. As he neared the wall, his hind legs shot out from behind him, and his powerful claws dug into the rock. He saw a burrowing hollow at the bottom out of the corner of his eye, but it never resurfaced again. He also saw a strange thing? It almost looked like some kind of building, but its ruined structure seemed to deny that as the case. Naruto dropped onto the sand with a light grunt, and was able to get a closer look at the so-called building. It was red in color, and looked like a tall tower, or at least it would have if 90% of the building wasn't strewn all over the place. It looked like someone had taken an enormous blade and just slashed the tower in half, and then into even smaller segments. Naruto was mystified by the thing, his curiosity getting the better of him yet again. He dragged his quadrupedal body across the sand, eyes fixated on nothing but the red building. He stubbed his toe on something, making him curse in pain and lose his focus. Directly in front of the tower, there was a tan point rising above the landscape for about 6 inches. Naruto cautiously bent over and reached out his paw to touch the thing, rubbing his pads all over it. It was rough, and Naruto recognized the material as a type of stone brick, a stark contrast to the building that lay in front of him. Naruto felt the rough surface for a few more seconds, before forcefully retracting his paw and digging it into the sand beneath the stone object. Naruto dug around at a phenomenal rate, his claws working in perfect tandem together. Within a few minutes, Naruto had uncovered the entire thing. It hung underground at a lopsided angle, and it turned out that it laid level, it would be a completely flat surface. A wall? Naruto muttered to himself. The stone object was indeed once a part of a wall. There was only one layer of bricks, but many rows and columns that rose to a great height. He reached out to touch it again, rubbing his hands across a strange insignia that looked like 10 uniform swirls. A strange shadow entered Naruto's vision, and his instincts made him jerk around instantaneously, thoroughly prepared for any sort of fight. The shadow seemed to be coming from the interior of the red tower, but Naruto wasn't able to make out what it was. He cautiously stepped up towards the tower, his nerves shot as he entered the inside. He sensed movement for a split second, and he shot down the hallway of the tower as blinding speeds, intent on catching who was spying on him. The tower seemed to lead him underground, and he would have found it odd that this place was a massive underground complex rather than a tower. The hallways became more and more dungeon-like, extinguished torches lining the walls and dead ends becoming more common. He reached a winding set of stairs after running into about 6 dead ends, and he caught a glimpse of the shadow as he neared the end of the stairwell. It was rocking back and forth rhythmically, almost like it was luring the young Ajuchas. But, the shadow disappeared as he reached the end of the hall, but he was finally capable of seeing its owner as he entered the chamber at the end of the staircase. It was a shrouded figure, dressed in a black cloak and stood about 7 feet tall. But, the thing that Naruto noticed most was the fact that it stood upright. A Vasto Lord? Naruto assumed, and although it was likely the case, Naruto desperately hoped that he was wrong. The Vasto Lord didn't even need to turn around to notice Naruto's presence. Rather, he continued to sit there as if Naruto wasn't there, staring at the hollow mask, and then eventually at the ruined walls and the sand floor. Naruto stared dumbly as the Vasto Lord finally got up, but ignored Naruto even if he tensed up for a fight. The powerful being took a few minutes to create a small hole big enough for the mask, before casually dropping it in and giving the dead hollow a proper burial. The Vasto Lord sighed to himself. "Well, don't just stand there with that retarded look on your face, kid," he said, addressing Naruto for the first time. Naruto snapped out of his reverie at that remark. "Retarded? Who the fuck are you to say I'm retarded? You're a freaking Vasto Lord, who does nothing more than sit in the basement of an abandoned tower staring at hollow masks all day." The Vasto Lord ignored him, and to Naruto's frustration, was now staring at the ground again, his eyes half-lidded as if he were bored. Finally, he spoke. "Yeah, you're right," he admitted. The powerful hollow finally took off his cloak, revealing his true appearance for the first time. His skin coloring was a stark, clammy gray, with hideous buboes and appendages sticking out from everywhere on his body. 6 spikes were encircled around his collar, almost looking like a necklace of bones. His mask was devilish, with an angular chin and curved horns coming out of the forehead of the white porcelain. His eyes were mustard yellow, much like every other hollow in the world, yet they were sad and somber, though they were slanted with anger as well. Ugly gray hairs were poking out of the back of his mask, and they came down to form long spikes down his back. The Vasto Lord glared at the weaker hollow, and Naruto felt one of the most oppressive atmospheres he had ever experienced in his life. You could practically taste the bitterness that oozed off of the Vasto Lord. "This is my kingdom," he hissed at Naruto, who responded to that declaration with more than a little confusion. "Your kingdom?" Naruto asked. He didn't like to just sit here and chit-chat with the hollow, but it was a miracle that he hadn't been attacked yet. Maybe he could prolong this long enough for him to escape. The Vasto Lord sauntered on up to Naruto, and tightly gripped his shoulder, which prevented Naruto from escaping. "My kingdom," he repeated, staring into Naruto's eyes. The Vasto Lord released his grip after that, turning his back to Naruto. "Your kingdom?" Naruto paused. "This place is nothing more than a bunch of ruins now. Outside the tower, I saw this stone wall with a strange insignia on it. There are probably more of them underground, and you're telling me that this place is your kingdom?" Naruto asked. The Vasto Lord tensed even further. "It was my kingdom?" he whispered, though Naruto still heard it easily. A small snort of a chuckle came from Naruto, and it obvious that he was trying so hard not to laugh. On the inside, he wanted to do nothing more than burst into peals of laughter and insult and mock the Vasto Lord for the loss of his kingdom. But, he knew that this hollow was leagues ahead of him, and to laugh would be tantamount to suicide. But the Vasto Lord ignored that short little outburst. Naruto was lucky that he was a relatively patient Vasto Lord. "But, my kingdom was destroyed, by that bastard Baragon. I thought the rough terrain and deep hole would offer a suitable terrain obstacle for a hollow kingdom to exist at the bottom of this canyon, but apparently that isn't the case, as Baragon used his superior numbers to crush ours. I was the only one left alive, and I lament the loss of my kingdom every day." Naruto turned all serious for a moment. "Does Baragon enjoy destroying small kingdoms?" he asked. The Vasto Lord snorted at that. "Enjoy it? He lives for it. If the son of a bitch goes for too long without sending his army on anyone, then he becomes cranky," the Vasto Lord said. Naruto looked confused, as if he were about to inquire how he knew this. The Vasto Lord sighed. "I suppose I'll tell you my name, then. It's Valakav Almason, but I highly doubt you've ever heard of me." As if he just answered his own question, the Ajuchas in front of him shook his head. "I was once best friend and champion of Baragon, meaning that I was also second in command within Las Noches. But, as time went on, I began to see a severe problem with my leader's arrogance and ways. I was selfish, and I began to crave power, supreme power all for myself. It didn't help that I was sadistic and impulsive at the time. Eventually, I left Las Noches and Barragan behind, and started my own kingdom at the bottom of this canyon, far away from Las Noches. Naruto seemed shocked and angry about this revelation. About 3 years ago, I began to look for my successor. I saw you rise up from the underground Minos forest when I was wandering Hueco Mundo. You and that Bugajuchas were planning to go to Las Noches. You in particular? I saw a very likely candidate to be my successor, but of course there were others, but they're all dead now, and that's what I thought happened to you as well when you entered Las Noches and never came out. But, in the 3 years that you were trapped in Las Noches, everything changed. Still being the sadistic and brash hollow that I was at the time, I foolishly decided that I had the necessary manpower to attack Las Noches. I lead my army up the canyon and to the palace, but we were all crushed before we could even reach Barragan's throne room. After that incident, I had revealed myself to Barragan, and his rage knew no bounds as he took advantage of our weakness to deal a devastating blow here on the home front. I don't know why you're explaining all of this to me. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly the nicest hollow in the world, so if you're looking for sympathy you've come to the wrong place, Naruto said rudely. Valakav allowed a ghost of a grin to come upon his face. It's true. I might just be an old hollow that's begging for sympathy. There's no kingdom for you to take over anymore, and I'm not even sure you would want to do that in the first place, he said bitterly. Naruto turned away from him. Well, you just happen to be in luck. I had a little run-in with the king of Las Noches, and now it's my goal to surpass his kingdom with my own. However, even if I do create my own kingdom, I wouldn't be your successor. I'm not going to have my spirit break like yours did, nor am I going to have my kingdom collapse. By having both of those things happen to you, you're just a pathetic old Vasto Lord who isn't even deserving of my sympathy. You were better off as Barragan's champion. Valakav stared at the boy with more than a little bit of resentment, to which Naruto ignored. Besides, I have a greater goal in mind that would be wasted on the likes of you. The destruction of Konohagakure no Sato, in the elemental countries, and the complete annihilation of the Shinigami race. That is my true final goal, not some small backwater kingdom at the bottom of a canyon. Naruto turned his back on the fallen king, finally having had enough of him, and ascending the stairs. Valakav's mind went numb for a minute, before a sort of epiphany happened. Konohagakure? This kid wants to destroy the Konohagakure? He can't be talking about another village, there's only one Konohagakure in the world. Wait, kid. You can't go destroy Konoha right now. Doing that is the same thing as suicide, he yelled out to Naruto, who paused in his ascension to stare intensely at Valakav. What was that? Are you telling me that destroying Konoha is beyond my capabilities? He roared in anger. Valakav had apparently hit a very sore spot for Naruto. It was basically telling the boy that he was too weak. But the rage was short-lived, and faded to become suspicion. Come to think of it, how do you even know about Konoha in the first place? Anyone who isn't from the elemental countries should have no knowledge of it. The two were silent for a moment. Who are you? Valakav was avoiding Naruto's gaze, as if something nasty from his past had come back to haunt him. That doesn't matter, he said after a moment, making himself seem even more suspicious. All I know is that the village of Konoha has recently come underneath the protection of the Shinigami. If you attack now, you'll have to be fighting a great amount of Shinigami all by yourself. They also have the ability to call captains or vice-captains to the scene on a whim, and that's something that an Ajuchas like yourself can't fight, Valakav explained. Naruto looked conflicted after hearing those words. Should he believe the old hollow? Or was he just pulling stuff out of his ass to keep him here? That would explain all the stuttering and the obvious lying he was doing before. Fuck you, Naruto said hotly, his voice raising to a squeak and a forced, overly happy grin on his face. Wadash, said Valakav. I said fuck you, asshole. I don't have to believe your bullshit. You're a former king, and that makes you a liar by default. You're telling me that Konoha gets all this special treatment for no reason? That's downright laughable. At best there will be a few low-ranked Shinigami stationed there, whom I can easily take out with no problem. You don't understand? Said Valakav stoically. No, I do understand, Valakav. You're just trying to make me give up on my dream so you can build me up as your successor to stroke your own pathetic ego. Well, guess what, old man, I'm going to go to Konoha right now, destroy it, and prove to you that I'm fully capable. Naruto's voice cracked on the last sentence. I've been wanting to practice how to do this, anyway, said Naruto, as he opened up the Garganta and stepped into the black void. Valakav held out his hand. Wait, don't dash. See ya, Valakav. Don't die before I get back. I want to prove to you my capabilities. With a sinister laugh, the Garganta closed before Valakav could even react, leaving nothing but normal space where the void once was. Valakav sat down on the sand in frustration, his body wavering. Stupid fool. The Garganta opened high above Konoha, where even the Konoha monument could be seen at a bird's eye view. The hollow within immediately stepped out of the Garganta as soon as he saw the blue sky, eager to wreak some havoc on the denizens below. He hovered in the air for a moment, looking down on the village from his standpoint. It looked so peaceful, as if it wasn't even being affected by the war that was currently going on with IWA. Children played in the streets, vendors smiled and sold goods to their valued customers. Shinobi, genin or kage alike were treated with full respect. But most importantly, not a single one of them was unaware of the monster in the skies, ready to slit their throats at a moment's notice. Naruto stared down on the village with a hungry look in his eyes, like an evil deity preparing to rain down his judgment on the foolish mortals. He ran a paw across his mask, stroking the back of its ears to the bottom of his chin. Well, he sighed wistfully. Let's get on with it then. Chapter 15, Infallibilidad. The average citizen in Konoha did not realize that they were all being watched by a powerful, unseen force from beyond the grave. That might not necessarily be a good thing, as it means that any Shinigami who was stationed there could take whatever they wanted of how much they wanted. Such was the case for many of the more corrupt and arrogant Shinigami, who were annoyed that they had to come to this backwater village in the first place. They were elite Shinigami, they all thought, and it was above them to guard this little village from whatever weak hollows that would attack it. One of the Shinigami, a 6-foot-tall bald male who was currently stationed on the roof of the Hokage mansion, was probably the most prominent in this line of thought. He thought he was God, but in actuality he was such a pathetic loser that stating his name would be insulting to everyone who was reading this story. He currently laid in a reclined position on the shambles of the red roof, eating the food he stole from a nearby tea shop. I don't see what's so special about this place, or why we need to protect a shithole like it, he muttered, chewing the dango he had stolen directly off someone else's plate. The Shinigami laid back and put his hands behind his head. We've had nothing but weak hollows ever since we came here. Discovering this tiny little continent has been nothing but trouble. It just gives us more area that we have to protect. If I had my way, I would stop protecting the humans, and leave them to their deaths at the hands of the hollows, he said out loud, chortling piggishly at the thought of humans dying, but his expression changed dramatically when he saw a little blip of something high in the sky. What's that? He asked, cracking an eye open at the thing, which seemed to be rapidly falling towards Earth. He stumbled to his feet clumsily, drawing his Zanpakuto in response. But, the Shinigami was caught off guard when the blip of something disappeared from view in a blur. What? He asked in confusion, before an extraordinary feeling of pain had rocketed through his entire being. The wounded Shinigami's eyes widened when he saw a small Ajuchas, barely bigger than him, directly behind him, its grotesque red arm thrust through his abdomen. The dying Shinigami screamed in pain as the hollow seemed to grab hold of his innards with its sharp claws. His entire world went black as the Ajuchas ripped his innards straight out of his body, clutching a large chunk of his small intestine in his right claw. Naruto grinned in pleasure as he held the slimy, bleeding organ in his paw. He enjoyed shifting from his quadrupedal form to a more bipedal stance, if only so he could perform a move like that. Ooh, this small intestine would look nice on me, don't you think? He asked the air. Without waiting to receive an answer, he wrapped the uncoiled bit of intestine around his neck so that it looked like a hideous, bloody scarf. A makeshift human article of clothing on nothing more than a vicious, bloodthirsty monster. Naruto stood on his hind legs, striking a ridiculous pose before doing a little erratic jig on the rooftop. He was already having so much fun, and he hadn't even started on the villagers yet. He turned back to the dead Shinigami. Well, does it look good on me, sir? He paused for a moment and received no answer. Well, does it? He asked. He bent down over the dead Shinigami. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Is it because you're dead? You can't take that excuse. I need you to tell me how good your small intestine looks on me. Need I remind you that I'm giving you every opportunity to answer? So do it, or I'll kill you, again, he whined. When he received no answer, he growled and kicked the corpse of the Shinigami off the roof, and watched it plummet down to the streets below. He ripped the scarf from his neck, before throwing it down to join its master. He knew the only reason he did that was because looking around the village made him furious. In the 3 years that he had been away, the village had made a full recovery, when he knew full well they didn't deserve such a thing. Indeed, Danzu's face had been added to the only remaining space on the mountain, and there were many more buildings in the villages as they had built outwards to become something more resembling of a real capital. Those weren't the only changes, however. Every building looked a little nicer, a little cleaner, as if the entire standard of living in the village had improved while he had been away. Gone was the grubby little apartment complex where he had lived, and in its place sprung up a sophisticated hotel, which became a popular resort for ambassadors visiting the village. Naruto never saw the new building that had appeared. All he saw was his old apartment, and all the bad memories that accompanied it. More and more bad memories went into his head, a new one in place as soon as he had rid himself of the old one. It will all be over soon, Naruto thought to himself. And then I'll never have to think about this shithole ever again. His attention set itself upon the building whose roof he was currently sitting on, and the image of Danzu sitting at his desk, plotting the next use of his chakra popped into his head. The desire to rip the old man a new one blossomed in his head, but he restrained himself from carrying out that desire. The old fool must wait, for now. Later, after he witnesses his pathetic village get destroyed, without even knowing the cause. Even after reassuring himself of that fact, the Ajuchas could only barely resist going to kill Danzu first. This would be the last time he would ever see this continent, he lamented while looking at the street below. All of his affairs from after this point would exist in the afterlife, as a hollow who fought Soul Society. So, he might as well make this as fun as possible. He breathed in the fresh Konoha air, before loosely jumping down onto the street below. Ever since the institution of experimental and scientific research had mysteriously disappeared off the map, the Shinigami were forced to use other methods than the Institute's technology to locate hollows. What they did nowadays was gather the best Ryatsu sensors in the world, and place them at specific sites around the specific area. The sensors would pick up on a hollow's Ryatsu, and alert the other Shinigami via a flare. If the hollow was too strong for them to handle, they would send a hell butterfly back to Soul Society requesting backup. The system wasn't too inefficient to be honest, and with the increased security on this particular village, it meant that backup call would consist of nothing less than high-level Shinigami. And it just so turned out that the Ryatsu sensor for the Konoha sector was picking up on some hollow activity. Big hollow activity too, if the large Ryatsu was ever an indicator. Just feeling it sent his nerves on edge, and he fumbled to perform some kiddo that would alert the others of the hollow's presence. Whatever the case, he just knew that this was going to be one hell of a fight. The other 11 Shinigami froze as they saw the red beam of kiddo light up the sky. A hollow was either in the village or approaching it, a rare occurrence in its own right. But, orders from the higher-ups explained that there might be a sudden spike of hollow attacks in this area. Most of the Shinigami couldn't settle the feeling that this just might be the beginning. The Shinigami met their Ryatsu sensor at the center of the village, where he had sent off the flare. He looked unsettled at something that had occurred. Maeda. What's wrong? Asked a young, reliable-looking male Shinigami that was leading the others to their destination. Maeda didn't respond to him. Instead he gradually rose a shaky hand and pointed down at the streets below. The Shinigami tensely turned around to look where Maeda was pointing, and noticed a small fox hollow lumbering through the streets of Konoha. It seemed to be contemplating what was to be attacked first. It didn't look that threatening by hollow standards, but the Shinigami could see several key traits that gave away what it was. Ajuchas, said Maeda fearfully. As soon as they heard that word and looked upon the beast stalking the streets below them, all breath hitched in their throat. 10 of the Shinigami seemed to be struggling for words, though the leader seemed to be transfixed at the Ajuchas. What do we do, Kuroki? Asked Maeda. Kuroki snapped his head back into place, going serious in less than a second. Sasaki, call for backup immediately and get a captain or vice-captain out here. This is something that is out of our league. He ordered, appearing frustrated when Sasaki paused to respond to him. Go, Sasaki. Quit dawdling and send a hell butterfly to Soul Society, right now, he bellowed. What do we do in the meantime, Kuroki? Asked a female Shinigami somewhere behind him. Kuroki stared intensely at the Ajuchas below, wanted nothing more than to flee the scene and watch their superior deal with things. But, inwardly, he knew that he couldn't do that. Not as long as that Ajuchas was sauntering down, putting lives at risk. We will engage the target. Naruto just didn't know where to begin. It was he like a little boy roaming around a candy store, and having complete and unlimited access to everything available. All these people were sheep, no, they lower than sheep, as they didn't even realize that the big, bad wolf was here to come and eat them. Ooh, what's that over here? He said, noticing a feeble old man that was barely able to stand. He contemplated eating him first, but his attention was drawn away from the old man and onto a few academy students that were bounding through the village playing their game of ninja. Ooh, maybe I should eat them first. Naughty children need to be punished, after all. He chuckled at the thought, before he spotted a young mother and her baby rolling through the village. Jackpot! She'd make a fine first meal, he exclaimed, as he sped over to the woman and child. Kuroki noticed this immediately from his position on the rooftop. Wait a minute. "He's made a move, and is going for that woman and her baby," he exclaimed, frantically drawing his Zanpakuto. In a desperate attempt to save the mother and child, he used Shuinpa to get over there like a man possessed, ignoring the cries of concern from his teammates. "Not quick enough. I won't make it," he thought as he witnessed the hollow almost on the oblivious woman. "Time to eat." Naruto laughed ridiculously, opening his mouth in an attempt to tear into the woman's flesh. He did tear into some flesh, but it wasn't the kind that he was expecting at that moment in time. There, right in front of him protecting the two humans, stood a tall, lanky-looking Shinigami with his Zanpakuto drawn. The black-clothed death god had used his own body to prevent him from eating the woman, which would explain why his teeth were currently sunk deeply into the Shinigami's shoulder. The Zanpakuto fell uselessly from the Shinigami's hands, and Naruto heard voices come from on top of a rooftop some ways away. He glanced over there while keeping a firm grip on the Shinigami, and noticed around 10 other Shinigami all congregated in a group, apparently worrying over their now wounded comrade. The Shinigami weakly raised his free arm, pushing on the hollow's mask in an attempt to buy time for the mother and child. Naruto growled in anger as the resistance, and slowly yet forcefully bit down harder on the Shinigami's shoulder. The Shinigami yelled in pain when he began to feel his bones snap under the intense pressure the fox was exerting on him. Naruto had had quite enough fucking around, and tore the piece of shoulder flesh straight from Kuroki's body. Kuroki screamed in pain as he crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from the fatal wound in torrents. Naruto munched on the mixture of muscle, bone, and sinew, his satisfaction for the meal steadily calming his rage. Kuroki's vision was beginning to fade, and the last thing he ever saw was the hideous image of the fox Ajuchas chewing on his flesh, fresh red blood dribbling down his mask and neck. Still, Kuroki felt oddly at ease despite the horrible display, feeling a degree of warmth that came from rescuing that woman and her child. Naruto noticed the Shinigami had passed away now, but there was no time for him to relish in a fine meal of Shinigami. His currently living comrades were calling out their dead comrade's name, all the while screaming powerful obscenities at him. The amount of Shinigami present bothered him slightly, though the hollow never let it show. As much as he were loath to admit, Valikav's words were coming back to haunt him, coating his thoughts with the idea that coming here was suicide. He was not wrong, he wasn't. He would be able to succeed, even if Valikav's words were correct. All of these Shinigami appeared to be either unseated, or at a very low rank within their division. This should be no problem for him, but if this were it, then what was the danger of coming here that Valikav seemed so worried about? They also have the ability to call captains or vice-captains onto the scene on a whim. There was that, too. A sinking feeling plummeted into Naruto's gut, and he realized that if there was an abnormal amount of Shinigami here like Valikav stated, then that was likely true as well. He closed his mind off from the villagers for the time being. He would need all the focus he had in order to complete the trial that lay before him. He heard a whoosh of air from the rooftops over there, following by the sight of 11 black-clothed Shinigami land gracefully in a circle around him. They glared at him, gazes of pure hatred hovering in the air and all focused on one thing. Him. The thought alone propelled the bipolar hollow's mood from bad to good. The thrill of combat and the satisfaction you received when killing your enemies was much greater when they despised you. The hollow opened his mouth and chuckled, flaunting the stained red teeth for all the Shinigami around him. He spat a fat wad of blood onto the ground, grinning wider when they seemed to tense up. "I wish I could have had more fun with your friend before I killed him," he hissed, trying to prod one of the Shinigami into attacking him. But it was no luck. As although it caused a few of the Shinigami to tremble in rage, it never caused them to overtly attack him. "Sasaki, did you send out that hell butterfly to Soul Society requesting backup?" asked one of the female Shinigami in a low whisper. "Yeah, it should have gotten there by now. Hopefully, they'll send a high-ranked Shinigami here within the next 10 minutes, said Sasaki. "Then that means we'll just have to hold this bastard off until they get here, right?" asked another one rhetorically. Sasaki chuckled humorlessly. "That's exactly what we'll have to do." With that, the 11 Shinigami all jumped onto a smirking Naruto in a tag-team effort, unaware that Naruto was already beginning to charge up a zero. 10 minutes later, Hirako Shinji didn't know what to think when he stepped out of the Dongai and into Konoha along with 2 Shinigami escorts. On one hand, he guessed it was good that this supposed Ajuchas hadn't done any damage to the civilians of Konoha yet. On the other hand, it clearly wasn't good that the Ajuchas was also snacking on 11 freshly dead Shinigami at that moment. Shinji kept his composure at the sight of the dead bodies, but the 2 escorts on each side of him weren't so lucky. It took a release of his spiritual pressure to prevent them from lashing out in rage at the currently eating hollow. That wasn't to say that Shinji was a happy camper. In fact, right now Shinji was more grumpy than anything. He was called from his break to go defend Konoha from an Ajuchas. He at least thanked God that he didn't have to go there with his limiter. Granted, he was one of the main supporters of the proposal, but he'd be damned if he didn't chew Minato's ass out for this later. The Ajuchas was ignoring them currently, even though it damn well knew that they were there. "Stand back, you two," Shinji said to his escorts. "If you two get caught up with someone like him, then you'll die." He whispered seriously, a nonosense look on his face. "Why yes, Hirako Fukuteichu," they saluted, backing up to near the entrance of the Dongai as the vice-captain confidently walked forward toward the hollow. The hollow was pretending that Shinji wasn't there, but the vice-captain wasn't fooled in the least. As soon as he approached the hollow enough, it would lash out with its claws and try to decapitate him. He had seen it several times before. Clang! Yep, this hollow was pretty damn predictable. As soon as he was within 5 feet of him, the hollow attacked. But, Shinji managed to avoid the attack easily by skillfully drawing his Zanpakuto at that exact instant. "You're interrupting my meal, bro, don't they teach you any manners back in Soul Society? I'm so offended at this that I think I should kill you and defecate all over your corpse," jeered Naruto repulsively, making Shinji grimace at the image. "5th Division Vice Captain, Hirako Shinji," he introduced, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow. The deadlock was ended between the two when Naruto pulled his claw away from the Zanpakuto and jumped back. "What the hell? Do you guys introduce yourselves to everyone you meet, 'cause I really think I don't give a shit what your name is," said Naruto. Shinji, instead of looking offended, merely grinned sheepishly at the comment. "No, it's just that I was always taught in the Shinigami Academy to introduce myself to a worthy opponent, even if they're a smelly, raggedy, retarded-looking fox like you are," Shinji commented. A fire ignited in Naruto's eyes, but other than that he looked completely unfazed at the insulting comment. "You're really started to test my patience, Shinigami. I've just about had it with your species bullshit. How you think you're all obligated to protect this law, what with your sending vice-captains and captains on a whim out here? Well, guess what, Shinji, or whatever the fuck your name is, it's because of me that this place was discovered by the Hollows in the first place, seeing as I actually was here and killed 2 Shinigami and a handful of humans," Naruto bragged. Shinji's eyes widened. "Wait, that was you?" he asked, ignoring how this Hollow knew about their new law. Naruto just grinned, to which Shinji turned all serious. "I see. And, if you're coming here a second time, it means that you either have a strong attraction to the type of souls, or have an ulterior motive here. What that ulterior motive is I have no idea, but I do know that you're going to die here, Ajuchas," declared Shinji, his Zanpakuto at the ready and in full preparation for a long fight. Outside of the village, away from all the crazed fighting inside the village, another Garganta appeared. Yet, within the blackness of the void wasn't a horde of hungry hollows, but just one, a small, humanoid one that looked very unassuming. However, if anyone detected this hollow coming into the human world, Soul Society would have gone bonkers. Valakav Almazan was stepping out of the Garganta, his eyes fixated on the village in front of him. Somewhere, in that village, Naruto was fighting. And that Ryutsu spike that had appeared was definitely of equal strength of Naruto's. "A vice-captain, most likely," uttered Valakav to himself, as he headed into the village. He just hoped that he could get there in time before Naruto got himself killed. Despite Valakav's worries, the young Hollow was holding himself rather well against a vice-captain. His guard and armor didn't allow for any of the Shinigami's sword slashes to wound him, and more than once had Naruto been able to deliver some powerful blows to Shinji's face. Shinji prepared for an overhead strike with his sealed Zanpakuto, trying to ignore the injury that was seeping blood down his forehead. But, Naruto shot his front paw out at Shinji's hands before he could get the attack off, nearly jarring the sword from his grasp. The vice-captain of the 5th Division stumbled backwards from the blow, trying to keep a stable grip on his Zanpakuto. But, Naruto was already on him again, using his superior weight to send Shinji to the ground. He raised his black claws in an attempt to finish off Shinji, but the vice-captain wriggled free from the heavy weight, and blocked the downward slash with his sword. Shinji used Chuunpa to get up into the air, before hovering there in an attempt to create an aerial battle that would work in his favor. Naruto growled, he still couldn't do that levitation thing that high-level Shinigami seemed to be able to use. But, he wouldn't let a handicap like that take him out of the battle. He ran towards the wall of a nearby house, causing rubble and debris to fall off as he bounced off the wall to get a mid-air standpoint. Shinji narrowed his eyes at the trick, before he braced himself when he saw that the Ajuchas was charging up his orange Zero. He fired it in mid-air, but the attack had no such effect on the airborne Shinigami as Shinji simply cleaved the energy in half using his Zanpakuto. Naruto hung out in the air for a little while, leaving himself a wide opening for Shinji to exploit. Sure enough, Shinji rocketed off down to the earth, like a meteor of black with an extending, sharp arrow coming off the end. In a split second, Naruto had managed to protect his mask from getting impaled, but he couldn't stop the Shinigami from stabbing his Zanpakuto directly through the left side of his stomach. Naruto roared in pain, but he wasn't down for the count yet. He would use this time to get a surprise attack in on Shinji. La Kava, he roared, and fired the deadly curve of orange energy at Shinji as point-blank range. Was Shinji ever surprised to see the Ajuchas launch off an attack like that in an injured state? The corrosive energy connected with his stomach, eating away at his robes and searing his skin until it was charred. The vice-captain was propelled backwards as well, and was unable to press the attack on Naruto any longer. The two of them fell to the ground, their little skirmish in the air done for the time being. Shinji was the first one to get up, his injury not being as severe as Naruto's. Panting wildly, he held his sword at an upward angle. The two of them fell to the ground, their little skirmish in the air done for the time being. Shinji was the first one to get up, his injury not being as severe as Naruto's. Panting wildly, he held his sword at an upward angle. Collapse. The sword pointed itself downward. Sakanade. Shinji whispered. The sword seemed to spin upon its own axis as it transformed. Gone was the traditional hilt and guard, and in its place was a strange metal ring, which the whole blade seemed to spin around on. So that's the infamous Shinigami release I've heard so much about. It's my first time seeing one, muttered Naruto as he hoisted himself to his feet. Shinji just smiled roguishly, not commenting on Naruto's muses. Do you smell something good? He asked rhetorically, as a pinkish mist rose into the air. What? Asked a confused Naruto, before he realized that he did in fact smell something good. Don't worry, Ajuchas. It's already taking place. The two escorts of Shinji's were staring in awe at Shinji and his Shurkai, never feeling that he would have the need to release his Zanpakuto in a place like this. So, that's Hirako Fukutechu's Shurkai. It's even more impressive than I could possibly imagine, said the first one. But, if he feels the need to use his Shurkai here at full power, then the power of that Ajuchas must be great, concurred the second one. The two sat there for a moment with their heads in the clouds, before the first one came onto a realization. Oh yeah. We need to get a picture of the hollow and document it for records in case it ever escapes, he shouted. He turned to his partner. Do you have the new model of soul detection device? He asked. The soul detection device, or as it was known formally as the Denrei Shinki, was the method that Shinigami used to track hollows. However, with the institution of experimental and scientific research disbanding, it was impossible to get any service for detection, but it would at least take pictures. The second escort pulled the bulky thing out of his pocket. By today's standards, it looked like a ridiculous 1980s cell phone, except brown in color. However, it would be hundreds of years before the human world would ever come on to anything like it. Okay, now take the picture before it notices us, said the first escort. After you're done with that, call in for more backup. Taking place? What is? Asked Naruto, but Shinji didn't even need to answer that question because the world as Naruto was viewing it was rapidly becoming distorted, until it was a complete flip-flop of what he knew. Welcome to the inverted world. Shinji's catchphrase. Naruto was getting a headache from what was currently going on. Everything was upside down. What's going on? He asked, still in disbelief from the illusion. It should be pretty obvious by now, Ajuchas. Everything's inverted, said Shinji, before he sprung into action. I don't know what's going on, but right now I just have to fight you, don't I? Said Naruto as Shinji rushed at him. He tried to block Shinji's sword slash, but instead of hitting anything, he found himself getting cut on the back, the exact opposite place where Shinji had been attacking from. Naruto attempted to clutch his back wound, but just ended up touching his torso instead. Damn it, what's going on? Everything's inverted. Everything. That includes the position of your perceived wound, said Shinji's voice from someplace Naruto couldn't see. Naruto turned around immediately, trying to locate the voice of his opponent. But, as soon as he turned around, the hollow was slashed again by a Shinji who just seemed to appear from nowhere. But, as he was getting slashed, Naruto noticed something very peculiar about this world. It seemed like for a split second during Shinji's attack, his view of the inverted world reverted back to normal. Maybe, the mist wasn't potent enough to override pain yet. But, Naruto didn't see how he'd be able to make use of being slashed all the time. He wasn't some spiky-haired, eye-patched tank who could shrug off hundreds of injuries and still be able to enjoy battle. He caught a glimpse of Shinji again, and carelessly launched another kava at him. But, like previous attacks, it turned out to be useless as the world was inverted. Naruto racked his brain, trying to think of something in his arsenal that he could use. There was this new attack that he had been practicing in Hueco Mundo for a while. He wondered if something like that would work in a world like this. But first, he would need to wait for the right time, while continuously fending off attacks. He saw Shinji charging at him yet again, but this time Naruto turned directly around and attempted to slash at the vice-captain. He still missed his mark by quite a bit, but it was enough to make Shinji avoid taking a risk at slashing him. Another slash. He wasn't in position yet. A lucky blocked attack. Naruto was beginning to charge energy to one of his tails. A direct frontal slash at him from directly ahead of him. Now! Circulo Cola! Naruto exclaimed, as he shot the orange bit of light off from his tail. At first, the beam looked just like an ordinary Zero with its trajectory. But pretty soon, Naruto's tails resonated with the energy to make a wide left. Pretty soon, the orange light had completely circled around the area, before being absorbed into Naruto's tails. Shinji, who in reality was attacking from behind, was caught off guard by the strange attack, and was hit by the orange beam just as it was about to go back to Naruto's tails. The vice-captain screamed in pain as he was propelled forward by the blast. He smacked into the wall of a building, barely conscious with his skin charred. With the weakness of its owner, Shinji's Shirkai faded and the pink mist dispersed, revealing a normal world for Naruto and a defeated Shinji. Hirako Fukutechu, said the two escorts simultaneously, and the second one dropped his communicator in shock. There lay their vice-captain, leaning against the wall, defeated by that Ajuchas. There was just no way something like that could happen. It was ludicrous, but it was true. Their vice-captain had been defeated by an Ajuchas. The two Shinigami were beginning to panic. Over the well-being of Shinji, over the well-being of themselves, and over the well-being of the village. Hirako Fukutechu, cried out the second escort, before the first one clapped his hand over his mouth. The second one appeared to try some muffled speech, but the first one shushed him immediately. Naruto swiveled his head to look at them, a dazed yet angry look fixated upon the Shinigami. "He's looking at us," whispered the first escort frantically. "When did you call for backup?" he asked his comrade. About 7 minutes ago. I requested a captain this time because it looked like a vice-captain would have trouble. The second escort could not hide his concern. With a faraway scream, and against the wishes of his comrade, he ran as fast as his legs could carry him over to where Shinji was lying barely conscious. "I idiot. Don't come over here. He'll kill you," wheezed Shinji from his position against the wall. Sure enough, Naruto bared his teeth menacingly as the escort ran over to aid his vice-captain. Quick as a flash, Naruto swung his claws horizontally at the unfocused Shinigami, severing head from body in an instant. Even though it was a remarkably clean kill on Naruto's part, the Shinigami's comrades yelled as they witnessed him be decapitated. Naruto picked up the severed head with his claws, and hugged it to his body warmly. "Ooh, I love my severed head." "Oh, yes I do," he said in a high-pitched, sing-song voice. Was he ever happy to be able to act goofy again, especially since he hadn't gotten the chance in his last fight? But, as he hugged the severed head, Naruto also applied too much force to it, and as a result the head was crushed underneath the weight, and blood and brains were sprayed all over Naruto's body. "Oops. Looks like I squeezed too hard." The first escort glared at him hatefully. How dare that hollow treat his buddy's severed head like that? He was just about to let the anger get the best of him, and engage the hollow in combat, when a large figure flew straight over his head. Luckily for him, the creature didn't take his head off at all, but both he and Shinji were shocked when he clumsily scooped up the Ajuchas over his head and made off with it. Wait. See come back here with dashed Shinji was cut off as he began wheezing again. "Hirako Fukutechu," exclaimed the living escort, forgetting the Ajuchas and rushing over to his vice-captain's aid. "What was that?" "That figure, it was completely human-sized, but I sensed a powerful Ryatsu from it, and its Ryatsu was also more like a hollow than anything." Shinji thought, pondering over the existence of the strange creature. His eyes moved all over the place while he thinking, and finally widened when he came to a realization. "Let go of me, you moron." "Let go," roared Naruto, as he noticed that Valakav was the one who had grabbed his out of nowhere and pulled him away from the village. The old hollow said nothing to him, and did nothing more than tighten his grip on Naruto as he opened a garganta in midair. "I had him. Didn't you see that? I beat the vice-captain you were so afraid of, and I could have gone on and destroyed the village from that point on. How long do you plan on getting in my way, Valakav?" Valakav sighed at his idiotic remark. "You still don't get it, Naruto?" Naruto glared at him, and then turned away to avoid having to speak to Valakav. "It would have been a captain next, Naruto. Didn't you see that the vice-captain had 2 escorts and a Dongai open? One of them most likely called for more backup, and this time it would have been a captain." "Shut up. I don't care about that. I could have taken a captain if I wanted to," he whispered to himself. "Fool. You couldn't have killed a captain, no matter how much you struggled. And, I don't think you understand your position. I saved you out of the goodness of my so-called heart, but next time you go and pull something like this I won't come to your rescue. No one asked you to come save me. Naruto muttered. Next time I won't. Fine. Fine. As the two hollows bantered, Valakav slipped into the black portal for hollows and was safe from the Shinigami. I'm fine, I tell you. Shinji snapped at his escort. Clearly, Shinji was not fine, as when he stood to walk, blood began pouring in even greater quantities than when he was sitting down. Hirako Fukutechu, shouted the escort in concern. Ignore my injuries for right now. The most important thing that happened here is that we let a very dangerous hollow escape from us. If we leave that one alone, he'll definitely kill more Shinigami. And the Godai 13 is already strapped for forces right now. He limped on over to where the Dongai was, and noticed the mobile communicator device laying on the ground next to the Dongai. I'll go back and report this development to the captain, and receive medical treatment for myself later. I hope you at least gathered some intel of that hollow before it escaped, he said. The emergency situation right now was apparently kicking in some unused adrenaline. Why yes, sir, the escort saluted. Shinji nodded. Good, that will become useful in future situations. Now, I want you to listen carefully to my orders, right now. As soon as we get back to Soul Society, I want you to immediately go to the 9th Division and give them that information so they can put in their files. This is a hollow that needs to be dealt with carefully, and the first step in the right direction is to add its information and threat level to our database. Another salute. Good, now let's go. Shinji ordered as he and the escort stepped into the Dongai. Later that day, the escort turned in his report to the 9th Division, who scanned the hollow's picture and produced a slightly blown-up 8-inch by 10-inch replica of the snapshot. The representative Shinigami placed the picture, along with the information in one of their files. Quadrupedal Fox Ajuchas. 7 feet long by 2 feet wide. Grievances, 12 humans killed, 16 Shinigami killed, has attacked the village of Konohagakure no Sato on more than one occasion. And lastly, is the primary reason behind the hollow's discovery of the continent of the elemental countries. He read off through Naruto's information. Threat level, critical. From now on, this hollow shall go by the codename of Vulpes C, said the Shinigami as he finished compiling the information. When he finished, he turned the escort with a worried look. This hollow is clearly very dangerous, and at such a high threat level for a first-time appearance, we need to be on our toes with this new rising star. Which is why the 9th Division has decided to do the following course of action. With that, the Shinigami walked over to where the Shinigami version of file cabinets were, and placed that hollow's information in the confines of a particular hollow, one that was labeled Most Wanted Hollows. Chapter 16, Una Nueva Formation. Naruto was shoved none too gently onto the white sand by the former Vasto Lord King, yet this did nothing to alleviate the tension occurring between the two. There was a quiet mechanical noise, and the garganta behind Valakav was closed within a few seconds. The former king didn't move, opting to sternly stare condescendingly down upon the younger hollow, who was currently glaring back up hatefully. He had warped them back to the bottom of the canyon, directly outside his tower. Valakav could tell that this was the last place that Naruto wanted to be. The young hollow finally raised himself to his feet, going up to Valakav and digging his rough claws into the Vasto Lord's shoulders. Said hollow didn't even flinch at the sharp claws that entered his skin. You son of a bitch! Naruto roared, his words barely recognizable with all the hate and anger that existed within his tone. The first sentence he said was full of conviction, but his voice began to waver a little as he spoke afterwards. I had them. The village. I could have destroyed them if you hadn't shown up. It's all your fucking fault, asshole. You and your retarded fear of the Shinigami prevented me from completing my dream right there. You dash. It was then that Valakav made the first move since coming to Hueco Mundo. He raised his fist slowly, before bringing it down firmly upon Naruto's mask. The younger hollow crumpled from the surprising amount of force that had been behind the punch, and he flew back several feet before lying on the ground prone. Idiot. He stated stoically. Weren't you listening to anything I was saying before this? There was no way you could have ever beaten a captain at your current level of skill. A captain's power is far more than you could ever imagine. It's a level far beyond that of anything a vice-captain could perform. I just saved your life back there, Naruto, so I would appreciate it if you showed me a little gratitude. Valakav's voice raised slightly as he finished his speech. Oh, please. Who would ever show gratitude to someone like you? Naruto said angrily, rubbing his paw across his mask while pulling himself to his feet. Valakav let a little disdain come onto his face. He turned away from Naruto, and began to walk, but it was not so he could go back into his tower. In fact, the former king was walking away from his place of residence. He came to a pause about 30 feet away, leaning slightly on a particular good-sized quartz tree. Do you want power? He asked rhetorically. Naruto was suddenly thrown for a loop by the odd behavior. Wasn't it clear to Valakav that he always wanted power? Do you want revenge? Valakav asked. Naruto was beginning to get annoyed with these types of questions. Yeah. I want both of those things, he said cautiously. Valakav didn't turn to face him, but he nodded anyway. If you want either of those things, then you have to be patient, and learn to strike your enemies at the right time. Don't be like me, who was so overconfident in his abilities that it cost him everything that I ever wanted in Hueco Mundo. Naruto calmed down at Valakav's words, but took a little moment to ponder this. If what you say is true, I would need a tremendous amount of power to be able to destroy the village. Yet, I don't have the time to just slowly gain enough power. Even if I did gain that much power, by the time I did, everyone I would want to get revenge would be dead. He said weakly, his head pivoted towards the ground. Do you really believe that would be detrimental to your dream? Asked Valakav. Naruto turned up at that question, greatly confused at what the Vasto Lord was implying. Was it that there still was a chance for it even after everyone in the current generation of Konoha was dead? A small swelling of hope arose in his heart. He just needed to figure out what Valakav was talking about before he came to a reasonable conclusion. What are you talking about? Is there any way to? He cut off slowly, before the Ajucha's eyes widened in realization. He was a fucking idiot. Why didn't he realize that before? Valakav nodded. It seems that you've figured out where I'm going with this. Naruto nodded. Yes, even if you wait 100 years to attack Konoha, after everyone there currently has died, there would be no difference. That's because when they died, they would move on to Soul Society, which you plan on destroying anyway. In essence, no matter when and where you do it, you'd still be getting your revenge. I implore you, Naruto, to take your time and deal with this very precarious situation. There's no telling when the guard around Konoha will be dropped, if ever. You have already witnessed the result of going there alone will do, so the only way for you to attack that place is to raise an army and finish off the village in a clean sweep. There was a glimmer of something in Valakav's eyes when he said, though Naruto couldn't quite place what it was. It almost immediately disappeared, but Naruto couldn't forget the strange emotion that made itself present in Valakav's eyes. Was it regret? Sadness, maybe? Naruto, stop spacing out for a moment and listen to what I'm going to tell you here. I know that you also have the desire to become a powerful king in Hueco Mundo and overthrow Baragon's Las Noches. But, before you do that, there is one requirement you absolutely must fulfill. Naruto's interest was piqued. He had always considered the kingdom goal to be secondary to his Konoha goal, but it looks like now they might become intermingled with each other. One would lead to the other, so to speak. And what is that? Valakav stared at him, his yellow eyes now filled with uncertainty. You must become a Vasto Lord. Naruto's eyes widened behind his mask, and he made an audible gaping noise. Vasto Lord were particularly rare in Hueco Mundo, and a hollow becoming one would definitely go down in Hueco Mundo legend. What? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to become a Vasto Lord? If something like that is one of the requirements, then I'm just better off not forming my own kingdom and attacking Konoha on my own. Valakav made a slight humming noise. And here I thought you were a confident young hollow. What happened to your resolve? It is definitely true that becoming a Vasto Lord is no easy task, but if you're going to place your dreams ahead of everything else, then this is something you're going to have to do. But I know that you can do this, Naruto. I would have thought escaping from Las Noches was impossible, but you pulled it off. Just think of it as one of the many obstacles you'll have to overcome. The two hollow were silent for a moment, the quiet allowing Valakav's words to sink into Naruto. Once you have become a Vasto Lord, you must travel far, far to the east. Far enough to reach the ocean. Yes, Naruto, there is an ocean in Hueco Mundo. It's not all desert. I swear, too many hollows have such a limited knowledge of their own home world. Valakav ranted. Anyway, once you reach the ocean, you'll find an enormous plateau with a series of caves near the bottom. That is the spot. It's the only territorially safe area in this area of Hueco Mundo, and it's virtually unknown to the other rulers. Naruto was thoroughly amazed at the fact there was something like an ocean in Hueco Mundo. Everywhere he looked it was nothing but craggy desert. I didn't realize Hueco Mundo had an ocean. Just how big is Hueco Mundo? He asked, getting off topic. Valakav grunted at the question, but decided to answer it anyway. I'm not sure. All I know is that it's much, much bigger than the Shinigami and even most hollows give it credit for. Easily bigger than both the human world and Soul Society combined. I spent my first 20 years doing nothing more than traveling this place. But, I doubt I have even seen 5% of what Hueco Mundo truly has to offer. Naruto had his breath taken away by the account. There was so much to see in this place, but he knew he would never be able to fully experience it. It was something that created an aura of insignificance for him, which no matter how powerful one become would never be taken away. It must be a lie. A lie? Lies were such ugly things, but they were so beneficial at the same time. Even the devil could imitate a saint if he just lied. That was the ugly part. But a parent could also keep their child away from horrors of the world through a lie. That was such a beautiful thing. People have such minds that they tend to condemn liars, no matter how beneficial it may be to the recipient. The twisted embrace of a lie was the worst feeling in the world for some people, and they would take it out on those who had lied. Maybe that was exactly what this hollow in front of him was doing. Lying to him. Naruto didn't see any particular reason why Valakav should be helping him. Was his name really Valakav in the first place? He had grown soft and trusting since his spat with Fuermos, when he should have become the opposite. How long would it be before this liar betrayed him? Why are you helping me? Naruto asked. Valakav, despite all his emotional turmoil, didn't react. He stood there like a lone tower, as stoic as it was powerful. He didn't even respond to the question asked. And then, the lone tower moved away from Naruto. Turning his back away from Naruto, he walked 30 feet before pausing, the tension in the air reaching even him. And then, he spoke. These last 3 years have been difficult for me. My kingdom has fallen, my comrades have disappeared, and my tower has gone into decay. I would like to think of going back to those happy days where my kingdom was at its height, but now I feel that would do nothing for me. Naruto should have been surprised by the sudden monologue, but if he was, he didn't show it. And then, you showed up. You challenged Baragon's Las Noches, and came out alive. You've attacked Konoha, and proven yourself different from all the yokels that usually pass through this place. And you are similar to me. In life, you wanted nothing more than to help the shinobi world, but in the afterlife you have nothing but pure hatred and disgust for it. You have big dreams, Naruto. Ones that someone like me could never accomplish. Valakav paused in his speech, whether he was debating to add something to it. And, I would be worse than scum if I didn't help my direct descendant out. Valakav smiled, hearing Naruto try and splutter out a response. Descendant? And me? That would make us? He started. Valakav nodded. Family, he stated simply. Valakav started walking away again, coming to a stop much farther away. He looked up the perpetual Hueco Mundo moon, feeling a strange sense of calmness wash all over him. In that way, he was the same as Naruto. But, family we may be, there is nothing more I can do for you. I've been watching you develop since you were 12 years old, but I grow weary of the public scene. I bet it's time for me to settle down, and spend the remainder of my life wandering Hueco Mundo, and lamenting what I could have done differently. He started walking again. Goodbye Naruto, we will never see each other again. My time in the limelight is long over, and yours is just beginning. Do the hollow species a favor, and fulfill your dreams. Those Shinigami won't be able to stand in your way anymore. With those final words, Valakav began to walk away into the horizon, never looking back at Naruto. Naruto stood there dumbly for a few seconds, but he realized he had forgotten something. Wait, Valakav. Can you at least tell me what your name was in life? He called after the retreating Vasto Lord. Valakav didn't stop walking, but he did in fact respond to that question. I have long forgotten my human name, Naruto, he called back. But, I do remember the title I went by when I was in the shinobi world. You should know what I mean when I say the word Rikudo, he called back. Naruto's jaw dropped open. This old hollow was the legendary sage? He was related to the creator of ninjutsu? A small swell hit the desert at that exact moment, and a large cloud of sand arose between Naruto and Valakav. Naruto had to close his eyes to avoid the pain, and when he opened them again the cloud had cleared. And the old hollow was gone. 5 years later. There's another one. Naruto said sadistically, as he tore into the flesh of a bird like Ajuchas, while the bird's companions looked on in horror. MMM. This one's really good, he said with a mouth full of bird. The other Ajuchas seemed to take offense at that, pouncing on the much smaller Ajuchas in an attempt of revenge. You guys want in too? Naruto asked, and scooped up a little bit of the bird's flesh with his claws. Quick as a flash, he was on one of the other hollows, stuffing the bloody muscle and sinew down its throat. Okay. Have some of this bird, it's good stuff, he cried happily, as the hollow gagged on the flesh of its dead friend. Using its disgust as a distraction, Naruto thrust his powerful claws into the Ajucha's head, penetrating its brain and killing it instantly. The final Ajuchas was completely unfazed by its comrade's death, but the Siro that Naruto had fired off instantly atomized the attacking Ajuchas. The hollow collapsed onto its back, breathing in happiness at the 3 hollows it had killed. Naruto had been doing this for 5 years now, and even though he felt his power increasing with every meal, he knew it wasn't enough to become Vasto Lord. Naruto didn't let that bother him. This process was turning out a lot simpler than he had imagined, and he had proven himself to be fully capable of surviving against other Ajuchas. Maybe he did have what it takes to become a Vastolord. The one he had eaten today was his 754th Ajuchas, a pretty low number for someone who had been doing it for half a decade. Maybe living as an absolute untamed hollow had changed him a little. He supposed something like that would cause changes no matter what. The sand sure is comfortable today. It puts me in the mood for thinking back on old memories. He thought wistfully, and an image of Fuermos popped into his mind. I'm on my way towards completing your dream too, you fucking douchebag. But of course, you wouldn't know because I didn't tell you I would be doing that in the first place. Valakav wants me to better the hollow species as well, so it seems that your dream is going to be a direct result of mine, isn't it Fuermos? He said to the sky, giggling a little when he thought of the nasty deed he performed when killing Fuermos. He knew in his heart that Fuermos was a great hollow, and that he had stood out as a shining bastion in the middle of this wasteland. For better or for worse, the Firefly had managed to inspire in him something that Naruto had thought extinct. And Naruto hated him for that. The hollow hated how Fuermos had managed to instill in him the very thing he was trying to stamp out of himself. Oh, he bet that his Shinigami self was laughing at him from beyond the grave. He just couldn't decline Fuermos' dream that day, even if he put on a facade that made it seem that way. It made him feel inferior, knowing that despite all his efforts, he still hadn't managed to become free of those worthless feelings of compassion. Maybe he needed to pick up the pace on this sort of thing. Naruto pulled himself to his feet in an attempt to stave off these kinds of thoughts, and looked to his north. Some distance away there was a rough, craggy rock formation with a series of holes in each rock. The Fox Hollow frowned. There was likely nothing there but a colony of weak hollows, easy pickings for him, but they wouldn't do anything in increasing in power. Not to mention, they weren't very tasty or filling at all. It wouldn't be worth the trip there, and would just create unnecessary exhaustion for him. A bad thing when you could be attacked at any time. Naruto learned quickly to use high places to recuperate from wounds, as that greatly reduced the chance of being attacked. Unfortunately, Naruto almost always sustained wounds in battles, and as a result he was forced to take shelter in those places. It didn't help that he couldn't go out and hunt for fear of being killed when weak. A small lizard hollow burrowed its way from underground, fixing its little eyes upon Naruto. Naruto stared back uninterested, even when the lizard crawled up a nearby quartz tree, never letting its eyes wander away from him. Naruto sighed. I just fought, and already I'm longing for the thrill of combat. Ever since I began hunting, I felt the need for battle much stronger. It becomes unbearable to even be away from fighting for longer than a few days. But, I don't suppose you would understand, he said to the little hollow, who didn't respond. The lizard hollow burrowed back underground, and Naruto watched it with an unreadable expression on his face. He couldn't shake this uneasy feeling that had just washed all over him. As he walked in a certain direction, the feeling became more pronounced. He walked for about a mile westward, to where he came across some abnormally large sand dunes. Each one could easily house a colony of hollows. Indeed, he did sense some weak Ryatsu within the dunes, but there was one in particular that set his nerves on end. It danced around in the air, and filled his body with powerful pressure he hadn't felt in a long time. It had the coldness of steel, yet the ferocity and power of a lion. The Ryatsu came from all directions, making it impossible to locate. A bead of salty sweat rolled down inside Naruto's mask, his breath hitched in his throat and his hair stood on end. Whatever was making this Ryatsu was no slouch, that much was for sure. So, the ominous feeling I've had for a while was correct, after all. There's someone here, and by the looks of it, it's a powerful hollow, Naruto whispered to himself. Up upon the top of the enormous sand dune, a lone figure stood, shadowed by the moon. The silhouette's head was tilted downwards, watching Naruto's every move. A firework went off in the village of Konoha, filling the night sky with beautiful shades of red and green. Another one went off shortly afterwards, this time sprayed much different colors than its predecessor. The denizens of the village below clapped and cheered at the display. Children rode on their parents' shoulders, eyes strained to take in every sight of the celebration. Drunken adults laughed heartily with each other as they recalled a certain embarrassing incident or whatnot. Even the ninja joined in the festivities, using the time to catch up with friends or relatives when they've had such precious little time to over the past 5 years. They just couldn't believe that their trial was finally over. Even annoying children couldn't sully the mood they were in. For today was the day they were finally victorious. Iwagakure had finally surrendered to them, the long, unexpected war taking a serious toll on their military. Though, when it came down to it, they were never a match for the superior Konoha shinobi and their Kyuubi chakra. But, a simple loss wasn't all that occurred today. Danzu would accept nothing less than an unconditional surrender, and as a result, Iwagakure and all of Tsuchi no Kuni was annexed by Konoha, which was current cause of the celebration. Their will of fire would spread farther than they could ever imagine, and Konoha's prosperity would begin anew. The terrible conditions from 8 years ago seemed like nothing more than a dream. Their empire was now fully on the path to greatness, but this war was not without its losses. While tonight was a day of celebration, tomorrow would be a day of mourning to all the brave Konoha shinobi who had lost their lives fighting for their village. Among the losses were 21-year-old Jounin Hyuga Hinata, who was killed 2 years into the war in an ambush. There was also 24-year-old Jounin and medical captain Haruno Sakura, who died barely a month before the war officially ended. Haruno-sama's death hit then village hard, as they had never seen a finer fighter and healer in all their time. Even the great Tsunade, who had passed away 3 years ago due to cancer, couldn't compare to her. But their sacrifices were not in vain, as their village and country would now become the pinnacle of civilization in the elemental countries. QB chakra implants were becoming more and more successful with the advancement of their experimentation, and village's standard of living was skyrocketing ever higher. The 16th generation of Konoha was leading it soundly. They had far surpassed the 15th generation in abilities, and generations to come after them would continue to grow in power like the tradition of Konoha says. Danzu's successor had been named, and there were high hopes that he would lead the village down a path of prosperity once their current leader died. The day of mourning passed by eventfully, and the citizens of Konoha were able to go to bed peacefully that night, their thoughts on the heroes of Konoha and how they had died for their sake. Less than 2 weeks later, the Rokudame Hokage Danzu passed away in his sleep. He was 80 years old. Chapter 17, Subordinato. Naruto didn't know what to think when he noticed that lone figure standing under the potent gaze of the moonlight. It was obvious that it was the one who was radiating the powerful Ryatsu, but Naruto strangely didn't feel anything towards it. It wasn't so weak that he would be able to finish a fight quickly, nor so strong that he wouldn't be able to move without suffocating. If anything, it was around the level of his Ryatsu. And that usually indicated a tough fight. The silhouette's gaze was clearly upon him, but Naruto had a hard time locking eyes with the other hollow. He noticed it stood on 2 legs, was about 7 feet tall, and had a helmet mask that had 2 long points sticking upwards out of each side, almost like horns. But those weren't the most prominent features. Out of the hollow's back he could clearly see large, velvety wings that sprouted upwards. It gave the creature a demonic visage, even though Naruto couldn't clearly see the entire body. Naruto would have thought it was a Vasto Lord due to his upright position, if the Ryatsu signature didn't tell him otherwise. Naruto took his eyes off the figure for merely a split second, but in that time the silhouette had disappeared, and all that Naruto viewed was the Hueco Mundo crescent moon that the hollow was once standing in front of. Naruto's superior hearing picked up a whoosh of cold air over to the right, and the Ajuchas strained his neck to order to not be caught off guard any longer. He spotted the figure standing next to a rock a distance away, its back turned to him. Clearly, it believed him to be easy prey. Naruto grinned wildly. It wouldn't do for him to be underestimated. Dropping the mask on his Ryatsu, he let the orange energy flow fully from his body, unveiling a thin orange layer of the stuff that went fully around his body. The figure stirred a little bit, and Naruto grinned even wider when he noted that he had the hollow's attention. It was a good reason the other hollow was paying attention, as Naruto's full Ryatsu seemed to be slightly greater than its own. The hollow finally turned around to face him, and even though its face was covered by a mask, Naruto could see that its green eyes held nothing but contempt for him. It released a little more Ryatsu, so that it became even with Naruto's. The orange and green energy lit up the night sky, each battling for dominance over the other. And, while Naruto's orange Ryatsu was wild and emotional, the other hollow's green was cold and robotic. Naruto was finally able to see more of the hollow's pronounced features. In addition to the wings and horns, it was covered in a black fur that went around most of its body, significantly thinning as it went down the creature's legs. It had clawed feet, looking much like bird talons, yet they were much bulkier. There was a thin, whip-like tail that protruded from the hollow's backside, and a flat, bat-like mask that exposed its poisonous, green eyes. Naruto hissed in pleasure, running his tongue across his hideous, yellow teeth. The other hollow looked greatly disgusted by such an act, and its expression told that. Naruto kicked up the sand, feeling restless and wantonly shaking with delight. And then, it happened. Naruto sprung into action immediately after he did that, his red body darting all over the sand in a zigzag pattern. His obnoxious laughter followed the hollow wherever he zoomed, and it intensified when he was about to close in on the other Ajuchas. Much to his surprise, the other hollow was ready for him. It stoically observed his movements, and after seeing that they were at a manageable speed, broke his guard fluidly with a sharp jab directly below his hollow hole. Naruto's tough skin was the only thing that prevented him from being impaled, but the attack still stirred up quite a bit of blood. The Ajuchas backed off after the successful counterattack by his opponent, coughing up some blood onto the ground as he did. Trash. With a head-on strategy like that, it doesn't matter how strong your Ryatsu is. The hollow spoke for the first time, and his voice was just as contemptuous as his gaze. Naruto sneered at the comment. You probably believe in yourself so confidently because you're an Ajuchas, and can go through that type of battle strategy. However, all of the other Ajuchas in Hueco Mundo have gone through just as many trials as you, and can thoroughly anticipate and react to such behavior, he droned on. He ignored the fact that Naruto was rudely mocking his mouth movements. Blah, blah, blah. You really talk a lot for someone who comes off as stoic. You think I give a shit about what you think about my battle strategies? You're an even bigger bitch than you let on, Naruto retorted. The hollow merely looked at him in distaste. Oh, don't throw a massive bitch fit. You'll ruin the fun of this fight, Naruto roared. Don't you at least want to die having some fun, Batboy? He asked, his loud voice creating a splitting headache for the other hollow. Oh, please. There is no enjoyment to be held in battle. Or anything for that matter. All that exists is emptiness, in battle and in life. There is no meaning or purpose to anything, and our lives as hollows are living proof of that, he said emotionlessly, raising his black claw in preparation to fight. You're quite the little emo, aren't you? Maybe I should beat into your head the meaning of battle, and the exhilaration that comes with it, Naruto said, his smile dampened somewhat from his opponent's depressing words. The Bat Hollow looked a little insulted by the previous comment, and drew the Fox Hollow's attention by doing a quick little hand motion that made it seem like he was going to attack with them. But that wasn't the case, as while Naruto was watching the hypnotic movement of his hands, he shot his hidden tail out like a whip. The thin tail almost caught Naruto by the face, but the keyword here was almost. Naruto's superb hearing caught the whistling of the appendage as it zipped towards him, and at the last second he broke his trance and sidestepped to avoid the attack. Naruto hissed in joy, and reached out to grab the tail before the other hollow could retract it. He was far too slow, as the Bat Hollow didn't retract the tail, but instead used it to attack. In the very short frame of time, he wrapped his tail around Naruto's front leg, causing the Fox Hollow to trip up when he attempted to move around. While on the ground, the Ajuchas swung his tail with a surprising amount of strength, flinging Naruto over to the right towards a large boulder. Naruto smashed into the rock, but minimized the damage by springing his free legs against it. However, it didn't completely eliminate any damage, and there still was a small crater in the rock surface where Naruto had smashed into it. He felt a trail of blood run down from his forehead underneath the mask, and tasted the coppery substance enter his mouth. The Bat Hollow was standing around 50 feet away, looking smug from his recent successful attack. Naruto moved a piece of rock that was currently holding him down, and grunted in pain. His thick skin would protect him from being defeated like that, but he'd be damned if that didn't hurt at least a little. Lakava. He whispered to himself, after he was sure that the building Ryatsu on the end of one of his tails was hidden from view. He released the familiar attack, but his opponent backhanded it away as if it were nothing. Naruto growled, did he just hit a tempered mass of Ryatsu with his bear claw? His skin must be just as tough as mine. It was infuriating to see his attack batted away so easily, and was to learn that Lakava was useless for the entire remainder of the fight. But Naruto didn't have time to dwell on this, as the Bat Hollow was preparing to attack again. Naruto sped away from the green Zero that would have engulfed him, and appeared at a position directly towards his opponent's right. He thrust his cruel claws outward in a stabbing motion, but the bat skillfully crouched below and grasped Naruto's arm. The hollow then placed his black, clawed fingers centimeters away from Naruto's face, and charged up another Zero. The Fox Hollow avoided that swiftly, and for a few seconds Fox and Bat were trapped in a bastardized version of tug-of-war. The Bat Hollow finally gained the upper hand, and delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's face that broke the hold. The finesse of the kick allowed it to land in a vital spot, and Naruto almost felt his mask crack underneath the pressure. Naruto kept his balance however, as he slid backwards through the sand. He thrust his arm out, and invariably shot off one of his orange Zeros. The Bat Hollow was surprised by the sudden attack, and a cloud of dust and smoke arose as it made contact. Naruto stopped sliding, and fell to one of his knees. Panting heavily, he looked at his slightly singed paws with annoyance. He put a little bit too much juice in that one, but it looked like he heavily injured his opponent. A small rustling noise brought Naruto out of his reverie. The dust was clearing fast, and Naruto could tell that the bat was far from being defeated. In fact, if he weren't so stoic, Naruto didn't doubt that the hollow would be very angry right about now. The silhouette of the Bat Hollow was now fully on its feet, and it didn't take the time for the dust to clear completely, as it rocketed out in the open, using its wings for the first time. This display caught Naruto off guard, and he was forced to avoid a powerful jab that would have no doubt killed him. He rolled across the sand clumsily, dragging himself to his feet to match the airborne hollow. Naruto blocked 2 punches and a kick, while parrying yet another jab to the cheek. This time, his claws connected with the bat's right shoulder, yet the 3 shallow gashes caused only minimal wounds. "You trash?" said the hollow with contempt, not even flinching from the wound. He delivered a few light claw scratches that Naruto avoided, but then whipped Naruto across the back with his tail. The bat hollow closed his eyes as Naruto went skidding again, and placed his hand over his wound. He left it there for a few seconds, and when he released it the wound had already completely healed. "What? How did you do that?" asked Naruto in awe. The bat hollow blinked at the question. Surely he couldn't be serious? "High-speed regeneration. It's something I've developed recently with my evolution into an Ajuchas, yet it's a hallmark ability throughout Hueco Mundo." "Tell me, how long have you been a hollow?" he asked, keen on learning the reason behind Naruto's obliviousness. Naruto was thrown off guard by the odd question. "Oh, 8 or 9 years, I guess," said Naruto wistfully. The bat hollow would have face-bombed if that wasn't out of his character. "You're telling me, you've been a hollow for the same amount of time I have, and you haven't developed or even heard of high-speed regeneration? You really need to work on your information gathering, trash," he said. "Hey, 3 of those years I was stuck in a Las Noches jail cell rotting to death. I didn't exactly have time to gather information," said Naruto hotly, perturbed by the other hollow's insults. He used Sonido to appear right next to his opponent, and with his anger intensifying his Ryatsu, delivered a nasty gash to the bat hollow's face. A little piece of mask broke off, but the wound was quickly sealing up. Naruto, however, would give his opponent no time to recover. He jabbed his back paw into the bat's torso, and slashed again at its face. The other hollow was grunting in effort, and eventually found the skirmish to be not working in his favor. He broke off from the rabid hollow, coming to a standstill a safe distance away from Naruto. His anger exhausted from the attack, Naruto turned around and laughed, making his opponent wonder if he had truly lost his sanity. Nevertheless, the short break the hollow had taken allowed him to heal from his wounds. Naruto did an obnoxious little twirl, before he was ready to resume attacking. Clearly, the upper hand he was gaining in the battle was causing him to return to his normal, giddy self. But, his opponent still had a few tricks up his sleeve. And with Naruto's current state of mind, he would be likely to fall for them. The fox was pressuring the bat with powerful, yet reckless blows, laughing insanely while he did so. The bat hollow was grunting and panting as he moved backwards, desperately seeking any opportunity to get an attack in. "Who's the one who said frontal attacks don't work?" "Ha!" Naruto yelled, his psychotic voice causing a stir within the bat's mind. The other hollow glared back severely at Naruto, trying to whip out his tail to attack Naruto. The fox hollow kicked the thin tail while it was in the air, causing it to fall limp to the ground. The hollow was slightly disoriented from his thwarted attack, and Naruto used this to his advantage. Pausing, he put his wrists together so his paws were opposite to each other, then thrust them forward and slashed horizontally along his opponent's torso. Like a hideous flower, gash marks bloomed outwards along the hollow's torso, leaving 6 complementary gashes when the deed was done. Unlike last time, these wounds were as deep as can be, and showed when the bat hollow fell backwards, coughing up blood. Naruto was on him again, attempted to stab straight through the hollow's head with one of his ankle spikes. The bat hollow managed to roll out of the way of the attack, causing Naruto to stab nothing more than sand. The bat fired another green Zero, which Naruto ducked out of way. "Zero? Zero? I like Zeros, but is that all you know how to do?" he asked. Naruto waved his paws outwards. "Try something new. I can't get off if you don't add in a little variety." The bat hollow ignored him, and fired another 2 Zeros from his claws, which Naruto fairly easily avoided. He continued firing Zeros for another few seconds, trying to hit Naruto as he rushed towards him while avoiding the Zeros. Clang! Claw met claw as the bat hollow parried Naruto's claws with his own. Naruto attempted the same attack a second time, only the result was the same. Now, Fox and Bat were locked in a deadly standstill, 2 of their claws locked with each other. The bat was the one to break it off this time, hopping in the air and performing a spinning kick that its lithe size allowed it to perform. Naruto caught the foot with his right front paw, and threw the bat off him with a sturdy push. The other Ajuchas wasn't that phased though, as he recovered himself while flying in mid-air. Taking time to adopt a new strategy, the bat took off up into the air, stopping to hover around 50 feet above Naruto. Naruto looked livid at this display. Hey, get your bitch ass down here, fucker. Don't tell me you're just gonna camp out up there all day, yelled Naruto childishly. The bat said nothing, and all Naruto could hear was the flapping of its wings. "Fuck you, then. No one screws with me like this," whispered Naruto, his voice deathly silent yet holding an intense pitch of hatred behind its tone. He hung his head down, stumbling in his stance. "I'll show you. I'll show all of you motherfuckers. Here's what I say to that," he roared, and released an incredibly powerful Zero from his mouth. The orange beam spread over an area twice the size of his normal one, and it had intense anger flowing in it. The Bat Hollow swooped in and dive-bombed, caught off guard by Naruto's hair-trigger temper. For an agonizing minute, he flew around in a circle, dodging Zero after Zero as they lit up the sky in a furious orange light show. "Fly away, little moth. Fly!" Naruto roared, launching yet another Zero. The bat avoided that one by flying around a quartz tree that the Zero obliterated. The Bat Hollow grunted as the energy still managed to singe him slightly, and cast a wary eye down at the Hollow who had apparently completely lost it. "He hasn't managed to hit me with a Zero yet, which means I'd be completely fine if I just remain up here and avoid his attacks. He's being completely ruled by his emotions at the moment, so I'll dash." The Bat Hollow's train of thought was cut off when out of nowhere Naruto appeared in front of him. "What?" he yelled, before Naruto delivered to him a devastating slash across the torso. The Bat Hollow coughed up more blood, before Naruto shot out his paw and kicked the Hollow in his wound. The Bat Hollow was sent careening down to earth, red blood flying into the air in torrents. He slammed face first into a giant rock wall a distance away, and weakly lied there, hoping that his high-speed regeneration would kick in fast enough. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't what happened, because Naruto flashed into existence in front of him in a matter of seconds. The fox hovered over the other Hollow like a fierce, tribal god. His hot anger had given way to cold rage, and the bat was left wondering if his trivial actions had really angered him that much. If that was the case, then this Hollow was an anomaly. Naruto seemed to realize that he would heal in time, so before that could happen, he picked up the slightly smaller Hollow by the head, holding the limp being at arm's length and scrutinizing him closely. The other Hollow grit his teeth, becoming very wary of what was to come. Naruto didn't say a word, no, didn't even make a sound as he smashed the poor Hollow's face into the rock, over and over again. Every time he did it he thrust harder, and every time he did it his victim bled more. Yet, through all of this, he never made a sound. Not even a noise of pleasure came from Naruto's mouth, and all that could be heard was the low grunting coming from the brutalized Hollow. The grunts calmed him, however. Soon, all his feelings of anger dissipated, and the familiar calm mind settled over his entire being again. Only his muscle reflex kept him bashing the other Hollow against the wall. Naruto's mind, on the other hand, was working rationally again. Naruto's bashing went to a sudden halt, and the young Hollow dropped his opponent roughly to fall into the sand. His eyes were completely blank, and he continued staring off into space for another 30 seconds. The cogs in Naruto's mind seemed to be working at an extra great performance today, as a ludicrous smile made its way onto his face when he came onto one of his most brilliant ideas to date. His head creaked and turned over to his right, where he set his malicious gaze on the downed Hollow who was just now crawling to lie on his back. The Hollow caught Naruto's gaze again, and vaguely wondered what he had in mind now. The Hollow didn't have to wait to be answered, as Naruto placed his sharp claws at his neck, and didn't retract them. It didn't matter what miracles high-speed regeneration could perform now, one strike there and he was dead. The Hollow's breathing increased slightly, and Naruto grinned at the fact that he had managed to get under his opponent's skin at least a little. "Don't move. I've just given you a chance to escape from this predicament alive. It wouldn't do for you to make any sudden moves, now would it?" he threatened. The Bat Hollow sighed slightly. "What do you want?" A common conception of a hostage. They believe that their captors always want something. "But, what I want isn't what's at stake here. Tell me, my fellow Ajuchas, do you want to see the sunset?" he asked. "I don't really the Bat Hollow started. "What I mean is, do you want to see a change in the drab, empty lifestyle that you hold in such high regard?" said Naruto, his voice laced with sarcasm. The Bat Hollow's green eyes widened at that, trying to wrap his mind around what it was implying. "The meaning in you life that was so wrongly taken away from you, do you want it back? I can give you meaning to your life, my fellow Ajuchas. I am going to take this world by storm with my power, but I can't do it alone. I need a suitable lieutenant, a right-hand man, if you will. Well, would you be interested in being the champion to a future king of Hueco Mundo and eventual destroying of the Shinigami?" Naruto asked. The Bat Hollow's eyes widened even further, to the point that there was a great deal of emotion on the normally stoic Hollow's face. "Destroy the Shinigami? You must be insane. Such a task would require a great deal of power, far beyond something you or I could dash. I'm going to do it. With my armies, we will crush Siriidii. It doesn't sound like too bad of a deal, does it? As my second-in-command, you would have almost complete control over them, not to mention the other denizens of my kingdom. I'm giving you the chance to lord over other hollows, Naruto said, trying to sweeten the deal. So why don't you do yourself a favor and take it? I can guarantee you will not regret it. He finished. The bat hollow eyed Naruto thoughtfully, from his posture to his expression and to his words. Whatever the case, all of those seemed genuine. He wasn't lying, his eyes could see that much. He truly believed he could fulfill all of this. Humph, the bat hollow started, his tone was now clipped. If you believe you can win me over with promises of grandeur and social status, then you are sorely mistaken. My empty heart will not respond to those things at this point in time. Naruto grimaced at the emo words. However, I have long grown tired of this lifestyle, and if you believe you can bring meaning to this hollow, then I am tempted to accept your offer. And despite my demeanor, I am far from fond of the Shinigami, and I would not be sad to see them be destroyed. Naruto grinned, he clearly liked where this was going. The bat hollow mulled the thought over once again, closing his eyes for roughly a minute before speaking again. Very well. I accept the position of your second-in-command and your subordinate. I swear that I shall follow you until the day I die, and perform any orders you may have without question, as long as you give my life some sense of meaning, the other Ajuchas recited. Naruto removed his claws from the other hollow's throat, before doing a raucous little celebratory jig. The bat hollow massaged his neck while climbing to his feet, his high-speed regeneration already taking care of his previous injuries inflicted by his new lord. Already he was wondering what he had gotten himself into. Well, my fellow Ajuchas, I hope you realize that you are now fully in the service of the future Hueco Mundo King Naruto Uzumaki. For starters, you must tell me the name of my second-in-command and first vassal, he shouted. The bat hollow looked at him, his stoic expression on his face again. His new king was staring at him intensely, like he just couldn't get over the fact that he had a subordinate now. The hollow closed his eyes and cleared his throat, and opened his mouth to speak 2 words. Ulquiorra Cipher. Chapter 18, Criatura de las Profundidades. He didn't know what was running through his mind when he pledged full allegiance to the fox hollow that had soundly defeated him. Maybe it was just a spur-of-the-moment process? If he weren't so stoic, he would have chuckled to himself right there. Him, acting on something based upon the spur of the moment? He thought himself more logical, more rational than that. Somehow, justifications for that decision didn't seem very convincing. He could say it was for the idea of self-preservation, but he would only be lying himself. He had been waiting for something like this to happen for a long time, where he could actually do something other than wander around and feed. Feeding wasn't anything he liked doing in the first place. His new king had removed his claws from his throat the second he agreed, and Ulquiorra wondered if his new king was far too trusting. It wouldn't do for him to be like that, or else he could be assassinated at any time. While his new king did his ridiculous little jig, Ulquiorra gracefully got to his feet, his stoic expression never leaving his face as he brushed the sand off himself. He decided to leave his previous thoughts in the back of his mind, knowing that as the loser he had no right to think such things. Soon, the air was filled with nothing but the raucous laughter of Naruto, who still couldn't over the fact that he had a vassal now. Little animals scurried out above the surface at the noise, and Ulquiorra felt an oncoming headache not too far away. It was a full minute before Naruto finally stopped, and turned his attention onto the bat hollow. Okay then, Ulquiorra, since you are now champion to me, Naruto Uzumaki, it's only fitting that I fill you on the situation, and on our plans for the future. I ran into one of my distant ancestors from the human world, also a powerful king of Hueco Mundo, and he told me to become a vasto lord before rising my kingdom. But, I feel that wouldn't be to our advantage, as our territory could get snatched while I'm evolving. Ulquiorra nodded. Tell me, Ulquiorra, have you ever heard of an ocean in Hueco Mundo? Naruto asked. The bat hollow in front of him narrowed his eyes. He had never heard about anything like that. You haven't? No matter, it exists, and it's the place where we're going to begin building our resources and our reserves. Valakav mentioned that it was far, far to the east, and it's going to take several months to get there as a result. And even when we get there, it's going to be a while before we find the designated spot. He paused for a moment, to stare across at Ulquiorra. Burn this image into your mind. From what he described, the place is an enormous plateau, with a series of cave systems in it. I'm not sure what he wants me to do with those caves, but I doubt he'd recommend this place if they didn't have something to do with it. The fox Ajuchas turned around, walking away slightly from his new subordinate. Ulquiorra, however, just remained rooted into the sand, unmoving. Something appeared to be troubling him. How close? Ulquiorra began, and Naruto slowed to a stop, yet didn't turn around to address the bat. Do you think you are Devasto Lord class? He asked carefully. A tense silence arose between the two hollow, and Ulquiorra wondered if he had asked the wrong question. It was a necessary one though, because a king that couldn't rise to Vastolord would be less than ideal in their world. The silence hung in the air for over 30 seconds, and after that was when Naruto whirled around to face Ulquiorra, a strange, unreadable look in his eyes. He held his front, right paw in front of his face, vaguely staring at the center of it with a misty, wondrous expression on his face. "I don't know," he sighed. "Every time I eat a hollow I feel power growing inside me, but it's so slight that it might as well be nothing," he said, looking up from his palm to stare at Ulquiorra. "I've been in Ajuchas for 5 years now, and whenever I eat I never get that intoxicating rush of power that I received when I was a regular hollow. It hasn't diminished my confidence in becoming one, but I think I'm starting to feel the difficulty level of such a feat." Ulquiorra nodded. As the same type of hollow, he was going through a similar situation. "Your power increase isn't decreasing at all. What you have experienced is just a part of life. If one is bound to repeat a process over and over again, it's only natural that the benefits reaped will become lackluster over time. The only way to break that process is to go through a new experience while doing so." "I'm not sure that's right, Ulquiorra. My love of killing and destruction hasn't diminished at all since the day of my hollowification. If your passion for something is great enough, then it won't get boring no matter how much you do it," Naruto said with an air of finality. Ulquiorra grunted. There seemed to be a big difference in opinion between them. Whatever though, he was doing something new by following this guy in the first place, so maybe his dull life would be granted some reprieve. Naruto once again turned away from the bat hollow, and this time he picked up his pace a little bit. "We have a long trip ahead of us, Ulquiorra, so we'd better get going now. Get used to walking, 'cause it's what you're going to be doing for the next couple months. And one more thing, keep on the lookout for other hollows. If you believe we can use them, don't hesitate to let me know," Naruto called back to Ulquiorra. The bat hollow fell into step with his new king, his talons making it more difficult to walk on the sand than Naruto's claws. Eventually, he opted to fly, and the sight of a ground-bound Ajuchas and his airborne partner could be seen throughout the sands. "Naruto-sama, what are we going to do once we get there? I would imagine the area would need some scouting, just to confirm that it's free of threats," Ulquiorra stated while they were a few minutes into their journey. Naruto grunted in agreement. "For starters, we need a suitable place on the plateau that will act as a command center while we're forming the preparing to rising my kingdom. Once that's done, we'll have to scout out the area and make sure it's free of any major threats. We can work out further details once we take care of those two things." The two moved on in silence for a few more seconds, before Naruto spoke. "Also, knock it off with the Sama shit. Just hearing my name addressed like that makes me wanna hurl?" The fox pantomimed to add emphasis. Ulquiorra would have rolled his eyes at the lewd behavior, if he didn't know better. All the while, in his head he was beginning to think that this is going to be a long, long life. 4 months later. Stop it, please. Wheezed a blue, humanoid Ajuchas. "Stop? Why would I want to do that, when the fun's only beginning?" cackled Naruto, who was currently sitting on top of the downed Ajuchas, his brutal claws stabbing through his opponent's upper back. Naruto twisted the claws a little, causing a gasp of pain to come from the blue hollow. Slowly but surely, Naruto increased the intensity of the hollow's pain, and this caused Naruto to emit a strange, foreign sound from his throat. It sounded like a cross between a giggle and a moan, disturbingly enough. "More. Show me some more pain, bitch," he yelled, dragging his claws downward inside the hollow's back. The tough sinew and muscle was no match for Naruto's powerful claws, and when Naruto roughly ripped his claws out of the hollow's back, there was an enormous, gaping slash wound that ran all the way down its torso. The hollow screamed when Naruto yanked his claws out, but that only fueled Naruto more. Laughing manically, Naruto stabbed the hollow over and over at an incredibly fast rate, laughing and whooping as the wounds became deeper, and the viscous, red blood splattered all over the place, much of the time on him. "Naruto, what are you doing?" asked a voice from behind, which made Naruto drop what he was doing and turn around. Behind him stood Ulquiorra, who in the 4 months that had passed developed a more tired and haggard voice. Yet despite all that, his disposition had generally improved. "Oh hey, Ulquiorra. I didn't see you coming. I'm just having a little." He paused, and tore the hollow's arm straight from its socket. "Fun," he finished in a grunt. Ulquiorra sighed. It seemed he would never get used to Naruto's behavior. It was emotional and volatile, the almost complete opposite of his own, and that made it difficult to work with. It wasn't so much his brutal nature that bothered him. No, it was the fact that he would randomly go off on a killing tangent, even when there were more important things to be done. The worst part about it had to be that they could happen at any time, even at the most unexpected or inopportune moments. And that would explain the poor sap underneath Naruto, who was currently in pieces. Should you really be doing this, Naruto? Aren't we supposed to be attracting people to your sphere of influence, and not be ripping your potential vassals to shreds? That's a perfectly good Ajuchas right there, one that could have been a suitable guard in your army. Ah, come on, Ulquiorra. I think I deserve to have a little fun, whined Naruto childishly. Ulquiorra frowned. Their relationship must have looked odd at times. It looked more like a conversation between equals than a conversation between superior and subordinate. The fact that he didn't address his future king by an honorific cemented that view. The Bat Hollow reached below, feeling the sand of the desert. His brow furrowed. There was something off with the consistency of the sand. It seemed slightly heavier than he remembered. He brought his hand back up to his face, scrutinizing it carefully. The sand fell through his fingers, and Ulquiorra saw a brown material left over, one that felt slightly softer than the white sand of Hueco Mundo. It was dirt. What he was holding was the familiar ear-than-substance of dirt. There shouldn't be any dirt in Hueco Mundo, unless... Come to think of it, as Ulquiorra looked around, he noticed that they hadn't seen any quartz trees for miles, and the giant dunes reminiscent of the Hueco Mundo desert had disappeared. It could only mean one thing. The seemingly perpetual desert was receding, and giving way to a new, unfamiliar type of landscape. They were getting close, and the thousands of miles they have traveled were finally starting to pay off. Naruto, I think we're getting close, he told his king. Those few words were all it took to jolt Naruto from his reverie, and make him focus completely on the situation at hand. Are you sure? He asked, all serious. Yes, I noticed that the consistency of the desert we've been traveling is changing, and it should be no more than 50 miles before the desert completely recedes into another type of landscape. After that, however, I'm not sure how long it will be until we reach water, Ulquiorra explained. Naruto let a satisfied grin seep onto his face, and he got up from his downed opponent before sinking his teeth into it, savoring the fresh meat he always got from his fellow Ajuchas. Satisfied with the food, he turned to Ulquiorra and wiped a dribble of blood from his lip. Should we continue moving then? I'm getting jittery just thinking about how close we are, he said. Ulquiorra nodded, and the two of them took off into the desert, leaving behind a ripped-apart carcass that would be devoured by the weaker hollows of the world. True to Ulquiorra's word, the desert was in fact receding right before their eyes. About 6 hours later, the white sand that they both came to know and love had completely disappeared, and in its place was the brown, earthy dirt that now could be seen for many miles. Still, there was no water in sight, and the atmosphere didn't change its humidity enough to warrant the feel of an ocean. The two of them were atop of a high cliff, as they could see a great valley below them, and 5 rounded mountains beyond the valley that obscured any view they could have of an ocean beyond. The two didn't speak to each other in spite of the new view, but there was a mutual understanding that hung with them in the air. Naruto turned his head and nodded at Ulquiorra, before bounding off the side of the cliff and into the valley. His agile legs allowed him to reach the bottom unharmed, and he turned around to see Ulquiorra casually flying down towards him. He allowed the Bat Hollow to descend without disturbing him, and set his eyes upon a peculiar sight. Well, would you look at that? He said as Ulquiorra finally reached the ground. The Bat Hollow, perplexed by Naruto's behavior, walked up to see him kneeling down before something. He appeared to be analyzing it carefully. It was green, and was rising out of the dirt in an upwards motion. A plant, Ulquiorra said simply, the word sounding foreign coming out of his mouth. It was small, barely a little sprout in a sea of dirt, but it gave them proof that plants could be grown in Hueco Mundo. Yeah, a plant. And not the only one, either. Take a look up ahead, Naruto replied. Ulquiorra looked forward, seeing plant life become more and more numerous the farther the valley went. Eventually, the vegetation spawned a thin layer of tall grass, something that could be a hiding place for hollows. This place is much more dangerous than the desert, Naruto. The terrain will give hollows numerous places to hide, such as the grass and other vegetation. We should prepare to be ambushed while we're here, stated Ulquiorra. Perfect. We can use the chance to get information from some of the locals when we capture one, Naruto said, a little too loudly for Ulquiorra's tastes. Despite this, Naruto was already continuing across the valley, and Ulquiorra was forced to quickly follow. Eventually, they did reach some tall grass about 10 miles into the valley. It was about 5 feet in height, and would be the perfect place for weaker hollows to hide. Both Naruto and Ulquiorra picked up some rustling in the grass a few minutes into it, and were quickly aware of some hollow who was apparently trying to be sneaky. Naruto gave Ulquiorra a nod, and the Bat Hollow stealthily flew over to the area where the rustling came from. It happened again, and as it did, Ulquiorra pounced on the section of grass. There came some sounds of fighting, a grunt of pain, and finally a couple loud thuds that signified the end of the scuffle. A small, gopher-like hollow was thrown from his hiding place a few seconds later, falling with yet another thud at Naruto's feet. The poor hollow looked up fearfully at the scary-looking fox ajuches towering over his fallen form, and he fearfully attempted to hop straight back into the tall grass. He would never get the chance to, as Naruto's strong front paw grasped the hollow's neck forcefully. The ajuches whipped the gopher hollow back around, slamming the abused hollow into the dirt ground. Ulquiorra was coming back to his position at Naruto's side, and the gopher was wondering whether or not he would get out of this alive. The hollow's grip on his throat tightly ever so slightly, and it stopped his jittering through pain. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy there, young hollow. I'm not here to hurt ya, much, Naruto leered at the frightened hollow. The gopher shook his head frantically, and Ulquiorra almost felt pity for the poor soul. Key word being almost. We're new around these parts, you see. So we need a local hollow to tell us all about the area here. And that local hollow is going to be you, got it, said Naruto, in a tone that left no room for arguments. The pinned hollow nodded frantically, opting a grin from Naruto. Good, I'm glad we have an understanding here. Now, the first thing you're going to tell me is this. With this type of terrain, is it common to get ambushed by other hollows here? If so, what level of hollow are we talking about? Asked Naruto. Well, the gopher hollow began, speaking for the first time. The only ambushes you'll get around here is F from H hollows such as M myself, who don't have the combat C capability to survive in Hueco e Mundo without ambushing. He paused, allowing the information to sink in. It's rare for Minos class H hollows to come out H here, which is why I'm surprised to see you gentlemen here. Most of us in the V Valley never even visit the real W world, nor have we really dined on human souls. He finished the last part with barely a squeak. Oh? Really? Why yes. Though, that only applies to this V Valley. B beyond those M mountains, you'll find high L level H hollows in S spades, he said, raising a shaky claw to point at the mountain range in the distance. Naruto and Ulquiorra's interests were piqued. What lies beyond those mountains? Asked Naruto. You must be desert hollows if you don't know what's beyond those M mountains. B beyond those M mountains, there is a great O ocean, as far as the eye can see. Beyond that, there's another sea continent. At least there is according to legend. I don't know anyone who's actually been there. Naruto and Ulquiorra looked at each other, a knowing look both appearing in their eyes. It seems that's all the information we're going to need, stated Ulquiorra. So, are you gonna let me go, and now? Asked the gopher hollow, regretting his words as soon as they spilled from his mouth. Naruto passed one more glance over the gopher, a manic look entered his slanted eyes. Huh? He asked quietly, though the gopher knew that as soon as he said that, he was doomed. Quick as a flash, Naruto slashed his claws horizontally, lopping off the gopher's head before it even realized its own demise. Naruto wasn't satisfied with a kill of that caliber, but he would let it slide for now. The valley and mountains didn't prove that difficult of a trek for the two ajuches. They ran into few ambushes, and when they did happen, the gopher's words ran true when they realized they were being attacked by nothing but weak hollows. A few days later, as they rounded the mountain they had chosen to climb, they saw it. It wasn't beautiful by any stretch of the imagination. The perpetual night of Hueco Mundo gave off a view of murky, black water that they could see even from their distance. The surrounding land was more appealing to the eye. A few actual trees were growing, and they could tell that there would be more of them the closer they got. The dirt was fully blanketing by grass, and not the tall kind they had seen in the valley. Some rocks were dotted across the landscape, but they couldn't see the designated area that Valakav had pointed them to. Despite that, Naruto knew that this was the perfect place to set up his kingdom. He felt more at home here than he ever had in the desert, and the terrain would ensure a better livelihood than that of the desert. He could see a herd of Jillian far off in the distance, and Naruto knew that the gopher's words about this place were true. Higher-level hollows existed here, and they would have to watch their back. After around 20 miles of traveling, the two hollows reached the coast, scanning the area for any signs of their destination. Naruto placed his hand underneath the water, feeling the consistency of the ocean. His hand hit a jagged rock at the bottom, and he overall felt that it wasn't a pleasant sensation. It wasn't cool and clear like water in the human world was. Rather, it was thick and oily, like the whole ocean was going through an oil spill. He vaguely noticed Ulquiorra fire his Siro at an attacking hollow, and he turned his attention back to the situation at hand. Valakav said that the plateau was right next to the coast, and it was fairly big, so they should be able to spot it quickly. But as they looked around, he could see nothing but flat coastline for miles. The two walked along the coastline for miles, trying to point out any signs of the dam plateau while fighting off hollow attacks. The coastline stretched several hundred miles before turning into a high mountain, and Naruto and Ulquiorra went through the unfortunate, time-wasting experience that made them realize that it wasn't to the south. But, when they did finally find it about 50 miles to the north of their initial position, all the previous agitation they had melted right off. It was enormous, and rose off of the landscape like a high shelf, and Naruto felt a sense of longing for it. He had finally found it, the site of his future capital. It took them nearly 6 hours to fully ascend the hulking plateau, and when they did they stumbled across the caves that Valakav wanted them to find. There were at least 10 entrances to caves at the top, but they all seemed to be a part of the one at the center, which had a much larger entrance. Naruto turned to Ulquiorra. Their moment of reckoning was upon them. "We'll go down the middle one. Hopefully we'll find a place where we can set up a command center down there. But, we have to be careful. I doubt such an elaborate and convenient cave system is unpopulated. There are probably fights waiting for us up ahead." Ulquiorra nodded, prepared to fight with his future king. He followed Naruto into the cave complex, and took note of the fact that it seemed to be either currently occupied or formerly occupied. The Bat Hollow hoped it wasn't the former. It was certainly an odd cave complex. The many entrances were somehow connected to each other, and some areas of the cave looked completely untouched and natural, while the rest looked like they had been tampered with in some way or another. For example, a little earlier they had taken an enormous leap of faith off a dark, subterranean cliff in the natural part of the labyrinth, and it ended up in a narrow corridor that had steps and torches lining the walls. It wouldn't be good to fight in such a narrow area. But fight they did. Naruto managed to clean up what seemed to be mostly normal hollows, but the fact that they were present indicated that the tunnel was indeed occupied. For 2 hours, this happened as they worked their way through what seemed to be a perplexing maze. As such, they were completely on guard the entire time they were there. But, no amount of that could ever prepare them for what they found in the eastern section of the labyrinth. It all started when they stumbled across a large and heavy stone door. The torches adjacent to the door held blue fire rather than the normal orange, and there were strange, almost tribal markings all along the door. Naruto didn't care though, and used a lazy zero to obliterate the door where it stood. Ulquiorra rolled his eyes. That was a surefire way to piss off anything that lay beyond the door, which by the way seemed to indicate an important area. What lay behind the door was in fact a humble little chamber, about 50 feet in diameter. It had a high ceiling, was well lit with torches, and it seemed to be a perfect place for them to conduct their business. Naruto instantly took a liking to it, that was for sure. "This place is perfect." Naruto roared in joy, as he took in the full splendor of the chamber. He was shaken out of his joy when he accidentally kicked something across the floor. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a hollow mask. "What dash?" Naruto began, but he couldn't finish his questions, as low, angry breathing noises suddenly filled the chamber. It almost sounded like snarls, and for the first time Naruto was made aware of what sat at the head of the chamber. It was a large, stone chair, almost reminiscent of a throne, with 2 lit torches made from hollow masks flanking either side of it. Naruto slowly backed away from it, seeing a startling figure sitting upon the stone throne. Ulquiorra seemed to notice it as well, and his eyes widened as he took in what sat before him. "Oh, shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," Naruto repeated the mantra in his mind. The humanoid figure, about 6 feet tall that sat on the throne. Completely and utterly human-sized and human-shaped. He knew very well the implications of that. "A Vasto Lord," he muttered under his breath. Chapter 19, El Vasto Lord Infermo. "Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit." Naruto kept repeated those same words in his mind over and over again, as he continued to back away carefully from the apparent Vasto Lord sitting on the throne. Even though he didn't show it outwardly and kept the same stoic face on during the entire ordeal, it was safe to say that Ulquiorra was feeling the same type of emotion deep inside. Out of all the places a Vasto Lord could be, it just had to be the one place where they needed to go. It seemed that was just his luck. A cloud of tension hung in the air between the 3 hollows, a panicked one for the Ajuchas, and an angry one for the Vasto Lord. They had no chance of cooling down the Vasto Lord's anger, nor could they really escape in such a confined space like they were currently in. Naruto jumped when the figure stepped off of its throne, and he was able to see a more pronounced image as it was being illuminated by the torchlight. It was gray in color, and seemed to give off the vibe that this was a hollow that should not be messed with. It stood on 2 bulky hooves that resembled an ox's, and they looked like they could crush anything that stood in their way. Its hands were similar to his feet, though thinner and more sleek. It had a mask that also resembled an ox's, and 2 long, curved horns that sprouted upwards from its mask. Its hollow hole was slightly bigger than normal and was placed on its neck, directly above the raggedy, brown cloak that it used to cover the rest of its body. Its ox-like appearance was very fitting, Ulquiorra noted, because the aura it was giving off was very similar to an angry bull. The ground shook slightly with every thunderous step the hollow took, and when it was close enough it released its heavy, suffocating Ryatsu. A bead of sweat ran down the two Ajuchas' faces. The Vasto Lord was definitely throwing its weight around in an attempt to intimidate them, and it was also definitely working. Then, the Vasto Lord faltered a little bit, as spasms and coughing fits began to rack his body. This gave Naruto and Ulquiorra a temporary reprieve from the oppressive Ryatsu, and enough time for them to recover their bearings and wonder what was going on. The Vasto Lord continued to have coughs that racked its entire body, and the two Ajuchas were left confused yet relieved from the sudden display. However, just as soon as the two Ajuchas had fully recovered, the coughing stopped, and the crushing Ryatsu returned in full force. It was almost like drowning, Naruto thought numbly. Except for the fact that it was heavier and burned more. And they wouldn't die from it, though he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. His vision was already swimming, but he could vaguely see the Ox Hollow gradually getting closer to him. He looked slightly less angry, though he doubted a little change in emotion would save them. He wasn't like Baragon, he knew that already. This guy didn't toy with his opponents, or hold back for a weaker opponent. It would be infinitely more difficult for him to fight against someone like that. But, Naruto's mind was already working on a way to turn this battle into an advantage, and Ulquiorra was doing the same. Ulquiorra, we have to run. We can't fight this thing. Naruto whispered, when he was sure that the Bat Hollow was the only one who could hear him. Don't bother, said the Vasto Lord simply, somehow knowing what it was that Naruto said. Its voice was deep and commanding, the voice of a leader. It gave off the aura that you had to follow its orders. All intimidation that came from the voice vanished as the hollow went through another coughing fit, and the two Ajuchas were granted temporary reprieve yet again. Go! Naruto yelled while the Vasto Lord was incapacitated. Ulquiorra registered the word as soon as Naruto spoke it, and the two bolted out of the room from whence they came, leaving the Ox Hollow to his coughing fit. The prospect of retreating wasn't too appealing to either of them. Ulquiorra hated to look weak as much as Naruto did, and the fact that they had to run away from a downed hollow no less gave them a slight sting where their hearts should have been. But, they couldn't hold a 2-on-1 fight in such a space, against a hollow one level ahead of them. Though, with the way their posture slumped when they moved, it was easy to tell that neither of them were used to running away. Down in the chamber, the Vasto Lord's rage was so ignited by the display of disrespect that it completely overrode his cough. With a roar of bestial fury, the Ox Hollow crashed after the two Ajuchas, his strength knocking over anything that dared get in his way. Naruto, he's gaining on us, said Ulquiorra calmly, while trying to think of a plan they could both utilize. The two Hollow entered a winding staircase that hung over a seemingly bottomless chasm, the Ox Hollow hot on their heels. With a roar of rage, the Ox Hollow decided that enough was enough, and used Sonido to appear directly in front of his prey, smashing headfirst into the staircase and reducing it to rubble before their eyes. The shockwave that appeared from the blow crumbled the area of staircase the two Ajuchas were currently standing on, and they along with the rubble almost went plummeting down into the abyss below them. They both would have fallen into the abyss, if Ulquiorra didn't have the ability to fly. Despite this however, because Naruto had not yet realized the ability to levitate, he fell directly into the inky blackness of the abyss, and the Bat Hollow could do nothing but watch his king fall. But, he couldn't just stand there and stare for long. The Vasto Lord had mastered the art of levitation, and instead of following Naruto into the darkness, he decided to try and clip the Bat Hollow while in the air. Ulquiorra barely dodged the Ox Hollow, and tried to escape while it went careening into the back wall, leaving an enormous crater from the force he had used. Apparently, this Vasto Lord isn't that smart. I can easily escape if he's going to keep trying these reckless, time-wasting attacks. However, Ulquiorra's thinking cut off as he cast a glance towards the black abyss. No. Naruto's strong, he can handle this on his own. I just need to worry about my own safety for the time being. The Bat Hollow flew through the nearest opening he could find, and disappeared from the sight of the Vasto Lord. Said Vasto Lord had since recovered from his overblown attack, looking around in anger at not seeing the Bat Hollow around anymore. He released some angry steam from his nose, and seemed to be contemplating his next course of action. There came a loud, annoyed grunting noise from far below inside the pit, and the Vasto Lord's attention was drawn to it immediately. Forgetting about the Bat Hollow for the time being, it focused all its attention on the new prey. Looks like the bat will have to wait. I've got to catch a little more obvious prey right now. The ox thought to himself, preparing to delve himself into the putridly deep ravine. Naruto's voice was heard again by the Vasto Lord, yet this time it was only a faint echo that reverberated throughout the caves. The cavern was almost completely silent afterwards, though one could hear the vague dripping of subterranean water below. The Vasto Lord bounded off the wall and into the darkness, despite having no visible landmarks to tell him where he would land. But, he jumped in there with a fluid familiarity, as if he had done this several times before. Naruto knew he was fucked the moment he had fallen into the hole, even before the Vasto Lord followed him in. He couldn't see 5 feet in front of him, let alone know where to find an exit or where to walk. He stubbed his front, left paw on a stalagmite and grunted in pain, perhaps a little louder than he should have, as the voice echoed up through the cave to God knows where. Naruto froze, and he could almost hear a pin drop in the silence. He mechanically craned his head upwards from where he had fallen, trying to catch a glimpse of anything that would be coming. He wasn't graced with anything, however, as he had fallen so far that all light had disappeared from his view, and all he saw was the inky, perpetual blackness that he was currently residing in. He thought to charge up a small siro in his mouth, providing at least some semblance of light, no matter how small it may be. Yet, as soon as he did that, he heard a faint whooshing noise from above him, a sound that was getting louder rapidly. The Ajuchas took off, not wanting to stay and face the Vasto Lord he just knew was following him in total darkness. He stumbled and tripped over several rocks and stalagmites, but he did manage to feel around enough to find a narrow opening and a staircase that had been carved into the wall. The Ox Hollow heard his rustling however, and Naruto picked up his pace when he heard a loud, deafening roar from the area he had just been in. The Vasto Lord shot off in his direction with a lot more fluidity than Naruto had, and Naruto knew he would be forced to slow down the Vasto Lord, somehow. He spotted some light ahead of him, and made a beeline for it without wasting any time. He emerged in a part of the cave complex much narrower and less uniform than the place he had fallen. He skidded to a halt, turning around to meet the hollow that would inevitably be appearing from the dark, narrow passageway. He charged up his orange siro, and managed to get it off just when the blurry image of the Vasto Lord was speeding through the passage. The result of his attack remained engraved in his mind for a few seconds, and he knew that this was his time to act. He noticed the doorway high above them the moment they entered the room. The Fox Ajicha sent one of his kavas at the Vasto Lord, before he nimbly hopped onto an outcropping of rocks about 20 feet above him. The smoke cleared exactly 1 second after that, and the Ox's rage began anew. He drilled through the rubble that Naruto's 2 attacks had left behind, and entered the chamber, his angry eyes fixated on Naruto. "You motherfucking Ajuchas, your annoying running is getting on my nerves. No one runs from Todoroki and gets away with it without getting brutalized. You hear me, you goddamn coward," the Vasto Lord now known as Todoroki cried, as the Ajuchas leapt from outcropping to outcropping in an attempt to reach the door. The Vasto Lord sighed when he wasn't graced with a response. "It seems you didn't hear me," he said lightly, and when he was done he flashed away in a blur of silver, reappearing and levitating directly in front of the rock outcropping Naruto was currently standing on. Naruto grunted, his eyes widening in pure shock. Todoroki smiled for the first time, a nasty, sadistic grin that lit his face up. "Sonido," he said simply, not an ounce of emotion behind that word. It was as if he were simply informing him of what it was, out of concern for the Lesser Hollow's education. No one said anything for a good few seconds, but that didn't mean nothing was going on. Todoroki was focusing his clear blue Ryatsu in the center of his palm. It was a strange move, the spherical structure of the Ryatsu made it seem like it was a standard Siro, but the form and the heavy hissing of the Ryatsu was far more chaotic than something a Siro could do. Naruto wasn't given any more time to dwell on the subject, because Todoroki was prepared for his attack. "Bomba Azula," he whispered. The blue ball was released from the Vasto Lord's palms, and it hovered in the air for a moment, its ethereal luminescence making it look like a will-o'-the-wisp. But, this serene little ball of energy rippled out suddenly, blue energy branching off from the core almost like a Nazi or Hindu swastika. Naruto was mesmerized by the attack, finding that his legs wouldn't work for him, as if they had turned into large husks of gelatin. It wasn't until the blue swastika attempted to suck him into its core did his legs finally work again. Indeed, Naruto couldn't believe what the energy ball was doing, and had attempted to escape from its gravity. Yet, he had found the pull to be too much for him, and he was promptly deposited in the very center of the ball. The concentrated Ryatsu scalded his skin, and he could already feel fat welts rising on his skin from the burns. He roared out and cursed in pain, something that caused Todoroki to chuckle sadistically. Naruto attempted to free himself, but found little to no progress with it. The pull of the blue energy was holding him down firmly, holding him in place as well as inflicting damage to his body. He heard Todoroki go into another coughing fit, but the pain was numbing his senses around him, and it felt muffled and vague to him. What was wrong with this Vasto Lord, anyway? Naruto struggled to get a better view of the sick hollow, wincing with every movement he took. The Vasto Lord's attack wouldn't let him, however, as it was prepared to strike with its non-corporeal appendages. In a vibrant display of cool blue energy, the 4 appendages attempted to pierce through his bound body. They would only partially succeed, however, as the Vastolord's coughing fit lessened his control on the attack, and added to the fact that Naruto was releasing his Ryatsu was throwing them off even further. Naruto managed to break free of the attack as soon as the blue appendages came together at the center, and flashed in a lethal explosion of Ryatsu. However, the Fox Hollow couldn't fully avoid the strike, and he took a heavy grazing from one of the appendages just as he left. Naruto grit his teeth to prevent himself from crying out in pain. His left side had suffering a nasty burn from just the little graze, and Naruto was left wondering what would have happened if the full attack had hit him. He fell to his knees and panted, taking a look at his wound as he did. The smell of burnt hair permeated his nostrils, but that was only a minor issue when he looked at the burnt flesh that was oozing a nasty black ichor from the blisters on his wounded area. Naruto surprised himself by being able to pull himself to his feet quickly in such a condition, but he was never one to question a blessing in such a situation. Ignoring his pain, Naruto blurred over to the still coughing Vastolord, thoroughly intent on taking his head. The Vastolord, for all he was worth, wasn't going to go down so easily to an Ajuchas. Despite his weakened state, he blocked the attack from head-on with his beefy arms. He was surprised by the amount of force behind it, and despite minimizing the damage and redirecting the attack, he suffered a nasty vertical slashing wound that took off a chunk of his mask. The threat of damage forced Todoroki from his coughing fit, and Naruto realized that attacking the Vastolord probably wasn't the best idea in the world. For now, he had a presumably angry and completely non-weakened Vastolord that he had to deal with. The cave was completely silent, as if Hueco Mundo was bowing in respect and fear of the angered titan. Todoroki gave an unhealthy roar of rage, and brought down his powerful fist straight onto his foolish opponent's torso. A resounded crack was heard as Naruto's ribs broke, and he went barreling through the air to land lamely on one of the rock outcroppings. He struggled to his feet, and didn't even have time to notice that Todoroki had blurred right next to him again, his fist poised for a lethal strike. Naruto blurred over to the next outcropping, not even stopping to watch the previous one crumble underneath the strike. Hopefully, the attack would have cooled Todoroki's rage, and he would find a chance to escape the rampaging Vastolord. Todoroki's rage lasted a little longer than expected, and he managed to get one successful attack on Naruto before he was afflicted by another coughing fit. This time, Naruto learned from his mistakes and intelligently decided not to attack Todoroki, and with a few agile leaps he managed to escape into the wide opening at the top of the room. A few mazes later, and Naruto had reached the entrance to the cave complex where he and Ulquiorra had entered. He nearly collapsed once he viewed the open Hueco Mundo sky and the murky, black water, but he got accustomed to just catching his breath and relishing in his successful escape. "Naruto," came a calm, stoic voice. One that was clearly questioning his well-being. "Ulquiorra. Dat you?" Naruto breathed, noticing the Bat Hollow from where he was sitting on a large boulder. The Bat Hollow had clearly been waiting for him for a good few minutes. "Yeah. I managed to get away from the Vastolord when he used one of his overblown attacks." "It looks like you had quite the run-in with him yourself," he commented. Naruto grunted, and then punched the ground in anger. "That damn Valakav. He never told me something like this would happen. Months of walking and traveling to this place that he holds in such a high regard, and we find out that it's housing a fucking Vastolord of all things. I bet he knew that this would happen." Naruto ranted. "If I ever see that asshole again, I'm gonna rip out his intestines and jump rope with them, and then I'm gonna tear off his limbs and bludgeon him to death with them." He cackled insanely, as more and more images of Valakav dying entered his mind, each one more and more brutal than the last. "Are you sure you should be thinking of creative ways to kill this Valakav right now? If we stay here forever, that Vastolord is bound to catch up to us sooner or later," Ulquiorra said in response to Naruto's words. "Ah, come on, Ulquiorra. Being insane is no fun as you aren't irrational." From time to a loud crashing noise came from directly behind the two hollows, and in a split second, the figure Ulquiorra had dreaded reappearing flew through one of the openings to the cave complex, demolishing it in the process. Naruto and Ulquiorra shielded their faces from the debris, and waited for the dust to clear before they had to face their foe. Todoroki stood before his elusive prey, adopting a slightly better demeanor than the two have ever seen on him. It was akin to a glorious happiness after achieving some great thing, and in this case it was cornering his prey. "I finally got the two of you in one place." Todoroki wheezed, his voice morphing to that of a cunning, dangerous predator. Naruto and Ulquiorra fell into a stance, preparing themselves for the inevitable battle. Todoroki nodded, feeling the mutual sensation that accompanied both of them, the fact that they knew they would fight. Todoroki blurred into action before the two hollow could even think about attacking, reappearing in the space between the two hollows. He used his Ryatsu to deliver a backhand slap to Ulquiorra, knocking him back. The Bat Hollow taken care of for the moment, Torobic focused all of his attention on the Fox Hollow. Naruto meanwhile, after seeing Ulquiorra get slapped away like he was nothing, just barely had enough time to avoid one of the hollow mask horns that threatened to gore him. The Fox Hollow dodged to the left, and nimbly bit the attacking horn, but this proved to be a mistake, as a Ryatsu-imbued fist caught his mask, nearly shattering it underneath its weight. Naruto skidded along the plateau, nearly falling from the summit. Torobic wasn't about to let him rest, however, because he was currently dive-bombing straight at him, fist poised for a strike that would no doubt kill him. But, Naruto was saved in the nick of time when Torobic was forced to dodge the whip-like tail that threatened to wound him. Naruto used the distraction to blur away from the hollow and move back to his original position. Torobic hissed at Ulquiorra, who was standing there calmly like there was nothing for him to be accused of. He guided Naruto behind his position, making him free of his line of attack. He motioned for Naruto to stand off to the side so he could catch the Vasto Lord off guard, and raised his finger in preparation for a familiar attack. Torobic easily evaded the Zero, and Sonidoed away to the left, in the exact position where Naruto would blur himself into existence a millisecond later. Ulquiorra's plan failed, though, as Torobic also evaded Naruto's attempt to lop off his head via claws. This was getting ridiculous for both Naruto and Ulquiorra. It might as well have been a full-grown man picking on a couple of 4-year-olds, because that certainly was the way this fight was going for them. Their attacks weren't hitting him, he was outspeeding them and hitting them where it hurt, and even if they did hit him, their attacks had no effect whatsoever. The Vasto Lord blurred away again, appearing to Naruto's side, and after doing a quick flip in the air, prepared an axe kick that would have caved in Naruto's skull. The gods were definitely smiling on Naruto today, and as luck would have it, Torobic was sent into yet another coughing fit right in the middle of the air, and he fell to the ground uselessly, his attack completely forgotten. Naruto kicked the Vasto Lord while he was down, sending him over in Ulquiorra's direction. Ulquiorra. He's having another coughing fit. Attack him now while you can, for it's the only time either of us will be able to get an attack in on him, he shouted. Ulquiorra was prepared. He bound the flying Vasto Lord in place with his tail, kicking him and then launching him yet again into one of the cave entrances. This particular one collapsed as well, but they both knew the Vasto Lord had more than enough strength to get out. Ulquiorra, does something seem off about this Vasto Lord to you? Naruto asked after the Vasto Lord had been flung into the cave complex. Ulquiorra glanced at his king, though voiced no words. I mean, he seems to have a terrible, racking illness. It kind of reminds me of tuberculosis, but I don't know of any diseases that can affect hollows or anything. Naruto trailed off, bad thoughts coming to his head. Ulquiorra nodded. It's probably something native to this area, because there's no known disease in the desert that can affect hollow. Here, however, it might be a different story. With different climate and conditions may come different pathogens, ones that may affect us hollows. It's not a stretch of the imagination by any means, Ulquiorra explained slowly. Naruto nodded in turn. That's kind of an unpleasant thought. But it's something that working to our advantage in this situation. We'll figure out the consequences of the disease later, but for now we'll have to take advantage of his illness as much as we can. Ulquiorra told Naruto. The Bat Hollow panned his eyes back towards the cave entrance, sensing something. And it looks like we're going to have to get started on that right away? True to Ulquiorra's earlier words, the rubble covering the cave entrance burst open in a chaotic display, and out from it emerged Torobic, with his demeanor rapidly shifting from normal to enraged. You bugs are becoming far more trouble than you're worth, he hissed, venom pouring from every single syllable in that sentence. Bomba Azula, he roared, and the familiar, deceptively harmless blue energy emerged from his hands. Upon seeing that, Naruto desperately ran over to Ulquiorra. Dodge it, Ulquiorra. Fly, he yelled. The Bat Hollow didn't need to be told twice, and he rapidly ascended into the air. However, he was unprepared for when Naruto latched onto his leg with his claws, effectively becoming cargo. Ulquiorra winced as he carried Naruto higher into the sky, and he looked down when he saw a vague flash of blue light out of the corner of his eye, which was then obstructed by the Vasto Lord blurring into existence right in front of him. Thanks for the lift, said Naruto unhelpfully, as he leaped from Ulquiorra to a high chasm extending above the cave system. He landed nimbly, and away from the other hollows in the area. Ulquiorra was having difficulty with the Vasto Lord. Every punch he took was magnified in strength due to Torobic's high Ryatsu coating it, and he seemed to be even more skilled in aerial maneuvering than he was. Both of them knew that the Bat Hollow couldn't last forever like this. With every punch Torobic connected, blood spurted from Ulquiorra's mouth. Much more of it and his organs would be ruptured. Naruto wasn't about to stand there and let that happen, though. He fired Zero after Zero at Torobic, though none of them connected or even forced the Vasto Lord to stop his assault. Ha 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 ha. Torobic cackled as he continued to pummel Ulquiorra, who was seeing a new side to the grumpy, though fairly calm Hollow. The Ox Hollow always seemed to have a sane head on his shoulders, even despite his rage issues. He had reminded the Bat Hollow of himself, though more temperamental. Yet now, as Ulquiorra felt time slow to a standstill, and the psychotic laughter pounding through his ears, he knew that wasn't the case at all. This Hollow was absolutely nothing like him. He was acting like a deranged monster, like a madman. He was acting like Naruto. Ulquiorra managed to see out of his dizzy eyes the Fox Hollow he had been traveling with all this time. He had been futilely firing Zero after Zero at this Hollow whom he could now call his carbon copy. Trying to save him. Ulquiorra always wondered if a leopard could change his spots and become something he otherwise wasn't. Did that hold true for the Fox Hollow right now, who was pouring every bit of energy into saving his only subordinate? The words rang in Ulquiorra's head now more than ever, and if there was more to Naruto than the monster who was obsessed with nothing more than revenge and killing. He almost thought there was, but every time he thought about it, his mind focused on the Naruto he had been traveling with all this time, and the things he had done. No, that isn't the case, Ulquiorra muttered from his stressed vocal cords, and he felt the feeling of apathy worm its way into his being. It wasn't surprising that he didn't care what Naruto was. He was a nihilist through and through. He didn't care if Naruto was a monster, a demon, or even the devil himself. I have resigned myself to being in his servitude. That's all there is to it? He muttered as he took a punch that almost knocked him off the plateau. He opened one of his swollen eyes, and viewed Torobic's own gray ones, before he resolved to another coughing fit. Naruto's voice broke him out of his thought process. Yes. A coughing fit. Now's our chance, Ulquiorra. Just follow my lead, and I'll make sure this Vasto Lord dies, he ordered, and Ulquiorra felt a new strength enter his being. Monster or not, Naruto knew how to inspire confidence in someone, and for that, he was grateful. This Hollow was going to die today, that much was for certain. Got it. Ulquiorra said, a very, very faint flicker of joy appearing in his voice. Just fling him back to me after I stun him with this. He launched one of his orange Zeros at Torobic, grinning to himself as it connected with his skin. The action did in fact stun the Vasto Lord even further, allowing Ulquiorra to wrap his whip-like tail around the ox's torso, before flinging it in Naruto's direction. Naruto chuckled. Now, he roared, blurring up towards Torobic, who was floating in midair directly above him. His mirrored the Vasto Lord's position by being directly under him, which had a remarkable resemblance to the taijutsu move. The only difference was, a quadrupedal being performing the move must have looked quite off. What are you doing? Asked Torobic between coughs. Just shut up and watch. It will be the last thing you'll ever see, so you might as well make it worthwhile. Naruto muttered, and looked down to the ground far below them. Wait, why you're not planning on? Torobic roared, a twinge of fear entering his being. Naruto grinned evilly, a spasm of pleasure entering his system just like the twinge of fear that entered Torobic's. Even with your iron skin, there's way you'll be able to survive a fall like that. He trailed off, while covering Torobic's body with all four of his paws, binding the sick Vasto Lord's already weakened body. Especially when hitting your head on the way down. Naruto added, wrapping all 9 of his tails around the Vasto Lord, and flew off the edge with Torobic in tow. Once falling, Naruto angled himself so Torobic would take the brunt of the damage, and the two went sailing downwind, gravity taking its unforgiving and merciless effects on the both of them. Are you insane? The still coughing Vasto Lord roared, as he and Naruto plummeted thousands of feet from the plateau to the unforgiving ground directly below. Maybe, but that's part of the fun. Naruto guffawed. He was truly having fun, slamming this asshole into the ground, all the while feeling the rush of adrenaline that accompanied such a fall, and the wind washing over him in a torrent. Torobic understandingly didn't share his sentiment. To him, the rushing wind and adrenaline was anything but pleasant, and the ground was getting closer and closer much too quickly for his liking. 1,000 feet. 800 feet. 500 feet. Prepare for impact, bro, and please make sure to keep all limbs inside the vehicle at all times. Naruto guffawed. No. God damn it, you're insane, you psychotic fucker. Let me go. Let me go, now, or I'll kill you. Kill you dead. I'll dash. Boom. Torobic's body impacted into the ground below the instant they reached it, and he managed to cause a crater over 20 feet deep from the fall. The force from the impact jarred his body, killing him instantly. Naruto was only slightly wounded, and leapt off the dead hollow with surprising skill, landing on his feet 10 feet away. He didn't look back to see Torobic's legs flop over lifelessly without anything acting on them. Instead, he simply stared at the giant plateau in front of him, a triumphant sense of victory overcoming him. "Don't worry," he grinned. "We'll take good care of your home." Chapter 20, Reclutamiento. Drindo-sama isn't going to like this very much, hissed a shrouded figure lurking in the shadows at the top of the plateau. There wasn't much to said about this particular hollow. It was covered in a plain black cloak that obscured almost all of his features, but what could be told about this creature was that it was thin, lithe, and subtle, the perfect build for a spy. It was currently perched on top of the plateau, suppressing its Ryatsu while remaining out of view of the other hollows in the area. He had been assigned to spy on Torobic for quite some time now, and even when Torobic had emerged from his cave complex and trashed the two hollows, the figure hadn't even batted an eyelash. That quickly changed when the Fox Hollow and the Bat Hollow managed to get the advantage, and in a quick display of wit, managed to kill Torobic by dropping him to his death thousands of feet below. It took all of the Hollow's willpower to not have a panic attack right there. A development like this would massively screw up their plan, and he didn't want to be around to see his master's rage when he found out. He would have to leave his spot and go down, if only to confirm Torobic's death. The cloud of dust cleared at the bottom, and the figure was able to confirm the death of Torobic, judging by how his legs limply protruded from the dirt below. The Fox Hollow who had killed him seemed to be only slightly injured from the fall, though it was hard to tell considering how injured he had been during the fight. Whatever the case, the Fox Hollow definitely hadn't been killed like Torobic had. He heard a whooshing noise to the left of him, and it turned out that the Bat Hollow who was just flying there idly had flown down to join his comrade, and maybe reap their reward. He almost forgot that the Bat Hollow was still around, and cursed his stupidity at almost going out in plain view. He moved himself out of his hiding place once he was sure the Bat Hollow had completely descended, and when they couldn't see him, and prepared to find suitable cover down below. He had to find out more information about these two quickly, lest they become a threat. When Torobic was pulled cleanly out of the dirt and sand by Naruto, his cold, dead body would never realize how intensely Naruto's evil red eyes were staring at him right then. Naruto didn't stir when Ulquiorra landed in the dirt beside, never taking his gaze off the dead Vasto Lord. He seemed to be even hurting himself from exertion, as his eyes seemed to adopt a manic, bloodshot look, and a few veins popped into the areas around his head that were visible. It was quite a grotesque scene, as even Ulquiorra would note as such. Ulquiorra was about to say something, but before he could even open his mouth, the Fox Ajuchas stopped his intense gaze, cocked his head backwards, and emitted the loudest laugh Ulquiorra had heard him do thus far. It was just as manic as any of Naruto's other laughs, perhaps even more so. Yet this time, there was no hatred laced behind the laugh, just simply insane joy. Whatever the case, he was probably just ecstatic about the fact that he just killed a Vasto Lord of all things, and would gain a massive power-up once he feasted upon the corpse. Ulquiorra knew already that there was no way the Fox Hollow would ever share any of his meal, and he honestly didn't expect Naruto to do that anyway. The spoils brought about by a dead hollow belonged to its killer, and no one else. Naruto himself didn't need to be told twice. He didn't even speak, gesture, or even acknowledge Ulquiorra's presence, and proceeded to selfishly tear his teeth into the Vasto Lord's corpse, and from the sounds he was making, it was indeed delicious. Naruto didn't even make an attempt to have some restraint. Even Ulquiorra couldn't help but feel a little jealous at that sight. Halfway through the meal, Naruto seemed to spasm in a crude, almost sexual manner, and Ulquiorra started to feel dirty just watching the scene play out. And, oh god, was he really seeing how tenderly Naruto was caressing the half-eaten body? As he was eating the body, Naruto, Ulquiorra, and even the messenger off to the side could just feel the change in power occurring in Naruto. As he got closer and closer to polishing off the body, Naruto's orange Ryatsu began to release itself, become more beautiful and vivid with each passing second, but also much more violent and oppressing. The world itself seemed to rumble from the heavy Ryatsu, yet when all of this was occurring, Naruto's body never changed one bit. Despite eating a Vasto Lord and gaining a tremendous amount of power, Naruto wasn't evolving. That didn't stop Naruto from eating with pure gusto, devouring every bit of flesh with unrestrained relish. He didn't care about evolution in this particular moment. All he cared about was eating the meal and the taste of it. The look on his face was pure bliss too, so much so that he almost looked like he was going to pass out. When he finally finished, he collapsed backwards into the dirt and released a moan of pure ecstasy. That was amazing, he moaned softly, blood dribbling from his mouth lewdly and clashing with the seemingly positive scene. Ulquiorra sighed reproachfully, embarrassed by Naruto's behavior. Did you really have to act that way? What you just did basically showed that you don't have any dignity, he lectured. Naruto looked confused for a second, before he turned his head to the side and noticed his right-hand man. Oh, hey Ulquiorra. When did you get here? He asked, before laughing uproariously. Ulquiorra then adopted a deadpan expression at his king's absent-minded nature. The bat hollow wiped his palm across his face, his eyes showing pure exasperation at the brash hollow in front of him. Then again, with his consuming of the Vasto Lord, it was pretty much guaranteed that Naruto was far beyond his level now, even if he didn't quite evolve into a Vasto Lord. So, how are you feeling? He asked. Naruto looked at him happily. Great. I feel great. Power is rushing through me at a phenomenal rate, and I feel like I can do anything right now, with no one able to stop me. Naruto exclaimed, laughing all the way. Even though you didn't evolve? That put a slight damper on Naruto's mood, though it wasn't enough to wipe the grin off of his face. Come on, Ulquiorra. You should know by now just how much it takes to evolve to Vasto Lord status. We've both eaten so many of our own kind in hopes of becoming one of them. The Vasto Lord class should not be underestimated. I'm not surprised that eating one didn't propel me into an evolution. The Vasto Lord class takes more than that. Any less, and that stage couldn't be considered the pinnacle of a hollow's existence? Naruto said. Ulquiorra looked slightly thoughtful at that. Over to the side, the messenger was disturbed by Naruto's actions, but more than anything, he was afraid that he would incurring his master's wrath once he got back to report to him. If you're quite finished, Naruto, we've got our new cave complex to explore. However, I'm not sure what this Valakav had in mind when he suggested that you use this place to set up your new kingdom. It's so labyrinthine that it would actually be harmful rather than advantageous, Ulquiorra stated. The messenger narrowed his eyes at that little bit of information. Naruto laughed. I think he meant that this place is the only real area he knows of that hasn't been claimed by anyone else, but it turned out that little bit of information wasn't true either, seeing how it was occupied by a fucking Vasto Lord. Ulquiorra was pacified at that bit of information, but unknown to the two, the messenger was lapping up information that he would go back and tell his master. These two Ajuchas want to start their own kingdom. It would be simple my master to crush them now with his forces, and we should take care of them now, in the off chance that they actually do become powerful. I just hope Master Sama isn't too enraged however, as he might make some unpleasant decisions. At the very least, I know that he'll be enraged enough to want to take revenge on the Hollows who killed his brother. These two don't stand a chance. The messenger mused, before taking off into the shadows. So, if I want to build a kingdom, where should I start? Naruto mused, as he sat down on Torobik's throne. The two Hollows somehow managed to make their way back into Torobik's throne room, deciding to take up residence in the spacious cavern. Well, the main thing we need to do is find Hollows who will take up positions within your kingdom. With your power, it shouldn't be any problem to make regular Hollows obey you without question. The real problem here is getting an Ajuchas under your command, Ulquiorra advised. Naruto breathed, before a sudden noise turned his attention to the outside. Ulquiorra heard it too, and both Ajuchas recognized what it was instantly. Low-level Hollows? Ulquiorra stated for the both of them, discerning the hostile cries and shrieks of many Hollow out in the cave complex. In response to that, Naruto grinned savagely. This should be the perfect time to exercise my power then. Stay here, Ulquiorra. I won't be longer than an hour, Naruto ordered, to which Ulquiorra complied immediately. He was surprised by how close the Hollows were to the throne room. Once he walked out of his throne room, it only took 2 rooms to the right, until he was standing on a small ledge overlooking a shallow pit, where the Hollows were currently milling about, one occasionally taking a bite out of another. Altogether, there were about 40 of them total, and none of them were even a remote threat to an Ajuchas. Too easy, he thought. With a deep breath, Naruto unleashed his heaviest roar, while simultaneously releasing his full Ryatsu. The sheer power he was displaying instantly petrified every single Hollow in the room, and they all stared, enthralled by the authority this Hollow demanded. Listen up, Naruto boomed, doing his best impression of an authoritative voice. Torobik is dead, meaning that I am the new master of this place, and I am making all of you my subjects, and we will form the greatest kingdom this world has ever seen. Do I make myself clear? He roared, his voice dropping an octave. It was a simple speech without too many details, but this was all Naruto needed. The Hollows looked at each other for a moment, before they finally cheered in agreement, too enthralled by Naruto's power and authority to do anything else. Meanwhile, back in the main chamber, Ulquiorra clearly heard Naruto's roar, followed by the heavy Ryatsu, and at that moment, he knew that their kingdom has just gained their first citizens. With his power, indeed. He muttered to himself in the dark. So, you let them go back to their colony? Asked Ulquiorra as soon as Naruto re-entered the chamber. Yeah, they still live in this cave complex, and they've already sworn allegiance to me, knowing full well what will happen if they break their word to me. I think it's safer to keep all the regular vassals at arm's length right now, at least until we expand our horizons, and craft this place into a suitable palace. Anyway, Ulquiorra, tomorrow I'm going to go on a long trip, and see if we can get some more hollows to join our ranks. I'll be gone several months, so for the time being I'm leaving this place in your care. I also want you to see to the 40 hollows I've subjugated, and see if we can get some more info about this area, and maybe even get some mapping of the terrain done, Naruto said. For the first time, Ulquiorra actually bowed to his king, and Naruto was left pleased with the obedience. And, just so you know, I may send some other hollows your way if they're close enough. Be prepared for an influx of hollows if that's the case. With those final words, Naruto walked out of the main chamber into the rest of the cave labyrinth, leaving Ulquiorra in charge of the entire complex. 2 months later, things were going well in Naruto's little recruitment trip. In the first couple of weeks, he had sent over 600 new hollows over to Ulquiorra, who knew just how to initiate the new recruits into the kingdom. After that, he had sent a lesser number of normal hollows over to the complex, while keeping on the lookout for Jillian and Ajuchas he could add to the kingdom. As was predicted by Ulquiorra, both of the evolved states of hollow were much more difficult to recruit. He had given up on Jillian anyway, as they were too stupid to listen to words or even force. Ajuchas, on the other hand, he still wanted beyond belief. However, this was proving problematic. First of all, they were much rarer than normal hollows, and when he did encounter one, they weren't intimidated or enraptured by his power, so he had to beat them into submission, and force them to recognize his power. So far, he had only recruited 13 Ajuchas, and every single one of them were pretty low level. While this made them easy to subdue, there wasn't as much merit in taking them. That all changed when at the present day, he stumbled across 2 high-level Ajuchas battling it out against each other, yet failing to break any sort of stalemate between the two of them. The Fox Hollow also noticed 4 low to mid-level Ajuchas and a unique Jillian off to the side a ways, watching the battle intently. Clearly, they were the companions of one of these hollows, though it would be difficult to tell at first glance. An explosion of Ryatsu shook the other hollows in the area, but Naruto was left unaffected, as he stood on top of a small hill overlooking the battling hollows below. He then took in their appearances and fighting style, noting that the latter of which were quite different from each other. The first, much less subtle hollow seemed to be a panther-like hollow around his size. It had thin, sleek armor covering its entire body, and had a thin tail that was protruding from its backside that didn't seem to be usable for combat. This hollow was darting all over the place, using his superior speed and skill in an attempt to get the jump on his opponent. His opponent was hardly fooled by this, however. The other Ajuchas was almost twice the size of the panther, and it definitely showed that it had more physical strength. It stood upright, and had a strange mask, looking somewhat like a cross between a horned demon and a praying mantis. It had 4 wiry arms which seemed to have scythes growing from them at the ends, and a thin, yet sturdy white bone armor was covering most of its torso and legs. Anyway, the battle went on for quite a long time, with the Panther Hollow failing to majorly penetrate the Mantis' rock-solid defenses, and the Mantis failing to land a single strike on the Panther. All in all, he was impressed by the display of power these two were showing. It was unlike any of the Ajuchas he had recruited before, and it would be a waste if he didn't get both of these two in his forces. Though, the main problem was trying to convince them, not to mention the fact they wouldn't get along if they did accept. But whatever, these two would be difficult to convince. Even if he did beat them into submission, he doubted that would convince them to join his cause. If anything, from the way they fought with joy and relish, they would want to be finished off if they were ever to be defeated. If spared, they would detest the one who let them live. Naruto sighed. Oh well. I better make my presence known with the two of them. This may be a delicate situation, so I'd better saunter down there quietly, and draw their attention at the right time. With stealth that only a fox was capable of, he crept down the slope without drawing attention from anyone, hiding in the shadows as he watched the two battle. 2 months before, the Reino humanoid was the only known Hollow Kingdom that existed in the sea. To be more specific, it existed on an island large enough to settle and build a grand palace, which was located about halfway across the Hueco Mundo Ocean, between the mainland where Naruto's cave complex was, and the large landmass that existed beyond the inky ocean. The island itself was a dark, gloomy place, and it made one fathom why anyone would choose these places to build their kingdom. There was more plant life than the mainland, even though it mostly consisted of tall grass and trees that looked both dead and gnarled. A mighty, Gothic castle stood at the absolute center of the large island. It wasn't nearly as large as Las Noches, but the aura it gave off was that it was just as powerful. The area around the castle was filled with strange stone buildings and structures, different in architecture than anything seen before, but they could still be easily identified for their roles. The last thing notable on the island was this strange, rectangular protrusion that came out of the back of the castle. It was connected to the main castle, but it seemed it served a whole other function whatsoever. There were no windows or anything to see into the building, so one would not know what existed within them as they heard unearthly shrieks and roars coming from inside the chamber. Within the castle, the messenger hollow who had eavesdropped on Naruto and Ulquiorra knew he was in deep shit when his master's face became alight with anger and rage. Drindo Kaera, the king of Reino Humanoid, and former advisor to Baragon, was very quick to anger and his subjects knew never to set off his temper, yet sometimes it seemed to come without warning. He addressed the messenger, blazing eyes visible under the heavy cloak he wore. He slowly began to release his Ryatsu, which began to crush the poor messenger. "What did you just say? Repeat your report at once," he commanded. "WL, D. Drindo-sama, it seems that your younger B brother T. Todorobic has been killed, and his K-killers are attempting to set up their own K-kingdom in the sea cave complex where he lived." The messenger stuttered. Drindo released his full Ryatsu, startling all his Ajucha's guards into submission. They could practically feel the anger rolling off their king in waves, and there was even a hint of something they didn't believe their king was capable of. Was it sorrow? "Drindo-sama, please calm down. You can't lose control like this," shouted one of the Ajucha's guards, as Drindo stood up from his spiked throne. The king ascended down the long, narrow hall, looking around at the drab, gray stone wall. The entire throne room lacked any sort of decoration besides the throne itself and a few windows, as Drindo wasn't one for frivolousness. The cloaked king stared out one of the adjacent windows, looking down upon the rectangular chamber behind the castle. A strange, unreadable posture entered his being, and his subjects were left questioning. However, after a few seconds, Drindo walked back over to his throne, contempt entering his expression as he gazed back upon his subjects. "Humph, I don't care anymore. My brother was just an animal hollow, inferior in every way to me. I feel nothing over his death, except anger that the secret he held is now lost to us." His voice cracked slightly, and one could almost say he was just putting on the apathetic face as a king. He turned away from his guards and the messenger, and only the observant ones could tell that his breathing had increased slightly. "There's no need to get worked up over the death of a mere animal hollow. They are inferior beings, in both intelligence and combat abilities. They are also unworthy to obtain what we so sought after. I founded this entire kingdom on the principle that us humanoid hollows are superior creatures, and our superiority will prevent us from mourning the deaths of those sub-hollows," the king said, more to himself than anyone else. "My brother is just a bestie," Drindo hissed, using the derogatory term he coined himself. The guards looked at each other. This racist approach was common in the kingdom, so much so that the enlightened hollows refused to believe that all of them were just beasts to the core. In fact, the hollows of the kingdom ate only animal-based hollows. Of course, only the Ajuchas really took this to heart. The Jillian and normal hollows didn't mind who they ate, especially considering they were near mindless, and it was only through strict rules that they were kept in line. That would all change once their master's dream was achieved. These two animal hollows, they shouldn't be allowed to form their own kingdom, especially one that will try to rival us in power. "We're going to travel to the mainland, and obliterate this weed before it can grow," Drindo ordered. That was strange. Usually, their king's racist attitude would make him refuse to believe that an animal hollow could be anywhere near his strength. And, now they were going to bring much of their forces to crush something that probably won't even be a threat. It was almost like Drindo was afraid of the ones who killed his brother. "Of course," Drindo said smoothly, a soft, yet sadistic undertone added to his voice. "There's no need to dirty our humanoid hollow hands in the extermination of some animal hollows." He turned back to look at the rectangular chamber again. "Guards, escort me down to the estable," he ordered, to which 5 of his guards saluted their king, and surrounded the much smaller Vasto Lord at a 360-degree angle. "We're going to use them, and crush that cave complex before they can even do anything." Chapter 21, Arma de Drindo. Naruto knew right then and there that these two had so much potential. Their actions, their demeanor, and the overall aura they gave off was just something that seemed right in Naruto's eyes. That wasn't all, either. Their power, although not on the level of his own, defined them as somewhat talented Ajichas. It was captivating, to say the least. They would do anything in their power to win, and the brutality in which they fought was stunning. Even those who were supposed to be on their side had backed away as far as humanly possible, opting not to be caught in the crossfire. They seemed to know that their superior would finish them off in a heartbeat if they so much as got in their way. A part of him wanted to just sit back and watch this admittedly entertaining fight play out, and a very small part of him wanted to convince these two without having to use force. However, his rational side was telling him that hollows of this caliber and malignity would never listen to his rambling, and his much larger, bloodthirsty side was raving at him to use force. Sighing slightly, he leaned against the tall rock formation he was hiding behind, and casually released his Ryatsu without a care in the world. Well, Naruto would say that he more than got their attention with that. All the other hollows minus the two combatants turned in surprise and even fear at the new Ryatsu, proving to Naruto that their power was nowhere near the ones he was focused on. But, it seemed even the two stronger hollows seemed to be affected at least somewhat by his Ryatsu, regardless of how well they tried to hide it. For one thing, they seemed to have forgotten that they were at each other's throats just a few seconds ago. The two didn't say anything, but they did glare at Naruto with no small amount of force. The Fox Hollow seemed to enjoy such an action though, as a twisted grin came alight upon his face when they did so. "Who the fuck are you?" hissed the Mantis Hollow, his vulgar tone mixing perfectly with his accent. Naruto panned his eyes between the two hollows, not replying to the question. He tried, with difficulty, to keep his predatory grin off of his face, but it seemed that it wasn't going to work. He knew this, and they seemed to know it too, considering they got tenser when he looked at them that way. "I said who the fuck are you?" hissed the Mantis Hollow, this time saying it even more rudely than the first time. The Panther Hollow snorted, shockingly coming to some sort of agreement with the Mantis. Naruto laughed, and turned away from the two hollows to look at the pitch-black sky, though he never made the amateur mistake of dropping his guard in front of an opponent. "Bastard, you making fun of us?" The Panther Hollow spoke for the first time. His voice was wild and raspy, fitting for a hollow like him. He was also just as rude as the Mantis, though he was more temperamental and impatient. "Short temper, huh? I think I like this one. Reminds me of me," Naruto duly noted. "Me? Oh, I'm just some traveling ajuchas looking for some strong ajuchas to add to my group. I saw the two of you fighting each other, and was impressed with your display of power, so I decided to drop in and say hi." Naruto answered casually, keeping an eye on both of the ajuchas in case they tried anything. Well, that didn't work. Naruto thought to himself, seeing how his little implication just seemed to anger the two hollows. Indeed, the Mantis Hollow seemed to have some sort of sneer on its mask, and the Panther was emitting a low growl at him. The three hollows stood there in relative tension, until they were snapped back to reality by a much weaker voice off to the side. "Gee Grimmjow, I think this Fox Hollow is trying to tell us that he wants you to join him. With that kind of Ryatsu, you should really listen to what he says. Forget about becoming a Vastolord, and just save your own life and follow this guy," said the Insect Hollow standing over in the group, who was addressing the Panther Hollow now known as Grimmjow. Naruto frowned, as Grimmjow's rage increased tenfold at that kind of statement. "Shut the hell up, you damn coward. I can tell what he's implying here, and I don't need you to tell me that this jackass wants me to join him. And, if you're gonna be so damn cowardly about this, you might as well get the fuck out of here. You're a damn coward, trying to save your own skin. Just because he has some strong Ryatsu doesn't mean I'm going to give in to this guy." Grimmjow roared at the Insect Hollow. The words seemed to cow the Insect Hollow into submission, but Naruto looked entirely bored at this development. "And you," Grimmjow said, pointing to Naruto. "You can take that little offer of yours and shove it up your red ass. I am the king, and I will never be caught dead following anyone, especially some weak-ass fox-faced moron like you," he sneered. Grimmjow took his eyes off him when he said, and when he glanced at Naruto again, the Fox Hollow was lying in the ground, drawing pictures in the dirt, seemingly uninterested in whatever Grimmjow had to say. Grimmjow's hackles rose yet again, and he snarled at Naruto in the most violent way he could muster, which was apparently pretty violent. "Pay attention, asshole," he yelled. "You're the king, eh?" He paused for a moment, before he put the finishing touches on whatever he was drawing in the sand. He grinned widely as if it was ready to be shown to the world. "King of what, 5 hollows?" he asked, gesturing to the drawing in the dirt. It was a crude drawing of what appeared to be a hilariously disproportionate Grimmjow, with a head much bigger than its body, and a whiny pout on its face. Behind him seemed to be 5 hollows who seemed to represent his followers. An immature little speech bubble coming from Grimmjow's pouting mouth read, "I am the king." The Mantis Hollow, who was being uncharacteristically silent, suddenly snickered at the drawing, causing Grimmjow to glare at him with the look of hatred, before directing said glare over at Naruto. Naruto thought he could see some faint trace of red in Grimmjow's feline mask, though he reminded himself it was probably from rage rather than embarrassment. "Well," Grimmjow said, while shaking in rage. "Yep, that's definitely anger on his face. It doesn't matter if you invite me to your group, because that won't change the fact that I'm going to kill you," he yelled, springing into action on all 4 legs. His fellow quadrupedal hollow was there to meet his blow halfway, Grimmjow's teeth matching Naruto's claws in strength. The predatory grin on Naruto's face grew wider, while he used his free hand in an attempt to slash Grimmjow. The Panther Hollow was stunned by the speed of the attack, and if were any slower he would have been clipped by it. He put some distance between himself and his opponent, scrutinizing him carefully and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He was slightly surprised when the Mantis Hollow he had been fighting attempted to subtly attack Naruto while he was focused in another battle. It brought two of its scythes down upon Naruto's head from behind, hoping to end the battle right there. "Noitra-sama," cried the lone Ajuchas who was the Mantis Hollow's companion. Noitra didn't respond to him, instead focusing on the dust cloud that had been made in his wake. When it cleared, he learned that the only thing he had made with that attack was a large indent in the sand. It turned out that Naruto managed to outspeed Noitra easily, and then had managed to get a nasty kick into the Mantis backside. Unlike Grimmjow, Naruto's kick managed to penetrate Noitra's defenses, and it crippled him for a few seconds as he was sent flying back to Grimmjow's position. "What do you think you're doing, asshole?" growled Grimmjow at the crumpled Noitra, who had fallen to the ground a mere 3 feet away from where Grimmjow was standing. "What does it look like?" "I'm claiming this kill for myself," Noitra drawled back, not feeling up to listening to the Panther's attitude. "This one's mine. I saw him first, you damn Mantis." "Like hell you did. You wanna motherfucking die. You're the one who's gonna die." Naruto laughed uproariously as the two Ajuchas were once again at each other's throat, this time for a different reason. "Shut the fuck up," they both roared simultaneously at the laughing Hollow, before turning to glare at each other once again. Naruto laughed for a while longer, before it began to trail off at a disturbingly faint rate, before all that was left was a sick grin that would make any hardened Hollow afraid. "I think it's time to stop fucking around," he said lowly, shadowing his face from view. Slam! Within a split second, a shocking amount of force had impacted Noitra right across the torso, sending him barreling back 30 feet before he finally crashed into a small rock formation. Grimmjow's eyes widened at the displayed speed of the attack, before he saw the Fox Hollow, with a bloodthirsty grin on his face, turn his attention on him. He giggled threateningly, showing off his deep black claws for Grimmjow to behold. "Hi!" he whispered, and that was all Grimmjow could hear before Naruto slashed his powerful claws diagonally across his torso. The Panther's blood mixed with his sight as he grew rigid from the shock, before he crumpled to the ground defeated. "Grimmjow!" yelled one of his traveling companions, though neither combatant could figure out who. It was a pure miracle that Grimmjow didn't lose consciousness from the devastating strike, though the debate remained on whether that was a good thing. Over by the rock formation, a livid Noitra was emerging, looking a little worse for wear. He stalked on up to Naruto, eyes hellbent on giving him the most painful death ever. "Whoa, you're still alive. I figured that last, super weak attack would have killed such a weak-ass Hollow like you," mocked Naruto childishly, intentionally hitting a sore spot for Noitra. "Asshole, don't think you're gonna make it out of here in one piece," he hissed, readying his scythes for an attack. With a fierce war cry, and the determination to take down this Hollow, he rushed the Fox. However, Naruto sidestepped the much slower Hollow and avoided his scythes, before delivering a vicious jab with his claws to Noitra's right shoulder. The attack made Noitra's right arms fall limp and useless, and Naruto used this time to deliver a similar slash to what he performed on Grimmjow, except this time he used his back claws. They didn't do as much damage, due to Noitra's superior defense, but it did enough to cripple Noitra, effectively ending the fight in Naruto's favor. Noitra slumped to the ground similar to Grimmjow, trying and failing to move his scythes, move his legs, or do anything so he would be capable of fighting still. "Welp, all done," said Naruto happily, giggling to himself a little bit. The other Hollows seemed to want to help their respective masters, but were afraid of provoking Naruto's wrath. Naruto, of course, noticed this. "Oh, you want to come help them?" Naruto commented slyly. He took the lack of response, and tension in the air as a yes. "Well, why don't you try?" he all but whispered, and that definitely cowed the Hollow, as a couple of them let out groans of what seemed to be fear. Naruto ignored them from that point out, turning back to the Hollows at hand. What the hell are you waiting for? Kill me," came Noitra's voice, weakened from the heavy wounds he had sustained. Naruto looked at him oddly, confusion seeping into his expression. "Why would I want to do that? It's been obvious since before that I want you to join my group, and I intend for that to happen no matter what, regardless of whether or not I had to use force," said Naruto. "Why, you asshole? Just kill me, now," roared Noitra. "No, I don't think I will," said Naruto simply. Noitra glared at him hatefully, but found himself unable to respond to that with words. "Why the hell are you so eager to die? You should be thankful to me that I'm going to let you live. I usually don't show mercy to my opponents, but your strength has made you too worth recruiting." Naruto breathed slightly audibly, noticing that Noitra remained unconvinced. The mantis hollow grit his teeth, and seemed to be mulling over something insulting to say to the fox hollow. Is it because you lost? Because you can't bear the shame? Or is it because you want to live a life of battle and then die to a worthy opponent? Naruto began, his voice could be considered slightly mocking, and it showed when Neutra grit his teeth harder. I'm right, eh? Well, they may seem admirable to you, but I personally am disgusted that you don't value your life. The last thing I want is death, when I can cause so much carnage with my own 2 hands. It's intoxicating, and I don't think I could bear not killing. I can tell. You enjoy battle, and more importantly, you enjoy killing, just as much as I do. The only difference between us is that you wish for death. Naruto explained, his tone all serious for once in his life. Neutra said nothing. You have 2 choices here, and neither of them involve you dying. I'm not that nice, and I'm not going to give you what you want. Your first choice is to be left here alone, alive but defeated. Your second choice is to come with me, and live a life of battle as a very high-ranking officer in my kingdom. I have enemies. Lots of enemies. You like battle and power, and I can give you both of those things. I'll even turn a blind eye if you decide to get rid of one of my own, unless it's someone who's equal or superior to you. This is the best I can offer, all you need is take it. Naruto whispered the last part, and his melodious prospect was beginning to ring true to Neutra. Naruto grinned. Neutra was beginning to shake, in what Naruto could only guess was both anger and conflict. TCH, whatever. If you won't kill me here, then the best I can do is take this. Don't expect me to be all chummy with all of you, or even like doing this in the first place, he sneered. Naruto sneered back, but this one seemed more like a smirk than anything. Before anyone could say anything, they heard a rustling noise come from behind them. Well, looks like Sleeping Beauty is beginning to come around, guffawed Naruto, as Grimmjow was struggling to lie on his back. I've been up, and I heard every single word between you and the mantis over there, including his little prissy-ass tangent about being killed in battle, Grimmjow muttered. Then, I take it you heard about my little kingdom, and all the things I can offer? Naruto declared. Grimmjow groaned. Yeah, I heard it, but I'm not so willing to believe that you can give us power. Well, if you're talking battle power, I'm sure all the hollows that I already have under my sphere of influence can help you hone your skills. If you're talking a position of power, I was planning to have 4 generals to exist just below me and command all my regular vassals. Right now, I have 3 open spots in that rank, and you 2 would be the next most powerful hollows in the kingdom, so I was definitely going to enlist you as the 2nd and 3rd generals. Grimmjow struggled to look at the fox. Can you help me achieve Vasto Lord status? He asked. Who knows? The Vasto Lord status is farther than you can possibly imagine. I've even eaten one, and still I didn't actually evolve into that status. When it comes down to it, I can't really help you with your own abilities. Every hollow is different, and we can't train one another in the art of battle. Whether or not you evolve into Vasto Lord is really up to you, Naruto said wistfully. Grimmjow was about to close his eyes, but he realized a shock that snapped him into reality. You've eaten a Vasto Lord? He yelled at the fox Ajuchas. Yeah, it was some oxfucker that had taken up residence in the cave complex where we live. Me and my first general managed to kill him, and I took the power for myself. Still wasn't enough to make me rise, though, Naruto said. He kicked the ground where he stood, clearly frustrated by his lack of progress. Will there be more Vasto Lords, ones to eat? He asked. Probably. I have a lot of enemies. What, am I swaying the stubborn Panther Hollow's opinion? He teased, before staring at Grimmjow and narrowing his eyes in a mocking stare. This changes everything. If I have an easier chance to become a Vasto Lord, then I will gladly give up my position as king of these losers over here, he said, pointing to the 5 lower-level hollows who had been following Grimmjow. Fine, I'll come with you. I'll be your so-called general or whatever. I really don't give a shit, as long as I can better my chances of evolving myself. I'll even ally myself with the likes of this fucker here, he said, gesturing to Neutra. Fuck you, ya damn cat. Neutra hissed. Fuck off, assface. I'll kill your damn ass dead. Grimmjow roared. You wanna fucking try, bitch? I'll kill you so fast you won't even notice that you died. Naruto laughed raucously. I can tell already that you 2 are not going to get along. He then noticed Grimmjow's followers and Neutra's lone follower, still slightly nervous even though their leaders swore allegiance to this fox hollow. You guys, since your leaders decided to join me, that means that you guys answer to me now. Let's have a little chat about your initiation, he laughed evilly. Somehow, the other hollows knew they were fucked. 2 months later. So, let me get this straight. You have a massive grudge on your home village from when you were a human, and you attempted to destroy it, but then the Soul Society kept on getting in the way? So, in order to destroy this Konoha and Soul Society, that is what all these guys are for? Asked Grimmjow, gesturing to the 1,000 or so normal hollows, as well as a few ajuchas. Well, it's more detailed than that, but that's pretty much it in a nutshell, replied Naruto. Things were beginning to look up for him. He had gained almost a couple thousand hollows throughout this trip, and since they were about to get back and begin work on some organization to his kingdom, Naruto began to fill in Grimmjow and Neutra on what was going on. Look, you can see the plateau now. Our home is in those cave complexes there, he explained, pointing to the massive plateau that jutted out of the landscape. The fully recovered Grimmjow and Neutra stared at it, an unreadable expression on both of their masks. As they got closer to it though, Naruto began to see that something was off. It was too quiet for there to be anything going on in the cave complex. Not to mention, he couldn't feel any Ryatsu in them. Without warning anyone, he rushed quickly over to the cave complex, leaving everyone in his dust. He reached the base of the plateau in about 10 minutes, and ascended it in less than 5. He sniffed the air, smelling old dried blood mixed in with the normal earthy smells. He then noticed a familiar presence, sitting on a particularly large rock outside of the cave complex. Ulquiorra. Naruto stuttered out, shocked at the Bat Hollow, who was sitting over there by his lonesome, the look on his face even gloomier than his normal one. Ulquiorra looked at him, though he seemed to have already noticed his presence beforehand. Naruto, I'm glad you're back. We have had a little situation occur while you were gone, he said calmly, as if the severity of the situation wasn't affecting him at all. What happened here? Why is there the smell of blood mixed in with the area? Why are you here all by yourself, and why don't I feel any Ryatsu other than yours in this area? He exclaimed. We got crushed, that's what happened. By them? He said cryptically. Them? Who the hell are they? But, from the looks of things, you make it sound like we were attacked, said Naruto. We were attacked. By this hollow kingdom from across the sea. We were no match for them, not with our current numbers. They have a very special way of fighting. This Reino humanoid. It was an act of revenge, really. That Vasto lord you killed when we took over this place, their king was his older brother. Ulquiorra finished. Naruto's eyes widened. We were destroyed utterly. Every one of those hollows you sent my way while you were on your trip was killed by Drindo's forces. He didn't let anyone live through this. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Then, why did he let you live? Ulquiorra stared at him stoically, before deciding to tell him the full story. Flashback. Ulquiorra sighed the best he could through his wounded throat. They were beaten, and everyone knew it too. Well, him and everyone on the winning side, seeing as everyone except him had been killed. The Bat Hollow weakly looked up into the eyes of his attacker, the only thing visible through his veiled cloak. They were scornful, mocking, as if they were judging him just because of who was an animal hollow. One of Drindo's guards emerged from the cave complex, looking as if he had news to report. Drindo-sama, this was indeed all they had as far as population. The Fox Hollow who killed your brother is nowhere to be seen, as he is nowhere in this cave complex, it said. Drindo seemed to growl underneath the cloak, before he looked down at Ulquiorra. Damn it, he could be anywhere by now. But, at least I've found one of the two culprits behind my brother's death, he said, looking intensely at Ulquiorra. Sir, should we prepare to execute this hollow? Asked one of the guards flanking Drindo. The king's eyes widened in anger, before he grabbed the guard by the shoulders roughly. You fool! Do you not realize that this is the partner to that damnable Fox Hollow? If we kill him now, we may never be able to locate him and avenge my brother. We will leave him alive. Do you understand me? He ordered, release the shaken guard from his grip. Why yes sir. I'm very sorry, sir, the guard stuttered. Well, whatever. As long as you get it. Dismissed Drindo, as he turned his attention back to Ulquiorra. The king leaned down up to Ulquiorra's face, who could feel the hot, putrid breath roll off the Vasto Lord. Say, kid. You and that partner of yours have caused me some serious trouble, and not just because you killed my brother. I want to be sure I make the both of you pay, but I don't know where the fox is. Drindo paused. So, here's the plan. I will be back in 3 months' time for finish the job, and you will be the bait for the Fox Hollow. If he honestly wants his kingdom to flourish, he will be back, even if it is just for you. I want to kill you together, see, but if there's nothing left for the Fox Hollow here he won't be coming back, he finished. He released Ulquiorra from his grip, and Ulquiorra thought he saw Drindo do something before he blacked out from his wounds. Flashback end. I've been here alone ever since that incident 2 months ago, waiting for you to return. He stood up, and walked over the edge of the plateau, and looked over it to see that most of the hollows that Naruto had recruited had arrived at the base. And, you've brought many, many hollows to be part of your kingdom. Drindo mentioned something about you attacking him before the 3 months' time is over. Now that we have forces to fight with, do you wish to lead an attack on him? He asked. Naruto shook his head. We'll need all the time we can get in order to prepare for this, and it's much easier to fight a defensive war than an offensive war. You'll have to go over all the information you received to me and 2 other hollows I have bestowed a high rank on. Plus, we can't attack them right now, we have no idea how big this ocean is, or where they came from in the first place. It's best we bide our time and prepare for the invasion when they come. I hoped you would say something like that. It's just easier this way. Ulquiorra concurred. Yes, we have a war to prepare for, but our key concern is getting our new folks settled in. We can go over wartime strategies once we have. Meet me in my throne room in a few days, and we'll discuss our next course of action, he ordered, his tone all sane and professional for once. Ulquiorra nodded in confirmation, before Naruto turned away from him and headed into the cave complex. His thoughts went adrift as the darkness began to shadow him from view. I don't have time to have fun with this type of battle. I need to be all serious. This new enemy poses a threat to both of my dreams, and I need to focus all my energy on destroying this threat before it can. I just don't know if I can suppress my instincts. I'll just have to remind myself to save it my zest for battle for Konoha and the Shinigami. I really hope that works. Naruto's unsure musings cut off right there, when he disappeared into the next doorway. 1 month later. Sir, I believe it is time. The promised day you would go back and destroy the Fox Hollow for good, along with that Bat Hollow? Said one of Drindo's guards, the moment when the day ended, and Drindo was ready to hear the day's report. Drindo smiled serenely, and the guards were left wondering whether he was in a good mood. He had been waiting for this day for quite some time. Is that so? It's that time now, to destroy those 2 damn pests in one fell swoop. If only it were that easy. As much as I would love to just swoop in there and deal the finishing blow myself, the possibility remains that he could have built an army. We'll be sending them in first, and with luck they'll destroy each other, and then I can drop in and kill the 2 hollows I'm after. Drindo explained. The guard said nothing in response to that, until Drindo turned back to them in order to explain something to them. I'm going out to prepare our secret weapon for our invasion. I'm placing all of you on standby for the time being. Wait until I get back, I'll have your orders ready then, he said, as he got up from his throne and walked down the hallway. The king could faintly see the guard saluting out of the corner of his eye, but he ignored it and walked out of the door regardless, looking back to see the guards return to their stiff positions. He smirked. Mindless drones who would do anything for him. He continued to walk down the halls of the stone castle, ignoring soldiers who would greet him out of respect as he continued down the castle. Once he got to a certain point, however, all the guards ceased, and he was left alone in order to enter a certain wing of the castle. The Vasto Lord followed the curved hallway that ran adjacent to his throne room, until he arrived at a thick set of wooden doors. He opened them with very little effort, and emerged in a much wider hallway almost as large as his throne room. 2 lone guards were stationed at a very small door on the opposite side of the room, and they saluted as he went through to find a dingy, narrow hallway barely 20 feet long. An even dingier door lay at the end of the hall, sparsely lit by the 2 torches on the wall. Drindo grinned wickedly, thinking of what lay behind that door. It made him giddy, oh so very giddy. He stroked the handle to the door in an almost perverse manner, testing the feel of it and remarking that he never got old. He opened the door with a loud creak, feeling the presence of an intense hatred waft all over his body. Rather than make him disgruntled, it pleased him greatly, and he showed it with his wide grin. He could see the hundreds of eyes on him, the only thing visible in the dark. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing this fine evening? Chapter 22, Esclavos. Slaves. Slaves are what lined the rotten walls of the chamber where Drindo was currently at. Packed into tight confines and forced to face deplorable conditions, slaves were the secret weapons of all the Reino humanoid, because these slaves weren't just any slaves. They were powerful, merciless in combat, and fearsome. Yet, every single one of them fell to the Reino humanoid at some point in their lives, was captured, and placed under these terrible conditions. And the one thing that united them was that every single one of them was an animal-based hollow. From snake-based hollows to wolf-based hollows, every type of animal hollow imaginable was held in captivity. There was not a single humanoid hollow slave that existed within the walls of this chamber. There were dozens of cells on either side of the long chamber, each one stuffed to the brim with dozens, if not hundreds of hollows, crammed together so tightly that in some of the cells, the prisoners couldn't move at all. There were leaks all over the ceiling and the walls, oozing an unholy green slime at a rate that would make one wonder what was behind these walls. In addition to that, moss was growing all over the stone walls, some toxic to hollows and causing a hideous skin reaction towards them. The only source of light was a small torch hanging limply in the center of the room, but even a human could smell the death and rotting flesh that permeated the room, giving it a foul-smelling aura. One could call this place a prison, but it was probably more resembling of an incredibly dark, incredibly cramped stable. Its entire decor seemed to give this off, as if the kingdom was treating these hollows no better than the animals that they were. The killing intent and Ryatsu wafted over Drindo, but he did nothing but smile broadly at their feeble attempts to make some kind of impression upon him. He shut the door behind him, and panned his eyes around the room, trying to get a rough count of how many slaves there were, though he knew that there would be too many to count. The eyes followed him around the room as he walked into the farther portion of the chamber, his feet making a slight creak in the rotten floor. He eyed one hollow, giving him a particularly nasty look, which he cowed with a smirk and a release of his Ryatsu. The eyes disappeared at the display of his impressive Ryatsu, retreated to what pitiful state they could muster in the face of their master. He gave the entire room a strange cross between a smirk and a sneer, before he arrived at the very end of the chamber, where a door very different than the rest lay. It was the only one in the room that was stationed perpendicular to the rest, and it appeared to be in much better shape than the ones that were on the side of the room, though would still be considered rotten with how little care this place received. There was a red insignia for the Reino humanoid on the door, with a sort of tail-like thing protruding out from it to function as a doorknob. Drindo knew the occupant inside was aware of his presence near the door, judging from the slightly heavy Ryatsu that now blanketed the air. Drindo wasn't fazed, however. Without any sort of hesitation, he opened the door, making a slight creak as he did so, and laid his eyes upon the rebellious occupant inside. The humanoid king stepped inside, and looked at the figure chained to the wall. It had a shockingly lean and curvaceous body, which was rare for an Ajuchas. You could easily tell it was female, judging from the large protrusions on its chest. There were 4 chains emerging from the hollow hole on its sweet spot, connecting the hollow to the wall in a disturbingly uncomfortable position. The figure turned its head upwards, showing an angular mask that showed 2 rows of incredibly sharp teeth, even by hollow standards. It had numerous gashes all over its body, and the smell of dried blood was far more pungent over in this area. If one squinted hard enough, they could see the numerous blood stains that lined the entire cell, even in the dark. This hollow was rebellious by nature, so it was punished on a much more regular basis. Its position, and the blood stain indicated that it has been tortured repeatedly in the past. Drindo could feel the creature glare at him, the look of pure, unadulterated hatred visible on its visage made even him cringe slightly on the inside. It was so powerful, and he could tell that it wanted nothing more than to rip him to shreds in the most violent way possible, while making sure he felt as much pain as possible at the same time. Nevertheless, he was a powerful Vastolord, and didn't let the killing intent get to him. Rather, he adopted an even wider grin at the sight of the miserable creature, amused by its pain. He placed a shrouded hand on his hip, his mocking expression and pose stirring even more ire in the hollow, if that were even possible. "How are we feeling today?" "Harabel," he mocked, saying her name in the most sarcastic, yet sugary manner possible. It made the said hollow want to vomit in pure disgust. Harabel attempted to croak out of response, yet couldn't through her ruptured throat. What came out instead was a throaty, incomprehensible gurgle, one that made the king laugh uproariously in amusement. "What a miserable creature you are, Harabel. What happened to the calm, cool, somewhat arrogant disposition you had while you were facing me in battle a few years ago? Those failed attempts at rebellion must have quelled your spirit. You understand that it hopeless, a bestie like you will never be able to overcome the perfect humanoid hollows," he mocked, grabbing her chin and forcing her to look directly into his eyes. She grimaced when she saw the sheer cruelty in them, and was instantly reminded of what she had been going through these past few years. Harabel didn't attempt a response to his words however, and instead she spat a glob of bloody saliva and phlegm all over Drindo's coat, an act which thoroughly enraged the king. "Go to hell," he roared, kicking her roughly in the mask, multiple times for that matter. A sickening crack was heard every time he brought down his foot, and the other hollows receded even farther into their cages, trying to be as small as possible in the presence of the rabid king. The shark hollow recoiled roughly from the blows, falling to her knees and coughing up a good portion of blood. But Drindo wasn't about to let her be and wallow in her misery just yet. "Have you forgotten that I can terminate you and all the other slaves at any given time?" he said, roughly grabbing a strange medallion attached to her neck by a chain. She grimaced at the contact, showing a look of pure emotional pain. "This chain is imbued with my special Ryatsu, and I can release it at any time. I hold your life in my hands, my dear Harabel. I suggest you don't take that lightly," he hissed, his hot, putrid breath washing over her in a wave, which almost made her gag in response. Harabel pulled away from him, looking thoroughly repulsed and angry at the development. Drindo eyed her with pure racist contempt, until he accepted it and turned his back to her. Harabel pulled away from him, looking thoroughly repulsed and angry at the development. Dreendo eyed her with pure racist contempt, until he accepted it and turned his back to her. Anyway, regardless of your constant acts of disrespect, bestie, I will admit that you are the most powerful in my army of slaves, hence why I have given you the lowly title as leader of these slaves. I have not come here to taunt or torture you this time around. Instead, I have a little assignment for you and the rest of the slaves, Dreendo explained, the whole time keeping his back to her. Harabelle looked up again, no curiosity staining her features, but a realization that she would have to follow through with whatever he ordered her to perform, consequences be damned. It was almost like she was afraid to hear what she was doing, because she already knew that it would not be pleasant. At the very worst, she would be sent to her death. The details of this assignment are unimportant. Simply fight where I tell you to fight and kill who I tell you to kill, and there won't be any sort of problem. Disobey or fail me in any way, and I will not hesitate to kill you. This isn't a particularly big job, so I'm only taking the hollows from 3 of my 16 slave houses that I have throughout the island. We will depart to the mainland in T-24 hours where we will engage another, much weaker kingdom in battle. I'm shipping you out on the Leviathan hollows tonight. Dreendo finished. He gave one last fleeting look at Harabelle, before he flicked his coat and turned his back on her. Dreendo swept out of the chamber without another glance at her or any of the other slaves. Oh, how she hated him. She hated him so much. This racist piece of shit is the reason her life was so fucked up, and all because she was an animal hollow. She hated him, and the other slave hollows did as well. She knew that God wouldn't answer some kind of unholy hollow, but still, she prayed with all her might to be rescued from this torment. It was the only thing that had kept her going. So, it seems we're going to have to make do with this small amount of hollows, said Naruto, who was currently perched in his future throne room along with Ulquiorra, who was going over some basic hollow warfare tactics with his king. Things weren't looking so good, and against his will, Naruto had the sinking impression that running away from this place would simply be the best option. But, if he did that, how would he ever become a powerful king in Hueco Mundo? If he was afraid of some other kingdom that wanted to bring him down, he would never be successful. Well, with the forces down from their last attack, we're completely reliant on the couple thousand or so hollows that you brought back from your trip. Speaking of which, you were mentioning something about filling 2 spots of this for General's idea that you had. Ulquiorra replied back. Naruto grinned widely, as he recalled that he had gained 2 fine fighters to add to his forces. Such a thing would already improve their chances, regardless of how slight that may be. Yeah, Grimmjow and Neutra. They show a lot of potential in addition to their already existing power, if I do say so myself. I told them to meet me in this chamber before we went, so they should be getting here pretty soon. Ulquiorra looked at his king, reflecting on his recent words. It may have been his imagination, but did it seem like his king was getting smarter? He was beginning to show signs of stress from this entire ordeal, and he was notably harder and more gaunt than when he first met him. It was like all his insecurities were beginning to show throughout the front. Not that this did anything for his ways. He seemed even more lustful for battle, and was much more high-strung. If he kept going like this, it wouldn't be good. It was like some semblance of sanity he had had before was slowly but surely disappearing. Ulquiorra was cut off from his thoughts by the creaking of the wooden door, and he could visibly make out 2 figures coming through. They seemed to be at each other's throats though, with their natural weapons drawn and them yelling curse words at each other. Naruto grinned even wider, before he randomly launched a Zero from his mouth. The orange ball of light went streamed towards the 2 new hollow, and the 2 were lucky enough to detect it in time and jump out of the way. The ball of light almost completely obliterated the door in a blast of orange, and Ulquiorra idly wondered how they were going to replace that. What the fuck was that for? They yelled at the same time, at their king who now had the biggest shit-eating grin Ulquiorra had ever seen on his face at the moment. He resisted the urge to sigh, remarking in his mind that he would do something like this to his newest underlings. Just testing ya. And I wanted to see if I could piss you off a little bit. He commented, much to the ire of Grimmjow and Neutra, who now seemed to want to tear out Naruto's throat. Ulquiorra scoffed. So much for his king getting smarter. Anyway, you two, I was just telling Ulquiorra here. He gestured to his stoic right-hand man, whom Grimmjow and Neutra both scowled at. That we really don't have enough force to stick it to what is an apparently powerful kingdom. Though, we'll have to stand and fight, because if we don't, this kingdom will remain a thorn in our sides until one of us eventually destroys the other, he stated. Grimmjow and Neutra looked unimpressed. What kind of cowardly bullshit is that? We should just go crush them right now with brute force. It's the only way to really get things done around here. Grimmjow muttered. An absurdly wide, and clearly fake smile came on Naruto's face. The eyes under his mask became slightly bloodshot, and the pupils shook with barely suppressed insanity. Okay, that's the best idea in the world? he exclaimed in an overly happy tone. In fact, I'm so confident that this will work. Why don't you just barge into that little kingdom of theirs, and take it by storm all by yourself? How does that sound? He laughed, the noise sounding oddly vacant and empty. No one else dared make a sound. A scary, half-lidded glare was what replaced Naruto's smile, and everyone thought that Naruto was going to burn a hole straight through Grimmjow with the way he was looking at him. I thought so, he said lowly. What the fuck? Is he bipolar? Grimmjow thought in bewilderment, thinking back to a few moments ago when he happily blasted him with a Zero, and looking at the seriously pissed off Hollow now. Anyway, it's been established that we will not pursue a direct attack. We will let them come to us, and we'll have to somehow use this cave complex and the terrain to our advantage. That's basically what we've been going over, Grimmjow. Neutra, Naruto said. The four Hollows sat in a tense silence for a few seconds. By the way, Naruto, I think it's imperative for you to know something about this particular kingdom, Ulquiorra said, breaking the silence that had fallen over the room. The Fox Hollow turned to Ulquiorra, a questioning look on his face. In response, the Bat Hollow across from him cleared his throat and told him what had happened. An odd thing about this kingdom is that the denizens of it will never actually fight personally. In fact, we were crushed completely by it, without them actually lifting a finger, Ulquiorra explained. A cold chill seemed to go down the spines of all three Hollows. What the fuck? How were you beaten then, if their entire fighting force didn't even attack? Naruto questioned. Ulquiorra could practically feel his ire rising, and his manic anger, one that wanted to watch the world burn, was reigning supreme. Ulquiorra wasn't fazed. Let me elaborate. This kingdom seems to have a very strange policy. It is that of a racist approach to anything that isn't a humanoid Hollow. Apparently, these Hollows believe solely that being a Hollow more resembling of a human means that they are smarter and stronger. Along with this racist attitude comes the keeping of thousands of animal-based Hollow slaves. It was them who defeated us in battle, these animal slaves forced to fight for this kingdom. Naruto calmed down completely, letting a smirk come onto his face and a snort of laughter escape his lips. What, do these guys get a mad boner for humans or something? If anything, in this world of Hollows, being more like a human should be a hindrance rather than a blessing. Naruto guffawed. I don't know any sort of history that goes on in this kingdom, but I do know that these animal Hollows are a massive threat to us, and even if we manage to draw out the humanoid Hollows into fighting, they are a large threat as well, Ulquiorra concluded. Naruto seemed to be contemplating that at least a little bit, though he became unfocused as he began to walk slowly around the room. He stopped at one of the Hollow mask torches flanking either side of the large, stone chair in the back. He reached out his front paw, lightly touching the torch while he seemed to go into very deep thought. Pieces of shit, he muttered to himself, though Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, and Neutra all heard it. They stood in silence for a little while, the only sounds being the deep, slow breathing of Naruto, who had his eyes closed and was apparently very deep in thought. He stroked the bony material of the mask lightly, noticing it resembled a bear of some kind. The other torch's mask resembled a humanoid Hollow, and its flame was noticeably dimmer than the one he was currently touching. The Hollows heard a distant crash, like some kind of boulder falling down a gorge inside the cave complex. It wasn't uncommon for things like this to occur, especially while living in such a treacherous cave filled with many deep pits and gorges. But, with one so sudden right now, it seemed that some of the new recruits were beginning to get settled into the cave complex. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, his signature psychopathic grin coming onto his face yet again. He clutched the torch a little firmer, to the point where the mask began to crack underneath the pressure. The other three Hollows heard some light snickering, though its volume didn't make it any less disturbing. The torch finally gave into the pressure, and snapped in half just as the laughter stopped. The eerie fire was instantly put out, and Naruto laughed yet again. I know just what to do, he exclaimed, turning back to his generals at breakneck speed, looking very happy at his new idea. It had taken a few days for Drindo to prepare everything for the second invasion because of several delays that he was having with the slaves. He had beaten them severely after their little failures, and he made sure that there would be no more screw-ups from this point on. Usually, he had the slaves just do manual labor around the entire island. Their fighting purpose was rarely exploited, and when it was, they were almost always out of practice and weakened. It was nothing a good beating couldn't clear up though. Ships didn't exist in Hueco Mundo, and as such they had to use the many large, Leviathan Hollows he had under his reign to transport him, a portion of his army, and the slaves to the mainland. But it turned out that the mindless Hollows were seriously acting up when it was time to leave, so he had to put the stupid beasts into submission. By the time they reached the mainland, his temper was running high, and he simply wanted to destroy the Fox and Bat right there and go back. The king stepped out of the largest blue leviathan onto the dirt, watching his army and the slaves emerge from the smaller ones. With limited interest, he watched all the leviathans sink back into the sea, to when they would be called again. The plateau where the detestable hollows would presumably lie was not that far, and he detected some semi-ryatsu come from the inside of the mountain. Good, that meant the fox was probably back, and from the looks of things, he had brought some fresh new hollows. Just as he expected. Still, it wouldn't be enough to put a dent in even his slaves, much less the portion of the army that he brought with him. Harabel, he ordered lowly, as the leader of the slaves got off the leviathan. Outside the dank, dark slave chamber, Drindo took in her full appearance. She was around 9 feet from head to toe, with a slender, feminine build, which was surprising for an Ajuchas. She was covered in head to toe in a white, bony material, except for a few patches along her sides. There appeared to be several spines of some sort sticking out along her body, and a large fin sticking out from her shark-like mask. She had 2 rows of incredibly sharp teeth along her mask, and even by hollow standards, they looked like they could rip through anything. Her eyes underneath the mask were just like any other hollows, though they looked considerably more compassionate than a normal hollows. What looked like gills existed on her left hip, and to complete her appearance, her hands were enormous bony blades that sort of looked like a shark's top half. She would look dazzling if hollows had any sense of beauty whatever. Drindo mused in his mind, chuckling slightly to himself as he remembered that hollows were completely asexual. They couldn't reproduce after all, but somehow, all those now useless reproductive organs carried over from their human lives. She walked awkwardly towards them, many cramps existing in her frame after being held in such a compromising position for so long. She looked at Drindo with no small amount of hatred, but refrained from attacking him, knowing his power was far greater than hers, as well as noting that all the guards seemed to tense up at her presence. Pathetic cowards. Now that she was free, they didn't think anything would stop her from goring through them like wet paper. Well, they were partially right. The slaves behind her were dazed, probably at going so long without being held captive. She felt for them, she truly did, but their day of reckoning wasn't today. Again, they would be forced to fight his enemies, so they can live on and wait for the day when they'll be able to escape. No matter how far away it was, there would come a time when Drindo's kingdom would fall, and they would be there to rise from the ashes and achieve their freedom. She was brought forth from her musings when one of the guards jabbed her in the ass with a sharp limb. Why did Drindo always have to pick the ones with the painful limbs to be the ones to watch over the slaves? Get your ass movin', Harabel. Didn't you hear Drindo-sama order you to tear this place a new asshole? Drawled the incredibly large, stupid-looking guard, the thoughtless look on his face oddly fitting. Don't touch me. She hissed lowly, resisting the urge to tear off his head. The guard looked baffled and appalled, as if he couldn't believe that a bestie just mouthed off and threatened him. Eh? What was it, bitch? You talkin' back to me, he slurred, spreading putrid, green deposits of spittle in Harabel's face. They seemed slightly acidic, but not enough to even faze the shark hollow. Before anything could escalate, Drindo's voice rang throughout the entire area, effectively canceling any sort of fight that would inevitably happen between the two. Came in, shut the fuck up and get back in line, damn it. And Harabel, you'd best be following my orders, and move all the slaves up the plateau and kill every hollow there, he shouted. Came-in looked ready to resist his king's orders, but he fell back in line with the other guards, after a nasty glare at Harabel, which she gladly returned at him. Harabel sighed. The slaves didn't need any prodding. Drindo's booming voice was enough for them to begin reluctantly scaling the plateau next to them. Harabel joined them after a few seconds, digging her sharp hands in the rock face. It yielded surprisingly easily, and she began her climb, some other slaves taking up the rear behind her. Oh, and all of you. Leave the Batajuchas and the Foxajuchas alive. If either one of them is killed in the process of destroying this place, you will all be terminated. Drindo's booming voice rang throughout every slave's ears. The slaves relayed that information to those who didn't hear it, or those who were too stupid to comprehend it. Not that there were many mindless hollows in the group. The slaves consisted mostly of Ajuchas, and some intelligent normal hollows. There were mindless hollows at one point in time, but they were weeded out easily. They were killed by guards when they attempted to eat each the other hollows. Harabel heard her stomach growl. She really wasn't getting enough food. Drindo at least made sure to prevent any regressions from Ajuchas to Jillian with at least a little something to eat, but Harabel wasn't so sure he knew what he was doing. Food was becoming scarce in recent years. Eating each other was strictly forbidden in order to prevent a loss of numbers, and most of their food came from war prisoners that he deemed separate from slaves. It was fitting for the racists. Half of the animal hollows became slaves, and the other half became food to keep the slaves alive. Speaking of war, Harabel knew that there would be more than a few casualties that came from this. When fighting another group, Drindo always underestimated their power, thinking he could finish it with small numbers. It was likely that this kingdom was far stronger than what Drindo gave them credit for. She looked at the hollow next to her. He was a young hollow, only captured recently, though he seemed to be much weaker and frail than any of the other slaves. And even though he was only captured recently, he knew just as well as she did that some of them would die in this battle. His face was stoic, but for a brief moment, Harabel thought she could see a small glimpse of sadness in his eyes, and wondered how the evil look of Hollow's eyes can actually be something tragic. But, as soon as she saw it, it was gone, a fleeting emotion in this entire ordeal. Fleeting, in a way, it described each and every one of their lives. Chapter 23, La Trampa. Right after Naruto's return. Behind Naruto's, and formerly Terobik's gilded throne, lay a great secret passed down to the now deceased Ox Hollow. It was something that could tear two brothers apart, start a war between nations, and bring all of Hueco Mundo to its knees. No one other than Drindo and Terobik knew about any of this, and even Drindo was at a loss as to where he got it, or where he was hiding it. And, rather than remain within his younger brother's graces, the king's racist attitude, and what this secret held caused the two brothers to drift apart from one another. It remained in its hidden spot until Terobik was usurped from the cave, and Ulquiorra stumbled across a secret passageway behind Naruto's throne, while the Bat Hollow was alone in the cave complex. He had taken a temporary residence in the throne room, after he disposed of all the bodies left behind in Drindo's wake. He was also archiving the various hazards and terrain of the cave complex at that moment, trying to figure what could be used to their advantage, in case something like this happened in the future. It was as he was checking behind the throne for anything, that he stumbling across this passageway. Ulquiorra wasn't stupid, so he wasn't about to gallivanting off alone into the eternal darkness of this narrow passageway. But, he had a feeling that Naruto would please to know that there might be something of use back there. So, the bat told him. A few hours directly after he had gotten back, and the disbelief of getting attacked had melted away into pure, righteous anger, Ulquiorra told him about the secret tunnel directly behind the throne. Naruto, while still steaming from the recent revelations, accepted the information wholeheartedly. He told Ulquiorra to go control his new disoriented followers, while he went off and explored the passageway alone. Anyway, the Fox Hollow found Ulquiorra's words to be true, as when he pushed the heavy throne to the side, there was a concealed passageway, large enough for a Vasto Lord or a small Ajuchas like himself to squeeze through. Looks like this is it, he said to himself, pressing a paw or two against the walls of the passageway, to make sure that they wouldn't cave in on him. When he decided that it was safe, he stepped inside the passage. He narrowed his eyes, as after a few yards into the tunnel, he came across a few crude carvings along the cave wall, all of the same thing. They were of a chimera-like shape, with a hole in its chest to signify that the being was in fact a hollow. The young hollow brushed one of the carvings as went by, noting that there was nothing special to them rather than their decorative purpose. Continuing further into the narrow passage, he noticed a few torches along the wall that glowed with an eerie blue flame, and more carving of the strange chimera-like hollow that he had been seeing up to this point. Then, the passage began to become more twisted, and Naruto was seriously wondering how far it extended. As he neared the end, the torches disappeared for a while, until they reappeared when he reached the end, and emerged in a large chamber, almost the size of his throne room. How can someplace so big be kept a secret down here? He asked himself, noting that some of the items in the chamber seemed to be untampered with for what looked like years. Speaking of items, there really weren't too many in the chamber, though. There were many torches, similar to the ones outside, that lined the walls to create a circular pattern. Again, there were more pictures, but this time they were not of the chimera. In addition, they were similar to mosaics or frescoes, being much more elaborate than the primitive cave drawings he had seen up to this point. The mosaics showed a bunch of angular, almost cubist shapes, but the one at the forefront seemed to be this humanoid figure, with a hole in its chest of all things. Other angular figures, more animal-like in nature, were circled around the figure in what seemed to worship. To add to the religious imagery, the prominent humanoid figure seemed to have a holy light surrounding it. Near the figure's feet was a large key, though its purpose didn't seem to be that clear. Turning his eyes away from the mosaics, Naruto looked around towards the center of the chamber. What went through his mind was that this place was some kind of shrine. At the very center of the room lay a large stone pedestal, with something resting on it, though he couldn't tell what it was at this distance. All around the pedestal lay several monuments, making the entire shrine almost look like a Stonehenge-type monument. Whatever the case, this entire area seemed to have been left here by ancient hollows. The Fox Hollow walked up the few steps leading up to the pedestal, hoping to get a glimpse at what was the deal with all these things. As he approached the pedestal, he vaguely noted 2 more torches that seemed to flank the centerpiece, and he finally saw what was revered so much by this shrine. It was a book. Actually, it would more accurately be called a tome. It was slid into this little notch into the stone, which was surrounded by gem-encrusted rock. The gold-striped cover didn't have any sort of title or indication of the contents inside, but Naruto felt strangely drawn to the book. He grabbed the book from off its pedestal, his paranoid mind thinking that there may be a trap waiting for him. However, the said trap never sprang, and when Naruto successfully removed the book, a much smaller notebook fell from inside the cover. He placed the larger book on his back as he picked up the smaller notebook with his front left paw, noticing that the title was Notas de Torobic. And, with both books in hand, the Fox Hollow slowly made his way back into his throne room. When he got back, he shooed away any of his vassals or generals that were remaining in the room. He wanted to be alone, so he could read this. He knew he shouldn't be reading this, with war on the horizon, but still, he had the feeling that the answers to all his problems lied within this piece of text. With that in mind, Naruto opened the tome without hesitation. As he read through the entire book, his eyes became wider, and his pose became more slack. There came a knock to his door several times, but Naruto just ignored it in favor of the book. Many hours later, when Naruto had finally finished the book, his pose had gone completely slack, and he dropped the book and let it crash to the ground below. He laid down on his throne in a lopsided position, his breathing a little rapid. Oh, fuck. I just read about something really fucking amazing, didn't I? He gasped out, thoroughly enraptured by the contents of that book. The sheer things that were written down in that tome were simply mind-blowing to him. He didn't think he could show this to anyone, not even Ulquiorra, until they were ready. Right now, the secrets of that book would remain with him and only him. Trying to recover, he turned to the other, much smaller notebook, the one that Torobic had wrote and slipped into the book. The thought had been bugging Naruto for quite some time. The first book clearly wasn't written by Torobic, but since he had slipped his own writings inside, he definitely knew about, and had most likely read it as well. Was that Oxvasto Lord trying to guard it or something? He opened the notebook, his thoughts lingering on what Torobic knew. As he read through the much shorter notebook, he didn't become slack with shock like with the tome. Rather, his mouth smiled with unrestrained glee. This notebook holds some very interesting information indeed. He drawled, looking around his throne room for a moment. In fact, Torobic's notes may just help me to defeat his brother. And, that was how Naruto had planned out what to do. Torobic's information held many secrets to his brother's abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. The now deceased Ox Hollow had mentioned some sort of falling out between the two in his notes, and he needed to be prepared in case his older brother one day came looking for revenge. What was Torobic's preparation came as a gold mine for Naruto. The notes documented Drindo's abilities in perfect detail, and also mentioned how Drindo may like to use animal hollow slaves, with special collars to keep them in line. To top it all off, it even explained how to disable the collars. This information would definitely be useful in dealing with the future onslaught. He had the perfect plan to deal with them, and now he just needed to be lucky enough for it to work in his favor. To tell the truth, they had been expecting the attack for several days now, and his trap was already prepared, just waiting to be sprung. All they needed now was the trigger, when one of the hollows he placed on lookout reported back to him. Naruto sighed. This kingdom business was coming along at least somewhat well. Well, his throne room could really be called more of an encampment than a palace, and he was really a king in name only at this point. At least he had gotten his new subjects settled in though. This place was big enough to be a capital city of some kind, but right now the lesser hollows were split into many different settlements throughout the cave complex. He had left it to Ulquiorra, who had skillfully divided up the hollows based on their abilities, and how likely they were to fight each other. He had found the old settlements of hollows who had lived here during Torobic's time, and the hollows had taken up residence in the many different hive-like structures that were scattered throughout the labyrinth. In addition, once Naruto relayed the plan to Ulquiorra, the Bat Hollow also took the liberty of making preparations for the other hollows. They were scattered all throughout the cave complex, so if Drindo wanted to fight them on their home turf, then it would be impossible for them to avoid the encampments. Naruto didn't know where he would be without Ulquiorra. The Bat Hollow had basically taken care of all domestic issues, and the sorting of the population was just one of the things he had resolved. Speaking of Ulquiorra, the wooden door to his chamber creaked open, and inside came the reliable Bat Hollow. Naruto grinned lightly at his right-hand man, knowing deep inside that something was about to go down. The Bat Hollow gave a slight bow, something that was respectful but not too overt and fancy. When he was done, he walked dutifully into Naruto's chamber, and locked eyes with the Fox Hollow himself. Naruto, one of the lookouts at the top of the plateau, spotted Drindo and his army off the coast. They will arrive here and begin their attack within an estimated 12 hours. Their army is large, larger than we expected, and it seems that they brought the slaves along in order to attack with them. However, I have sent word to all the hollows in all the settlements, and told them to prepare to attack them," he said, not wasting any time or breath on useless statements. Naruto hopped to his feet, looking somewhat anxious and pleased. "That's good. Are Grimmjow and Neutra keeping the other hollows in line at the two largest settlements, and making sure they do their jobs?" he asked. Ulquiorra faltered slightly at that question. Unfortunately, some of the hollows have been unresponsive or rebellious to their jobs. So far, the two of them have had to put down a combined total of 17 hollows who have made it clear that they're not interested in you. However, I get the feeling that they were both just looking for an excuse to kill something. In more fortunate news, the smaller settlements that Grimmjow and Neutra are unassigned to have had no known skirmishes under the various leaders you appointed," he finished. Naruto looked slightly angry at the prospect of rebellion, but he quickly shrugged it off. "Well, whatever. 17 is a fucking drop of water in an ocean, but the idea of rebellion isn't good for me. Anyway, the important thing right now is that we're prepared for Drindo's attack." The fox Ajuchas walked over to the big wooden door, creaking it open slightly with his paws. He then turned to Ulquiorra, his eyes filled with silent confidence. "It's time we head to the front lines. I have a large role in this as well." "Quit your lazing round and get to it," roared a particularly tenacious guard, who called up to the slaves when the last one had finally scaled the plateau. Harabel glared down at the guard, even though he couldn't really see her. "We'll be waiting here while you besties go and destroy this kingdom. But, remember, leave the Fox King and his bat lackey alive so I can deal with them myself. The rest of them you have full permission to kill," ordered Drindo, his loud voice carrying up the plateau clearly. These pathetic hollows weren't even going to fight their own battles, Harabel thought to herself. It seemed a similar thought was going through everyone else's head as well. Such thoughts reminded her just how poor of a military commander Drindo actually was. He had gained all his territory through the use of slaves, and fortunately for him, his opponents didn't seem to be that bright either. She couldn't remember the last time his army had actually done any fighting of their own. She turned back to her task at hand, and immediately she already noticed a problem. This entire mission wasn't going to be very straightforward, as there were no less than 10 entrances into the subterranean reaches of the plateau, and the Shark Hollow could figure out immediately that the interior of this was going to be a labyrinth. "What's the hold-up?" came the voice of one of the guards, but Harabel and the other slaves simply ignored him. She had her eyes on the many different cave entrances, trying to figure out what to do. The other slaves seemed to have their eyes on her, waiting for her guidance. "Okay," she started, and everyone's attention was now fully on her. She commanded unchallenged authority in the entire group, as the strongest hollow and the leader. "We're going to split up into 4 groups here, and each group will travel down a different entrance. Any hollows that have a bioluminescence will be at the forefront, as it will likely be very dark in there. There's also no doubt in my mind that the enemy will have traps set up for us as we descend. Everyone's objective is to flush out the enemies and exterminate them, while making sure not to fall for any of their traps," she ordered, and the hollows around her grunted in confirmation. After splitting into their groups, the other 3 descended first, leaving Harabel's group behind alone to enter after them. She felt somewhat uneasy about this entire ordeal. Splitting into groups. She felt that was exactly what the enemy wanted. Harabel didn't let her guard down inside the interior, as the bioluminescent hollow at the forefront lead the way through the deep cavern. She was surprised by how complex and treacherous the complex could be. There were multiple places for rock slides, and many, many bottomless pits that could be a real hazard for the group. Right now, they were trudging along a narrow staircase that spiraled along a tall, narrow chamber. There was a deep pit below them, and from what they could see, there were wide platforms and areas that lead to other parts of the cavern all throughout the chamber. She guessed that this could be called the main hub of the dungeon. They had already lost a slave to the bottomless, a clumsy pig-like hollow who lost his footing and fell, his fearful squealing continuing even after he went splat when he reached the bottom. Harabel's mind was taken off of the pig hollow, when she thought she saw a shadowy figure moving about in the darkness. She halted, and so did the rest along with her. "Wait. I saw a shadowy figure lurking on that platform a level above us," she said, gesturing to said platform, which hung over their heads. The other hollows tensed up slightly, waiting for their leader's order. She saw it again, and this time it didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the group. They tensed up at the arrival, and one impatient Ajucha's slave worked up the nerve to fire a Zero at the shadowy figure. The red beam of light missed the target completely, hitting the stone wall directly below the platform and causing several chunks of rock to fall from the damaged area. Idiot! Harabel hissed at the attacker. Don't be so reckless with your attacks. Do you want this place to cave in on us? She finished with a roar, and the hollow who attacked had the decency to look sheepish. The shadowy figure is gone now. She sighed, looking up at the platform to see nothing there. Just a sea of darkness in a place where their light source couldn't reach. Come to think of it, the shadowy figure could still be there watching them, and just hiding out of view of their light. We probably just drew attention to ourselves with that attack, so we've lost the element of surprise, she stated, glaring lightly at the offending hollow who had blown their cover. We'll continue on to that platform where we saw the shadowy figure, and see if we can flush it out there. Just keep your guard up. They have the advantage in this darkness, and that shadowy figure might use it to get a sneak attack on one of us. Just then, they heard a distant crashing of rocks, following by what seemed to be the collapse of something, as well as some cries of pain and distress in there as well. Her eyes widened under her mask, and she speeded to the front past the bioluminescent hollow. Hurry, everyone. We need to get to higher ground, and figure out the source of that noise, she stated, as the rest of the slave hollows increased their speed to keep up with her. They managed to cover their distance in a few seconds flat with their speed, reaching the edge of the platform where they had seen the shadowy figure. Getting a better view though, they could see a tunnel near the end, which clearly led to another area in the complex. The slaves nodded to each other, but then the same shadowy figure darted out from his hiding place behind a large stone pillar situated on the platform, and ran with great speed through the tunnel opening. This caught all of the slaves off guard, some of them fumbling around in the dark, lost and confused on what they were supposed to do. Just then, they heard another round of rock slides and screaming, leading Harabel to believe that another group was hit. Damn it, we've got to hurry, she exclaimed. Follow that hollow? She ordered to the rest of the group. The bioluminescent hollow took off into the tunnel, while Harabel and the rest of the group trailed behind. The group of hollows trudged through the narrow chamber in almost a straight line, searching desperately for the being that they were chasing. As they approached the end of tunnel and were about to emerge into a different chamber, the same noises could be heard again, signifying that the third and final group had fallen for their traps. Shit, this isn't going so well, Harabel thought to herself, as she emerged out of the tunnel and into another area of the chamber. All in all, it looked somewhat similar to the area they just came from, which meant multiple staircases and a pit in the center. There came a shout from the bottom of the pit, and Harabel rushed over to the edge to get a better look. It was too dark to see anything down there, but she could hear many a cry of hollows down there, and from their pained cries, it was hollows on their side. What in the world? So the collapsing noises were definitely the staircases, and the slave hollows fell down there in the process. However, this place is too intact for anything like that, then that means. She trailed off in her thoughts for a moment, her mind trying to figure out just what happened. That there are many areas with pits like these ones, and all the pits are connected to the same bottom area. There are no walls or obstacles blocking anything at the bottom. She ran over this theory in her mind, finding it suitably logical. There came a what seemed to be a rolling noise coming from upwards, and Harabel craned her neck upwards to see what she thought would be her downfall. On a high, wide ledge greatly above her, there was a settlement of enemy hollows, the ones she was assigned to search out and destroy. However, it seemed that those hollows weren't too keen on visitors, as they had prepared no less than 20 humongous boulders that were currently perched on the end of the ledge. Boulders that they were clearly intending on rolling down at them. OCRA she thought, but before she could finish, she saw that shadowy figure, now slightly more clear to them, climbing up the ledge to join with the rest of his comrades by the boulders. Oh no. He was just a decoy. We played right into their hand. How could I be so stupid, she scolded herself, but she would have no time for that, as one of the shadowy hollows on the far left rolled his boulder down the slope. It smashed into one of the staircases, killing 2 slave hollows and reducing the stairs themselves to pieces. A few hollows fell into the pit, but most of the group kept their balance on the now ruined staircase. Or at least, they would until the other hollows rolled down the 19 remaining boulders upon them. This time, the boulders obliterated the staircase almost completely, leaving nowhere to stand on. They also killed more than 20 slave hollows, and every single alive one was forced to plummet into the pit without anything to stand on. Some of the Ajuches attempted to use Sonido to get to a safe area, but it was pointless. With their level of Sonido, there was nowhere to land on when falling at their speed. Harabel hit the ground with a heavy thud, groaning lightly at the pain. The other hollows seemed to be in a similar position. They had fallen for the trap, but there was something that perplexed Harabel. The hollows should have known that a fall like that wouldn't have killed them, so what was the point of that? Harabel hit the ground with a heavy thud, groaning lightly at the pain. The other hollows seemed to be in a similar position. They had fallen for the trap, but there was something that perplexed Harabel. The hollows should have known that a fall like that wouldn't have killed them, so what was the point of that? She looked around. There was an exit nearby, but it was sealed off completely. That meant that the hollows up there seemed to prepare for everything. She also noticed that hollows from the other groups landed down here as well, and were beginning to mingle with each other to form one giant group yet again. One of the hollows bumped into the corpse of a hollow who didn't survive the fall, and in a moment of weakness, devoured the carcass out of sheer hunger. A similar thing happened to all the other dead hollows in the vicinity. There were torches lining the walls down here, making it much more visible than it was up there. Still, it took the group quite some time for them to notice a few figures standing on a ledge more than 50 feet above them. Harabel was the first to notice them, and her eyes widened when she saw just who it was she was looking at. An 8-foot-tall fox ajuches, and one that exactly matched the description in Drindo's report. This was their main target, the one they were supposed to bring back alive. Behind him there seemed to a few other hollows, a bat one, a panther one, and a mantis. Also, crumpled at his feet was an unconscious slave hollow, one of them that he had apparently taken hostage. The other hollows who had fallen seemed to realize the same thing, as within the crowd there seemed to be quite a bit of muttering going on between them. She heard a few of them mention about how this was their target. Yet again, a hollow stupidly tried to attack this target with a Ciro, though it was easily avoided by all 4 hollows on the ledge. With their only real method of attacking them, it would be impossible to defeat them like this. The fox hollow grabbed the unconscious hollow, holding him at arm's length. He stroked the slave medallion attached to the creature's neck lightly, drawing anger from the hollows below. Harabel stood in silence as the other hollows roared and jeered at the fox hollow. What is he doing? She thought to herself, seeing the fox king touch the slave medallion. She saw him smile gently, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was just something so off about that smile. I know, he whispered, and yet the voice resonated completely into the pit below, and filled the ears of every hollow present there. The slave hollows grew silent at that remark, and within a few seconds there came some slight murmuring from the crowd. No more rage, just a strange sense of curiosity. I know about this medallion. I know about your oppression. I know that you are all slaves to Drindo. Slaves, forced to work for him and fight his battles. You all yearn for the day that you will be set free from your torment, he started, his voice quiet and benevolent. Could it be? Harabel thought to herself. If this hollow knew about the torment she and all these other hollows had suffered at the hands of Drindo, was he implying that he could set them free? Was this her savior? After these thoughts, there came a slight dampener to Harabel's high hopes, as she remembered what type of world she lived. Still, the hollow's words sounded so gentle, so sincere, that she couldn't help but trust him in spite of herself. What she didn't realize that beyond that thickly veiled persona was nothing but an evil character who cared nothing for them. Out of all the hollow in the room, Ulquiorra was the only one to tell that his speech pattern was purely false. Do you wish to be free? To be able to do whatever you please? Or do you simply want Drindo to suffer for his crimes? He started, and every hollow was now enraptured by his chant. Then join me, I can help you. I can free you, he said, his false charisma beginning to shine through. He then adopted a look of faux sorrow, one that Ulquiorra thought looked incredibly out of place. I know I have done some unforgivable things in order to tell you this. I ordered my men to drop boulders on you, which even killed a few of your comrades. But, you were under orders to capture me on sight, and that was the only way I could talk to you like this, he cried, his voice becoming louder again at the last part. As you can see, we are all fellow animal hollows. His voice crept even louder. Do you want to spend the rest of your lives being forced to work for those pathetic humanoid hollows? Or do you want to live free with your brethren? You may not think that you have the power to defeat Drindo and his army, but united we can. United, we can fight. And united, we can win. Can you hear the war drums beating? They're telling you to rise up against your oppressors, and free yourselves at last. Join me, as together we outnumber Drindo's army, and without combined strength, we can win, he roared, the speech ringing true to many of the slaves. There came cheers from the crowd, those who were inspired by Naruto's words, and raring to exact their revenge on Drindo. However, not all were convinced by Naruto's speech, as several of them continued to hiss and boo at Naruto's words, while reminding their fellows that he had killed many a comrade. A few of them even attempted to fire more Ciros. Naruto wasn't fazed. If some of you still remain unconvinced of my truthful words, then perhaps this will convince you. I have discovered a secret recently, one that I learned from Drindo's brother Torobic, and something I think you will find quite astonishing, he said. He once again turned his attention back to the unconscious hollow that he was holding, placing his hand against the chain attached to its neck. Torobic's notebook says the following, he started, preparing to do something to the hollow's medallion. Apply 76 newtons of force directly and precisely on the 4 joints of the medallion. This is the key to removing the medallion without harming the wearer. It can be performed by anyone who is proficient in Ryatsu control. A single finger push in the right area should be sufficient enough to remove the device, he said casually, pressing his finger against each of the 4 corners of the medallion. The hollows below watch with apt awe at Naruto's performance. Even the ones who were untrusting of Naruto's proposition were silent. Then suddenly, there came a slight pop and a click, and a clang as the medallion that had caused them so much grief clattered to the flood, now useless. The slaves were stunned. Flat out floored by what just happened. Their medallion, the source of their problems in life, was gone just like that. At the hands of the one they were supposed to have captured. After that, the other 3 hollows flanking Naruto seemed to come to the forefront, as if they were going to assist Naruto in the removing of all the medallions. Now, simply swear allegiance to me, and I will remove each and every one of your medallions, allowing you to live free under my reign. We will also bring the attack to Drindo, and destroy his army of humanoid hollows, he exclaimed, only to be met with a much louder chorus of cheers. The few who remained skeptical of Naruto's intentions were quickly turned, when they witnessed that most of the slaves were jumping at the opportunity to get their collars off. Naruto was shining underneath the full approval of the slave hollows, a bastion of morality underneath these slaves who have had all hope torn from them. No matter how false his proclamations were, he continued to shine through. For a split second, an insane grin that showed his true nature surfaced, but it was gone as soon as it came, replaced with the confident, kind smile that the slave hollows had taken a liking to. And, while underneath the spotlight, after what felt like was top of the world, Naruto whispered one thing that would go unheard by anyone in the entire chamber. Perfect. Chapter 24, Explosion. When Haribel's medallion was removed from her neck, she had a huge weight off of her shoulders that she hadn't felt in years. She touched the area around her neck, almost as if the entire thing was just too good to be true. The shark hollow began to breathe slightly heavier at the revelation that she was finally free of her long burden. She laughed lightly, a rare event for the usually stoic hollow, and it was surprising that her laughter had such a beautiful tone to it. It was the Fox King himself who had removed her burden for her, and for that she was incredibly grateful. She looked over, seeing the fox already moving on to the next slave, and using the delicate procedure needed to remove the medallions. She looked to the rear to see hundreds, if not thousands of liberated slaves mingling with each other down at the bottom of the cave. If there was one thing that slavery was good for, it was conditioning them to not eat each other. She turned back to the fox and his 3 underlings who were also helping remove medallions, and noticed a few slaves jump into the crowd, finished with the procedure. The shark hollow took a deep breath, and began slowly walking up to her savior. If the fox noticed her, he sure didn't show it, as he was focused completely on removing the medallion off yet another slave, sighing and muttering to himself as he tried to use the right amount of force. He finally noticed her after he had removed the medallion from the slave. He looked up at her from his position, and offered a soft smile, which unknown to her was completely fake. I'd just like to say that you, as well as your subjects, have my sincere gratitude for freeing me and this multitude of slaves. I would just like to say thank you as leader of the former slaves, she said confidently, also offering him a smile back. You're the leader of the slaves? I didn't realize that Drindo would have such a thing as rank among slaves. But, that's all in the past now, so I guess it doesn't matter, he said, his voice dripping with a sugary tone, one that his 3 generals would notice as being completely fake. Though, you and your fellows seem to be quite excited about this development, and the chance to get your much-deserved revenge on the tyrant. So, I take it you'll be joining us, he asked politely. Haribel nodded at that, though not without slight hesitation. Anything's better than being a slave, and we do owe you for saving all of us, so as the former leader of the slaves, I think I speak for everyone when I say that I swear allegiance to you, and only you, she said, dropping to one knee and bowing her head. All the eyes of her comrades were on her now, nearly all of them accepting or tolerant of this new development. Cheering arose in the air as the slaves uniformly rose a limb into the air as if to salute to their new leader. Now, there's no need for that, the fox hollow trailed off, realizing that he didn't even know her name. Haribel. Tia Haribel, she said, finishing her new king's sentence for him. Right. Haribel, he remarked excitedly. It's good to have you, as well as all these liberated slaves as part of the team now. And, since you're the supposed leader of all these hollows, it just wouldn't feel right not to give you a certain position of power, he said affably. Haribel looked slightly surprised that he would offer something like that, and it was made clear underneath her mask. He hadn't even seen her fight yet. You don't have to do something like that, she trailed off, mirroring Naruto's actions earlier. However, she looked significantly more embarrassed, considering she didn't even know the name of the hollow she would be following. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Don't call me Sama or some bullshit like that. Just Naruto, so get used to saying that from now on. About your position of power though, I want a fourth general to complete the hierarchy, and you're most likely the best person for the job, he said, dropping all personal feelings and becoming strictly professional. Harabelle looked like she was about to protest to that, but she kept her mouth closed. She didn't particularly care about some position of power. In fact, she had complete and utter apathy about the opportunity to become high-ranked in her new life. Though, despite his friendly demeanor, she didn't believe that Naruto would like it if she turned down such an offer. He seemed dead set on her becoming his fourth general. I don't think I'm the type of hollow to lead a great number of hollows, Naruto. I only did it under Drindo because I was being forced to, she argued, her voice never changing tone to indicate emotion. Naruto, however, wasn't fazed. Nonsense. You have all the markings of a leader. Look at this, you have the respect and admiration of all the hollows here, and yet you say you don't have the qualities of a leader? You're the perfect choice, and I'm afraid I won't take no for an answer, he said, the sugary tone now slightly more malevolent, though Harabelle still didn't pick up on it. Naruto sighed. Okay, fine. We'll discuss this after we get rid of the current threat. I at least expect you to lead these former slaves one last time to destroy Drindo. Myself, Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, and Neutra will join you with our own forces. Do I make myself clear? He ordered, an air of finality in his voice. Harabelle did nothing but stare, but she at least seemed to accept those terms. The eyes of all her comrades were on her intently, like they were waiting for something like this to happen. She didn't want to let them down. All right, she said finally and simply. Naruto smiled at her. Good, now's your day of reckoning, Harabelle. With our combined forces, whatever Drindo can throw at us won't really affect anything. He turned to his other three generals. Round up all the leader hollows assigned to the colonies, and order them to lead the hollows under their jurisdiction to the top of the plateau. We're going to take this war to Drindo, and make his army actually fight. Neutra and Grimmjow grinned at the opportunity to spill some blood, before turning to one another and glaring. Ulquiorra simply nodded, not caring about the prospect of fighting one bit. Harabelle, considering you have defected from Drindo's forces, you should be able to tell us the size of his army and his current location. I need you to tell us all you can so we can properly prepare the attack, Naruto said after turning to Harabelle, who nodded her head slightly. Drindo's current location if directly outside, underneath this plateau. When he attacks anything, he will always wait a not-so-safe distance away from the action while the slaves do all the work. He's very overconfident like that. It's a major flaw I know we can exploit, because he did not bring the full extent of his army to combat you. Even now, the reserve of slaves he owns is far greater than the amount of actual troops he has, though they are much more efficient and well-trained than slaves are. She explained. He's below us. That's good. Harabelle, can you give me a rough estimate of the number of hollows that can use ranged attacks that are in this group? He asked seriously. The other hollows seemed to be listening as well, as when Harabelle gave a sharp whistle, those who were mainly ranged fighters separated to one side of the cavern. Naruto grinned. There were a sufficient amount of them. Okay, the group of ranged fighters is going to accompany Harabelle towards the top of the plateau. There, you will remain out of sight to support the close and medium range fighters as they attack Drindo. However, he turned to everyone this time. It's likely that someone will pick up that something's wrong with the Ryatsu, so you'll have to be quick. The rest of you will go down to the bottom where Drindo and his army are located. Try to get the jump on them and hold your ground. We will arrive within a few minutes. When Drindo is finally killed, it is then that we will truly claim victory. He proclaimed, and the rest of the hollows cheered. Naruto held up his front paws, silencing the group after a few seconds. Shall we go then, Ulquiorra, Neutra, Grimmjow? I leave this group to you, Harabelle. I have great trust that you'll be able to lead them to victory. He smiled, the sappy tone once again convincing her. With that, the four male hollows left through an opening on the ledge they were occupying. A few minutes, they had unsealed the doorway leading out of the deep pit, allowing Harabelle and her group to exit and take the fight to Drindo. Naruto, was that wise? Lying to her like that, if she's going to become the fourth general, how do you think she'll react when you let your true nature come forth? Asked Ulquiorra, slightly wary of the shark ajuchas. Naruto grinned obnoxiously as the four hollows walked down the narrow corridor. He really was getting somewhat get at this manipulation business, but he supposed it had something to do with his previous career as a shinobi. He sighed wistfully at Ulquiorra's statement, being in high spirits ever since he had recruited so many hollows. Necessity, Ulquiorra. Necessity. He replied, looking back to stare at the three confused hollows. I just saved her from a terrible life, you see. She wouldn't dare try anything even if my true nature is revealed, she's too indebted to me for that to happen. Did you see the look on her face when I told her she could be completely free of Drindo? I plan to build on that, making her completely reliant on me and only me, if she isn't like that already," he explained. "In a way, I guess you could say that she hasn't escaped her old life." He cackled, to which the other three hollows got what he was saying. Neutra and Grimjow laughed along with him. "What the hell are they doing?" Drindo asked himself, sensing the lack of fighting noises from inside the plateau. The place was desolate, no noises, no Ryatsu spikes or anything else they could be considered signs of a battle. His guards around him didn't even stir. "That's it, when they come back, they're going to be in for one hell of a punishment," he ranted, the guards finally looking at him stoically, yet not without a little hint of exasperation. "Drindo-sama, if we just give them time, I'm sure they will." "Fuck that, they need to dash," he began childishly, but he cut himself off, noticing some shadowy figures attempting to hide on the precipice above. They looked somewhat familiar. "Oh, there they dash again." The king was cut off as soon as he noticed that it was his slaves. This time, some of the slaves were huddling behind outcroppings, and from the top of them they launched a multitude of ranged attacks. From spines, to pellets, to corrosive liquids, to siros, they rained down upon the huddled army. Drindo's eyes widened underneath his hood, as an unprepared soldier to the right of him was hit by a spine to the chest. The thick spine penetrated to the left of its hole, spilling red blood from the deep wound. The soldier collapsed to the ground, heavily wounded. All in all, about 12 or 13 members of his army had been hit by the first wave of projectiles, and even he had to block an oncoming one with his thick hollow skin. Now the slaves who had remained out in the open were storming down the plateau, while the projectile-launching hollows remained and began to launch another wave of attacks. "Those idiots," he muttered to himself. "The slaves are rebelling. Stand your ground and fight back," he roared, and his army personally readied themselves for a fight, something they hadn't done in quite a long time. They were used to just being overseers, watching over and abusing the slaves and making sure they were kept in line. Drindo signed, he would need to make an example out of a few of the slaves, which would make them deplete in numbers. He held both of his arms out, letting a few small pricks of red Ryatsu to appear on the palms of his hands. "Say goodnight," as he activated the Ryuryoku that he had kept stored within 10 of the medallions that were around the slaves' necks. The red Ryatsu in his hands went from a few pricks to a full-blown torrential flame, before disappearing completely. He blinked, and nothing happened. The slaves continued to rush his army, who by this point had become a disorganized mess that clearly wasn't going to be able to deal with the situation at hand. He tried again. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. The guard to his left was by a large, round pellet to the head, which completely caved in his mask and destroyed his brain. Some of the blood flecked onto Drindo, but he was too enraptured to pay attention to what was going on around him. "What the hell is going on?" he shrieked at the top of his lungs, much to the amazement of the hollows around him. He frantically looked around for an answer to this conundrum, until his eyes locked on Harabel, who was leading the pack of hollows down towards them. He focused in on her neck, and to his surprise, there was nothing around it. In a panic, he turned to look at a few of his other slaves, and noticed that there wasn't anything around their necks either. Oh, crap! The slaves had finally descending upon them in a blaze of glory, combating the soldiers in the army with ferocity that no one would expect in bodies so withered. The slave hollows were using their own methods of attack against their foes. Most of them were attacking with slash attacks, or biting them and feasting on the corpse afterwards. That is not to say that the soldiers were completely outmatched though. In fact, the battle seemed to be somewhat even. His army had taken to using siros on their foes, an attack which sometimes worked spectacularly. Harabel herself was cutting through soldiers like a weed whacker, her oversized shark fin sword doing a fantastic job at it too. Her attacks had feeling too, they held all her hatred, her anger, and her sorrow. She was quite the sight to behold in battle. And yet, she was carving a path of dead soldiers straight in his direction. So, she's heading for me, eh? Well, I'll show her a thing or two about how to fight, he thought. He gestured to his soldiers around him to give him a wide berth, and they didn't need to be told twice after witnessing their master fight, not to mention the rampaging shark ajuches that seemed to be coming straight at them. Harabel didn't waste any time with small talk. The normally stoic hollow, in a rare display of excessive violence, leaped an impressive distance into the air, and raised her natural weapon over her head. "Die, Drindo," she roared, slashing down with all the force she could muster. She didn't care about how the attack left her open, she didn't care about how much stronger than her this hollow was. All she wanted was to watch him die. Unfortunately for her, this was not what she was going to see at the moment, as Drindo deftly dodged the attack skillfully. He glared at her with sunken eyes underneath his hood, before he took a red arm and ripped off his hooded cloak. He was blood red from head to toe, the only difference in color being his always white porcelain mask. He was about the same height as an average human male, though his build was far stockier than one of them. The features across his body seemed roughly equivalent to a human's as well. He possessed arms and legs like them, as well as a torso like them. But, he also seemed to have sharp fingers and toes, things that could easily be used as claws. His mask was vaguely humanoid, except it was a little more angular than a human's face. He also had 3 hollow tubes, one protruding out of his forehead over to the left of his mask, and 2 that came off of his cheeks to curve upward. Harabel wasn't fazed by this, and she thrust her weapon out again. Drindo sidestepped it easily, and sonitoed right in front of her. After getting underneath her guard, he punched her rapidly a good number of times, before thrusting out his hand in a jab, which was augmented by his sharp fingers. Harabel was thrown back by the unseemingly powerful attack. He was a Vastolord, so she knew that she should have expected him to have such power. His blows were strong, and not lacking in finesse either. And his sonito was smoother than anything she had ever seen before. Yet, she was convinced that this was only the start of his abilities. "Harabel, what is the meaning of this?" he spoke, his voice tinged with deadly seriousness. He looked at her now bare neck again, which she noticed, and adopted a somewhat smug, mocking expression on her face. "What happened to your medallion? Who removed it?" he hissed, tranquil fury overriding any rage. For the first time, he released his full Ryatsu, a crushing force that instantly wiped the smug smile off Harabel's face, and replaced it with a look of pure fear. She shouldn't have rushed in like that. She shouldn't have angered a Vastolord. And, she was going to pay dearly for it. All she could do is wait for the backup that Naruto had promised her. "Well, guess what, Harabel? This little rebellion of yours is going to cost you your life. Don't think I'm just going to sit here and let you do all of this. I'll use you as an example to all the pathetic little besties that think it's a good idea to rebel. I'm sure they won't take kindly to their precious little leader dying such a slow and painful death," he said melodramatically. Harabel readied her finsword again, though with her look of fear and slight sweating underneath the pressure, the young shark hollow hardly looked intimidating, especially to a far older, more experienced hollow. "Well, here as goes. I don't think I've really mastered this move yet, though." She charged up her Ryatsu in preparation to fight. It was a smooth yellow color, but as she finished her preparation, water began to form around the surrounding area. Drindo watched her, slightly intrigued but not so that he would pay attention to this in any great detail. His former leader-slave was now pointing her weapon at him, and water began leaking from the 3 slits of the blade until it covered it completely. "Lagata," she muttered, firing the concentrated mass of water at her opponent. It flew at him as a great speed, though not anything that could outrun him. He disappeared into a flash at once, before reappearing next to Harabel's side. The action caught the hollow off guard when it really shouldn't have, and she was thrust backwards as Drindo nonchalantly backhanded her. He stared at the blood that now coated his knuckles, before glancing at the downed Harabel and snorting in pure disdain. "Oh, please Harabel. Do you have any idea how predictable that was to avoid? Guess what, firing away at point-blank range doesn't work unless you've got something to hold your opponent in place. Any experienced fighter knows that," he lectured. Harabel struggled to her feet. The attack had knocked the wind out of her, but it wasn't too threatening. Drindo still looked bored. "What did you really hope to accomplish by fighting me? You think that you'll defeat me if you keep this up," he said, before he gave a loud, obnoxious guffaw not unlike a certain fox hollow. "Give me a break. You're just a lowly Ajuchas, and a bestie at that. I don't even need to use my special abilities to be able to defeat you. You would lose even to a humanoid Ajuchas, considering how inferior you besties are. Your little surprise attack is the only reason you've managed to harm my army. In time, we're going to push you all back, my little slave," he said perversely. Harabel grimaced. It was true. They were beginning to get pushed back. The soldiers had seemed to gather their morale, after going without a fight for so long, and the weaker, abused slave hollows were started to get killed more often. She stared as a hog-like hollow was pierced through the heart by a wiry limb of a soldier. This only added to the amount of casualties that were beginning to pile up. Where the hell was Naruto? You see, even without the medallions you never stood a chance of being able to escape. I would give you a chance to stop now and return to me, but I'm not that nice. You've crossed the line, Harabel, and you have to be punished for it," he said, walking up to the Ajuchas. Harabel tensed up at that, before slashing at him again with her weapon. Several times she gallivanted around, firing water attacks and slashing with her finsword. Yet, they didn't so much as scratch the Vastolord, as he either dodged or tanked the attacks. She did a backflip after avoiding a jab from Drindo, but that turned out to be her fatal mistake. As she flipped, Drindo took the opportunity to seize her neck, before effortlessly lifting the hollow into the air. He squeezed tightly, not saying a single word, yet keeping his soul-piercing gaze on Harabel. Those were eyes that promised nothing but pain and death. To Harabel, it was pure agony. Her airways were completely constricted, though Drindo seemed intent on snapping her neck rather than having her suffocate to death. She grunted and moaned as she struggled in midair, but Drindo's grip didn't falter in the slightest. Just end it. Don't draw out her suffering. Clank. Harabel was roughly released from the Hollow King's grip, and dropped to the floor where she began gasping for breath. Drindo himself wasn't focused on her anymore. Rather, he was focused on the small little projectile that was currently wedged within his arm. To be able to penetrate his defenses, this object must have had incredible reiatsu behind it, no matter how slight the wound was. He yanked it out of his skin roughly, scrutinizing the jade-green stone covered in blood. Another dart hit the ground near his feet, causing a massive crater almost 20 feet in diameter that the humanoid king sank into. This time, he was able to see the exact spot where they were coming from. Good shot, Grimmjow, grinned Naruto, at the panther who had launched his claw darts over at the king, saving their fourth general from imminent death. The panther growled in response, his blue eyes still intently focused on his prey. Him, hissed Drindo, as he saw the damnable fox hollow who killed his brother for the first time. He knew it was him, with the way he seemed to be leading around the other hollows. Speaking of other hollows, the plateau was being swarmed with reinforcements, hollows that appeared to be different than the slaves that they were currently engaging. They must have been a part of the fox's kingdom, and they were here to back up the slaves. Things might have gotten a whole lot worse for him. He looked over to the left slightly, and noticed that there was a small panther hollow to the fox's side, who seemed to be the one who was launching those darts at him. In addition to the fox, bat, and panther, there seemed to be an insectoid figure, though Drindo couldn't see much of it at this distance. He then had a sudden realization. Wait, Harabel, don't tell me it was those fools who removed your medallion. He said to the downed hollow, who was still catching her breath from when Drindo almost killed her. He took Harabel's lack of response, and turning away from him as a yes. He chortled roughly. Are they so pathetic that they need to list the help of slaves to add to their forces? But, they seem to be all besties, so I guess I should expect this kind of behavior. He mused. But still, I'm perplexed on how he managed to remove all those medallions. I designed them myself to hold hollows in place, and the only person who I ever told about removing them was. He trailed off, as his voice cracked near the end, and his sunken eyes popped out and his stance became more rigid. Oh, that son of a bitch, he roared, his face a somewhat amusing display of annoyance. He must have taken notes about my weaknesses in that damn book of his. Then that fox hollow also knows about the secrets contained with that tome. The tome that was handed to both of us by him, he said, his voice going far lower. The situation just got far more serious. It looks like I'll have to handle this myself. His eyes panned. The four hollows up there seemed to be making their move, as the last of their own hollows flooded out of the cave complex. The panther and insect hollows seemed to be rushing down the plateau. They were clearly eager to spill some blood. The Fox King himself seemed to want to join the battle, and he even locked eyes with Drindo from what he could tell. The bat hollows remained up there, supervising as all the other hollows began to flood down the precipice. The bat hollow then took to the air along with a few other hollows that could fly, and launched a Ciro down on the battlefield that obliterated 5 or so of his weaker hollows. The panther and insect had broken into the main area of the battle, and they were tearing it up with a ruthless efficiency. With the panther's speed and the mantis' strength, the two were seemingly unstoppable. The mantis was covering the left, and the panther was covering the right, but the fox was cutting straight through the middle, heading straight towards him in a similar manner as Harabel did earlier. The overconfident king prepared to face him with hand-to-hand combat, but before he could react, the fox zipped away with a speed Drindo didn't think was possible from an Ajuchas. Eyes panning, the king was too late to notice the young hollow flash into existence directly above him, and score a direct hit with his paw right to the side of his mask. The impact jarred Drindo somewhat, though his tough defense held through for him. Still, this was no normal Ajuchas. It must have eaten his brother after it killed him. Even though it wasn't enough to make him evolve, it would still grant him an enormous power boost. Yet, Vastolord he was not. The victor of this battle was still clear in Drindo's mind. Get yourself to safety, Harabel, Naruto said, flashing a wide, and clearly fake, smile at his newest general. I'll handle this from here on out, he said, turning his back to her and staring intently at Drindo. The shark hollow's eyes almost watered underneath her mask. She had been saved yet again by her new king, though years of seclusion had left her weak and useless in a fight. She nodded gratefully to him, before she got up to her feet and headed for another section of the battle, away from her greatest adversary. As he turned back to the fight, he noticed that Drindo had recovered and had focused his full attention on him, whereas before he had never taken his eyes off Haribel even as he was rushed by Naruto. "Not so fast, boy," he screamed, as the shock of the first attack wore off, and Drindo delivered a punch of his own to a Naruto who was rushing in from behind. It was a heavy blow, and though Naruto dodged quick enough to avoid any serious damage, it had injured him quite a bit. Still, despite being downed, he got back to his feet and tried again, using the same rush-forward strategy he had abused during the times when he was still alive. "What are you, stupid?" Drindo roared, reeling up for another attack. "I can predict this so easily." He grabbed Naruto around the fox's neck, similar to what he did to Haribel. But Naruto was prepared. He had charged up a Zero during his rush, and with his face directly in front of Drindo, he fired at point-blank range. The attack singed Drindo, and obliterated some fighting hollows behind the two kings, but Naruto wasn't done yet. Using his prehensile tails, he jabbed one straight into Drindo's chest. The tail didn't penetrate Drindo's skin, but that wasn't what Naruto was worried about. As he recovered, Drindo started laughing at Naruto's pathetic excuse for an attack, but halted when he saw that Naruto was focused on something. "Impacto de cola," he whispered, before he began a disturbed giggle, excited at being able to use his newest attack in an actual battle. Out of the hollow portion of the tail that was attacking Drindo, a thin beam of Ryatsu lanced out and through Drindo's body. The beam was thin, much thinner than a Zero, but it was highly concentrated, perfect for a high defense like Drindo's. He roared in pain as he felt the surge of Ryatsu burn a hole straight through his left hip. Naruto began laughing madly, and the laughter became mixed with gurgling as he then took a heavy punch from a rage-induced Drindo. He fell and slid over 30 feet through the dirt, coming to rest at the feet of a few hollows who were fighting. One of Drindo's soldiers lit up when he thought he saw an easy kill, but he was gutted before he could even think about attacking. An already recovered Naruto wheezed in laughter as the soldier's organs spilled from his body, and he had the perfect idea of what to do with them. He picked up the soldier's stomach, before taking a bloody bite out of it and chucking them at Drindo. The other king avoided the entrails easily, becoming infuriated at this bestie's disregard for the dead soldier. He picked up the kidneys, casting a shit-eating grin at Drindo before devouring them completely. Blood drooled obscenely from his mouth, before Drindo glared at him. "I don't think hand-to-hand combat is going to work anymore on this hollow. He's too sneaky and cunning for me to get anything more than a few shallow hits on him. I guess that means I'll have to use my special abilities. But, on such a lowly bestie, I must be getting really rusty in my skills," he thought to himself. Drindo then took a deep breath and calmed down slightly, closing his eyes as his rage subsided completely. Naruto was perplexed by the odd behavior, but he continued to tear a hole in the body that was now just a husk. He snapped his eyes open, glowing with his signature blood-red Ryatsu that matched his skin tone. The tube on his mask grew slightly larger, and they glowed with a Ryatsu unlike anything Naruto had ever seen before. It had a red outline around it, but as it entered the interior, it became orange and eventually yellow, giving off the appearance like it was something melting. Drindo grinned, but there was something so off about that grin that it might as well have been one of Naruto's. The tubes around his head began to hiss, until 3 pellets, about the size of peas, were ejected from the tubes. They glowed with the same Ryatsu that surrounded the tubes. "Get ready, 'cause you're dead," he muttered, before he threw the pellets straight at Naruto. The fox hollow in question, sensing the pellets were something dangerous despite their appearance, threw the husk of the body he had straight at the pellets, colliding the flesh with the Ryatsu. Boom! As the pellets hit the body, 3 large explosions about 20 feet in diameter erupted from the pellets, obliterating the body and sending both Naruto and an unprepared Drindo flying back from the force. All the hollows' attention was drawn to the blasts, their eyes enraptured on the power so much that they temporarily stopped fighting. Until one of the soldiers shouted, "Run away! Drindo-sama is beginning to use his true powers," he roared, before turning tail to fight somewhere else. The rest of the soldiers turned to run as well, but the former slave hollows and Naruto's army weren't allowed to let that happen. They used their advantage to slash and attack the fleeing soldiers, letting the alive ones know that they weren't going to escape so easily. "You fools! We have to get out of here. With Drindo-sama using his power, none of us are safe. You'll be caught up in his blasts too," shouted the hollow who had warned everyone previously, but his pleas went on deaf ears. "Save your breath, pal. We're here to make sure we drive you off Naruto-sama's land. We're not about to be afraid of what your leader can supposedly do," said a hollow in Naruto's army, to which the others roared in agreement. Drindo pulled himself to his feet, wiping his mask free of dirt, and didn't waste any more time. He charged up his fists until they were actually hissing with the strange Ryatsu he possessed, before he darted into the battle even faster than he had been previously. Naruto shook his head as he got to his feet. That was unexpected. What was the strange Ryatsu that Drindo seemed to possess? Explosive Ryatsu? The fox could see why such an ability could be considered deadly. He spluttered as Drindo appeared in front of Naruto, his fists charged with explosive Ryatsu that was just begging to be released. Holy shit, no, he screamed in his mind, as he dodged out of pure instinct as the fist came down on him. At the last second, he hopped over Drindo's head right after the punch was released, falling clumsily onto the dirt below. Time seemed to stop for a second, as the desert was dead quiet for just a split second as Drindo stood there with his fist cocked. But then, all hell broke loose as an enormous explosion was released from Drindo's punch, and dozens if not hundreds of hollows on all sides were engulfed within it. The hollows in the vicinity stopped fighting, and those who used a weapon dropped theirs, as they stared wide-eyed at the pure destruction that Drindo had caused. Then, they roared, and hundreds of hollows fled the area, going in whichever direction they thought was safest to escape to. Some even trampled over their fellows as they moved. Drindo wasn't fazed by any of this. He turned away from the chaos and smoldering bodies, to see that Naruto had escaped by just a hair on a reflex. Drindo looked down upon the fallen hollow, who was breathing heavily while glaring at the Vasto Lord. Get up. You're not fucking done, Fox. You're gonna fight and die here, and I will claim Terobik's possession, that great tome he had, for myself, he said, addressed the air with pure disdain. Wait, how do you know about that book? Naruto asked. On the skies above the battlefield, Ulquiorra surveyed the fight and destruction that Drindo had brought. Grimmjow and Neutra were far away from Naruto, away from the blast, but their attention now seemed to be on the main fight as well. That's one deadly ability you're up against, Naruto. How do you think you're going to handle this one? He said calmly, never feeling any worry at all for his new king. Yet, somehow, he felt the need to go over there and help with the fight, and if anything Grimmjow and Neutra seemed to be thinking the same thing, as they were slowly plowing the line of hollows to reach the fox. Ulquiorra sighed, it looked like he would have to do something too. And, with those words in mind, the Bat Hollow sped over to where the battle was taking place, intent on turning the battle in their favor. Chapter 25, El Assessor. Know about it? Drindo asked, raising an eyebrow to Naruto's question. Terobik was my younger brother, and he had possession of that book. He even added his own notes to it, about how he could counter my attacks, among other things. How could I possibly not know about it, Naruto glared at the king in response to that, as he rose to his feet and averted his gaze before dropping into his usual stance. The fight wasn't going to go in his favor if Drindo kept using those abilities of his. What the fuck, man? I fight my way over here just to notice you getting your ass kicked hard by this fucker. What makes you think I'm gonna follow such a useless king after this display? Came a rude, taunting voice. Naruto turned and glared even more murderously at the taunting voice, only to find Neutra fighting his way through the end of the thicket of battling hollows. He didn't seem to care that he harmed former slaves or hollows in his army. Not that Naruto himself cared regardless. But, the Fox Hollow really wasn't in the mood to put up with this shit, so a quick release of his superior Ryatsu made the Mantis Hollow shut his mouth in a second. The three hollows in the vicinity stood in awkward silence, until it was broken by a fourth presence making itself known to the group. Grimmjow, like Neutra, had fought his way through the crowd of hollows to make it here, though he was being uncharacteristically silent. Well. Isn't this funny? The king, who seemed to boast so big before, is now being backed up by two other hollows in a 3-on-1 fight. How ironic. But I guess it just can't be helped. After all, I am a Vasto Lord, and you all are a bunch of lowly ajuchas. It makes sense that he was cut off by a blue zero that he avoided somewhat clumsily. If a zero to the head is what it takes to make you shut up, I'm going to hate killing your ass, said the grumpy Panther Hollow, who was clearly the one who fired off the attack. Drindo was about to say something insulting back towards the hollow, but they were all interrupted by sound of flapping wings. They looked overhead, and noticed Ulquiorra also flying in from over the waves of hollows, to land gracefully at a spot in between Naruto and Grimmjow. The Bat Hollow didn't say a word, but he looked at Neutra with a condescending glare, like he didn't approve of Neutra's little display of insults to Naruto. Neutra sneered and almost pouted, knowing that Ulquiorra was very much more powerful than he was. Oh, now come on, guys. This just isn't fair to me. Now you've got that damnable Bat Hollow joining the battle. Isn't there any way you can spare me someone to fight for me? Drindo said childishly. He was only met with glares. Guess not. Looks like I'll just have to make do with what I have. Even against 4 high-level ajuchas, my abilities should be more than enough to finish the job. he whispered to himself. With those words in mind, Drindo sped off, leaving his 4 opponents on guard. The king appeared right next to Neutra first, considering him the weakest target, due to the fact that he was slow and his incredible defense could be breached by him. "What are you doing, you ass?" roared Grimjow, as he noticed Neutra was going to fail to stop Drindo's attack. Ulquiorra, sensing the Mantis Hollow's failure, using a surprising boost of speed to propel Neutra out of the way of Drindo's attack. Neutra went skidding through the dirt, grunting and cursing as he ultimately was out of harm's way. Drindo followed through with his explosive punch anyway, managing to nick Ulquiorra on his right wing. Despite just barely tapping it, the explosion was enough to almost completely obliterate the wing, leaving only a foot of torn leathery material growing out of Ulquiorra's backside. Neutra sat there rigidly, feeling somewhat numbed from the fact that he was saved by the Bat Hollow. He looked up to see the bat's wing already repairing itself via high-speed regeneration. The lack of feeling that Neutra quickly turned to anger and seething hate, as the Bat Hollow turned to the Mantis and gave him a look of pure disdain and contempt. "If you're just going to get in the way like that, then why don't you go somewhere else where you can actually make yourself useful to someone?" the Bat Hollow said acidly, much to the ire of Neutra. It was like Neutra's inferiority complex took a major blow right where it hurt, and one could actually hear Neutra hissing out in hate that was directed at Ulquiorra. "You bastard!" he hissed. It was barely audible, but the weight it seemed to carry was far greater than anything yelling ever could. While Neutra openly hated Grimjow with a burning passion, he couldn't say the same towards this Bat Hollow. Until now, that is. He just seemed a little emo, a little faggy for Neutra, but he always stayed out of his way. And, now that there was a damned woman of all things getting a position of power equal to him, he hated all 3 of his comrades. What the hell was Naruto thinking, appointing these guys that rank? Ulquiorra wasn't fazed at all by the hate directed at him, instead just opting to attack Drindo. Neutra then got to his feet, seeing how despite being attacked by Grimjow, Ulquiorra, and Naruto, he wasn't being fazed in the slightest. In fact, he was fighting fluidly, dodging every single strike with perfect ease. He also seemed to be patiently waiting for the right moment to attack. The time when Drindo had had enough was when Naruto attempted to slit his throat after Grimjow had given him a suitable opening. Drindo, like any Vastolord, wasn't about to fall for such a simple trick. He purposely slid back to avoid the attack, and then let 3 pellets fall from the tubes on his head before using Sonido to disappear. "Get away from it!" Naruto roared, as time seemed to freeze as the glowing red pellets fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, Naruto used his weight to buck Ulquiorra and Grimjow out of the way, before taking cover himself. The pellets exploded in a fairly small explosion that Naruto had expected, one that wouldn't have been able to do more than seriously injure them should they be caught in it. The purpose of the attack became clear to Naruto after that. Drindo hadn't used that attack to kill. Rather, he simply used it as a distraction and as a chance to regroup and go on the offensive. The Vastolord was simply toying with them. "You guys, if we're just going to get in each other's way, you shouldn't be here. Our advantage in numbers is useless if we don't know how to properly work as a team, which we don't. Go back to your solo battles, and don't regard me in the slightest. Just destroy the enemy," he shouted at the 3 others, before Drindo could attack. Then, Naruto heard a whooshing noise that he noticed was heading towards Neutra. "Oh, shit," he thought in his mind. It seemed that Drindo was determined to wipe out the least dangerous to him first, proven by how he seemed to always attack Neutra when he could go for any one of them. He had to do something if he wanted to save his second general. Without even thinking, Naruto himself sped over to Neutra's position, who didn't seem to notice that we was under attack. Roughly, Naruto shot one of his hind legs out, and kicked Neutra with all the force he could muster. The Mantis Hollow went flying back into the battlefield 100 feet away, but Drindo was still coming. The swipe meant for Neutra would have taken off his head and made it explode, but Naruto was apparently very good at reacting reflexively. He fell to one of his front paws dodging underneath the first blow, before he used his momentum to propel himself away from the explosive kick that Drindo tried to combo him with. Unfortunately for him, the explosion was large enough to catch him while he was dodging, and the Ryutsu seared one of his legs until he was roaring in pain. He fell to the dirt with a thud, looking at his now useless back left leg. The Fox Hollow attempted to stand, but while he got 3 of his legs up, the injured one was just too painful for it to move. He couldn't even force himself through the pain to stand. His leg was shot for the time being. Ulquiorra and Grimjow, seeing that Neutra had flown somewhere else and Naruto was incapacitated, realized that their odds of winning took a dramatic drop. And, that was basically true for them. Drindo had clearly had enough of fooling around with them now that his main target was incapacitated, so he decided to stop holding back so much. Using the power of levitation sought out by hollows, he appeared next to Ulquiorra at a speed faster than he had ever shown, and slammed the bat hollow to the ground with a crashing explosive pound. The explosion lit up the night sky in a brilliant display of red and orange, and made anyone who hasn't fled a safe distance already do so. Needless to say, the impact and explosion almost killed Ulquiorra. In fact, it would have killed Ulquiorra if it wasn't for his amazing high-speed regeneration. Luckily, none of his internal organs had been ruptured, but he had lost both of his wings, legs, and one of his arms from the impact. At the very least, this would take a while to recover from. When Ulquiorra impacted, he wouldn't have bothered to get up even if he could. He had been defeated, and unless Grimjow could perform a miracle and defeat Drindo, then he would be killed here. So, the bat hollow just lay their face first in the dirt, waiting for either the release of death or the defeat of Drindo. And, while Ulquiorra lay there in his own personal crater, Grimjow stood undauntedly across from Drindo, never backing down from any sort of fear, though he already knew that he wasn't going to win. Off in the distance, around half a mile away, a lone two-legged figure watched the battle unfold. He breathed in the powerful Ryatsu, and knew at once that he would have to intervene. He stood on a very tiny mesa that barely rose 10 feet off of the landscape, and his expression didn't belay any sort of emotion. Looks like my fears were correct. I was hoping that when I told him that information, Drindo wouldn't set his sights on his kingdom. But, I was too naive, hoping that the conflict between brothers would have been resolved by now, and Torobik would have moved on. At the very least though, it looks like Torobik is no longer a part of this situation, though whether he's dead or not, I don't know. Still, Naruto is no match for Drindo at all, so I have to hurry, the figure said. Valakav Almazan had wandered into these parts once he heard word of a new kingdom sprouting onto this landscape. He was told from a passing hollow that the kingdom had been destroyed by Drindo in its early stages, but its king apparently hadn't been at the scene when it had occurred. He hopped off the rock and stopped his ramblings when he saw an explosion erupt onto the battlefield. He broke out into a run, hoping he would arrive there before Drindo prevailed. He was much closer to the battlefield when he saw another explosion burst onto the scene, this time in midair. He watched as a bat-like hollow plummeted to the ground, clearly dead or severely injured from that blast. Drindo was in sight now, clearly the one who had caused that last attack. He seemed to be standing over a fallen panther hollow, who was barely alive and able to move. The panther shook for a moment before it collapsed, clearly defeated by the superior hollow. All that time, Drindo stood over them smugly, not a scratch across his body. It was when he noticed Naruto on the ground that Drindo began walking towards the three-downed hollow. He looked upon them like he was some kind of malevolent god, before he walked up to the panther hollow first, raising his foot over his head to crush his skull. The horned hollow broke into his fastest sonito, before appearing in front of a surprised Drindo. Before the red hollow could bring his foot down on Grimjow, Valakav grasped Drindo's leg, hoisting the other hollow into the air and flinging him elsewhere. Drindo managed to land on his feet, though he still slid away almost 50 feet. He glared at the new arrival with pure hate, which even deepened when he noticed who the arrival was. Valakav, he hissed, as he stared down the other hollow. Valakav stood his ground, before he turned back to view his descendant on the ground in a pitiful state. The two locked eyes with nothing but blank expressions, like either of them knew what to say. It was Naruto who finally broke the silence. Valakav, what are you doing here? He asked, wincing as he tried and failed to get to his feet again. The old hollow turned away from the much younger one, seeing Drindo stalk his way up to them. I decided to travel here after I had learned that some fresh new hollow had managed to start up a kingdom in a place I recommended him to. However, I see you've managed to make Drindo your enemy, so I'm here to step. Just sit there quietly and let me do all the work. He trailed off. Naruto looked like he was about to protest, but he lay his head down low in defeat, finding that there was nothing who could in the situation regardless, before he fell unconscious. Drindo had finally done it. Well, he shouldn't say finally, as that implies that realistically he wouldn't be able to do this in the first place. He knew that this Fox Hollow was no match for him, as a king and as a fighter. But, he couldn't help but feel happy as both him and the Bat Hollow lay defeated and at his mercy. They would both die here today, along with the annoying Panther Hollow that he had just defeated. He would finish off the Panther Hollow first, him being the least of his worries and the one he didn't want to take revenge on. He walked up to them while grinning evilly the whole way, and raised his foot in preparation to finish the dirty deed. However, just as he was about to bring his foot down in the most audacious display of overkill ever, his explosive kick was blocked, by an outsider of all things. He felt his leg get lifted into the air, before he was thrown back away from his prey, skidding and taking a look upon the newest interloper. He hissed when he saw the disfigured hollow. gray skin, a horned mask, and a necklace of 6 bones that hung around his neck. Not to mention the buboes that coated his entire body. Valakav, he hissed, recognizing the familiar hollow immediately. He hadn't changed one bit since their last encounter, and that wasn't since, never mind. He had never had a good relationship with that one anyway. He noticed that Valakav was putting distance between them and the downed hollows, making it clear that he wanted to keep them from dying for some reason that Drindo couldn't fathom. Valakav was being his usual silent self, though he was glaring at Drindo like he had committed some kind of mortal sin. Drindo walked up to him, closing the distance between them. Valakav, don't think it's been so long that I would have forgotten you. What brings you to this neck of Hueco Mundo? Surely it isn't to protect those weaklings, is it? He said casually but forcefully. Valakav's face didn't change. Drindo. Surely it isn't too much to allow these kids to live? After all, there are plenty of kingdoms within Hueco Mundo, and you haven't expanded upon yours in years. Is it so hard just letting them be? He asked, trying to appeal to Drindo. Drindo walked closer, until the two Vasto Lord were standing 5 feet from each other, staring each other down. Yes, it is Valakav. This Fox Hollow has wronged me in so many ways. For starters, he instigated a rebellion amongst my slaves by removing their medallions, which has already caused the deaths of many of my own men. He trailed off. Valakav wasn't fazed. Secondly, he killed my brother. He said lightly. Not to mention, he's read El Libro de Ciclos. He knows the weakness of my slave medallions and instigated this rebellion. In addition, he must know about the other things that Torobic mentioned about in the book. Valakav, after getting over the initial shock that Naruto of all hollows has read the legendary book that even he hadn't read, smiled mockingly afterwards at Drindo. So, that's what this is all about, he said. You aren't doing this because you want to avenge your brother or anything, you're doing this because you want to take advantage of the opportunity to snatch that legendary book away from a hollow much weaker than Torobic. You were afraid to go get it before because you know Torobic could have beaten you with all the knowledge he has. He turned back to look back at Naruto. Even with his knowledge of your weaknesses, Naruto lacks the power to be able to defeat him. The one-on-one fight you had with him speaks for itself. Though I do wonder how he managed to defeat Torobic. He added the last point as an afterthought. Drindo looked mutinous, though he didn't outright deny the accusation. Instead, he looked to left over towards Naruto's cave complex, no doubt thinking of the secret that lay within it. So what if that's the case? This fox doesn't deserve to know the secrets of that book if he's that weak. Since I'm Torobic's only relative, that automatically means that the book belongs to me. To me. After I kill all of you, I'm going to claim my rightful property, he shouted, any aspect of control now completely gone. It looks like talking with you isn't going to work after all. I should have realized this in the beginning. He said, lowering himself into something similar to a shinobi's taijutsu stance, something a bipedal creature like him would find advantageous. Whatever. The sooner we get this over with the better. He said, holding his hand below the tubes to allow a couple more pellets to drop directly into its palm. Shall we? Valakav asked, as the bones around his mask glowed 6 separate colors, 7 if you count the one that was both black and white. His body hissed with pure energy, something that startled the unconscious and defeated hollows awake. Ugh, my head? Grimjow moaned, clutching 2 of his paws to his mask. He then noticed the other Vasto Lord, but he was too injured and stunned by Ryatsu to move. Who's this guy? He asked to both his king and fellow general, who had also woken up. Ulquiorra seemed to genuinely not know about the mysterious Vasto Lord, but Naruto was a different story. Valakav, he hissed, remembering Valakav's saving of him. Anyone else would have been grateful, but Naruto instead was confused and angry at being treated in such a way. Again, no less, considering how Valakav butted into his rampage on Konoha. Valakav walked forward some more to keep them out of harm's way. After that, he held his arms out horizontally, and his black and yellow eyes gained some strange circles around them. Ah, Los Ojos de Samsara. I remember it all too well, Valakav. Didn't you once say that they were the remnants of some power you had in life called the Rinnegan? Drindo said, catching a few more pellets that he had created. I see you remember well, Drindo. While it is true my hollow techniques have some resemblance to my old jujitsu. Unfortunately, I lost the Rinnegan after I died, and with it I lost the ability to understand the nature of chakra. While I may have carried over some of the Rinnegan's abilities, the ability to understand the nature of Ryuryoku and the ability to use the 6 paths has disappeared. Ryuryoku is much more powerful than chakra, but it is almost ludicrously more complex to understand. There's no way I'd be able to understand it. He stopped walking. However, despite losing the ability to use the 6 paths, and the ability to understand the energy around us, there is one ability that Los Ojos de Samsara retained. It can manipulate spiritual wavelengths to a certain degree, allowing me to pinpoint and use 6 separate wavelengths of Ryuryoku that change the properties of it. And that ability can be called in some circles? He disappeared, his sonido being roughly the same speed as Drindo's. He was at Drindo's side instantly, to which Drindo reacted violently by throwing the pellets haphazardly at him. The field was lit up with a few small explosions again, but Valakav wasn't fazed at all. Element manipulation? He whispered, as he grabbed onto Drindo's shoulder and threw the other Vasto Lord crashing into the ground. Valakav stared at him lightly, before stomping his foot down on Valakav's torso. Fuego ofensivo, he said, as flaming Ryatsu gushed from the appendage that he had on Drindo. However, the other Vasto Lord took advantage of the time between when Valakav had taken weight off him, and he used Sonido to disappear and leviate it high in the air. The blaze that emitted from Valakav's foot spread over the dirt over a 30-feet radius like a wildfire. Drindo fired a Siro from his hand down at Valakav, which was charged with his explosive Ryatsu. Tierra defensivo, he said, letting his earthen Ryatsu flow into the dirt around, which almost immediately responded. Soon, there was almost like a small earthquake underneath their feet, until the dirt cracked, hardened, and formed a defensive sphere large enough to protect both him and the defeated hollows almost 100 feet away. The Siro impacted the hardened dirt sphere with an impressive amount of force, though the explosion was not enough to breach through the wall. The explosion was contained outside of the sphere, but its radius was greater than anything that Drindo had shown thus far. Valakav let the dirt wall fall as soon as it was safe, panting at the amount of Ryatsu he had to unleash to keep that thing intact. Drindo's explosions were impressive to say the least, though his real merit was when he used it in hand-to-hand combat. Drindo seemed to think like this as well, because as soon as Valakav dropped his guard, he was in close range, firing away with explosive punches that Valakav had to deftly avoid. When Drindo came in for an explosive left hook, Valakav knew he was in trouble. So, he did the only thing he could think of in such a small window of time. He matched the explosive punch with a punch of his own, coated in fire Ryatsu. In hindsight, that was probably a bad idea. The two volatile punches collided with each other, creating an explosive discharge that neither of them could control. It exploded in their faces, throwing both Vasto Lords backwards and wounded both of them at about the same rate. Such a high-level hollow battle, whispered Ulquiorra over to the side. Though, that really was an amateur mistake made by this Valakav. He's clearly not as skilled as Drindo in hand-to-hand combat. All 3 hollows seemed to think the same thing, as Valakav's success was what their lives depended upon. Drindo got to this feat and laughed, clearly amused at Valakav's failure despite him being injured as well. What's wrong, Valakav? Have the years made you rusty? You seem a lot weaker than when you were younger? He commented, as Valakav pulled himself to his feet. Relampago ofensivo, he whispered to himself, as he fired a weak but very quick bolt of lightning from his finger. It took him so little time to fire it that Drindo wasn't even able to react. It seared him right through the shoulder like a laser, crippling his left arm. Drindo howled as another hold was drilled through his body, this time making his arm useless. That was a good move. He didn't have to waste any time for hand seals like he would have to while alive. That lightning bolt was so quick I don't think anyone could have seen it in time. And, by crippling Drindo's arm, he just upped his chances in hand-to-hand combat, said Naruto begrudgingly, even though he didn't like to admit that Valakav was good in battle. He fired off another bolt, this time not even saying the name of attack, but the near-invisible bolt of lightning didn't even hit Drindo, who by now had wizened up and was on the move. He did a feint attack like he was going to punch from afar with his good arm, but the last second he appeared once again at close range. He attempted an explosive uppercut to propel Valakav into the air, but the other Vasto Lord wasn't about to fall for such a simply trick. He ducked his head to the left, avoiding the attack entirely. Drindo tried to combo him with a few kicks, but he avoided as well. As he sprung back into position while Drindo was recovering from his own attacks, and clapped his hands together while they glowed with red Ryatsu. This allowed a burst of fire to come exploding from them, hitting Drindo at close range. The slave-holding king flew back, the flame scalding through his defense and damaging his skin. It seems like Drindo doesn't have a tactical approach to just about anything. Valakav is definitely outsmarting him every step of the way. I'm surprising such a bumbling hollow became a Vasto Lord. Ulquiorra added off to the sidelines. You dirty bastard. You haven't changed at all since the days we spent as Barragan's advisors. You still like to play cheap, no wonder you managed to climb the ranks in Las Noches. Drindo growled, now steaming mad. Like that matters. Anyone who made it to our rank as advisor had to do their fair share of backstabbing in order to make it there. You were no different. I still remember you conspiring to overthrow Berrigan himself when he didn't completely share all of your ideals. Valakav retaliated. I don't care about that anymore. Berrigan may have been my hero when I was a young, stupid hollow, but nowadays I realize how much of a fool he is. He provides refuge to Bestis. I lead my afterlife in that kingdom underneath the ideal that Berrigan would one day purge the kingdom of those hollows. But, no. They just kept continuing to grow every single year, and I couldn't take it anymore. I had no choice but to take down Berrigan, because he trailed off before he gained the most bloodthirsty look of hatred that wasn't even reserved for Naruto. He's the one who kept that book out my reach for so long? A few hundred feet away from the site of the battle, Neutra twiddled his sharp fingers in the dirt, occasionally rising to take out an enemy hollow that attempted to attack him. His dumbass king had kicked him out of the way of that last attack, preventing him from the death he always yearned for. He supposed that wasn't right though. He wouldn't have perished with honor, dying on his feet in the best battle he had ever had. No, he would have died like a little screaming bitch who was just in the way and complaining about his king. That wasn't the right way to go. He grit his teeth, almost drawing blood inside his own mouth. What would become of his pride if he was going to get in the way all the time? Didn't they understand how much this hurt him? He heard some distinct sounds over across the battlefield, and saw Harabel tearing her way through Drindo's forces. Humph, a woman. Didn't they understand how he couldn't stand having a woman be equal to him in battle? No, they didn't understand that at all. They never would, as long as they lived. He supposed he was kind of grateful for the promise of power and the chance to battle, but they didn't understand his inferiority complex.